to stop the spread of monkeypox, but also to find a clear path of cure for this very, very dangerous disease.
Thank you very much, Anshul. We'll be waiting for those guidelines, and you'll update us as and when they come. For now, be satark, be savdhan, everyone. And on that note, take a very short break.
Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi,
Welcome back after the break. The fight for the UK Prime Ministerial post has intensified, with both contenders Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss campaigning in full swing. Both the leaders took part in Tory leadership hustings in Cardiff, the capital of Wales, while Sunak pledged to hold Labour-run government accountable for the health service and schools in Wales. Truss accused First Minister Mark Drakeford of letting Wales down. CNN News 18 Sanjay Suri reports from Ground Zero.
Conservative Party members had to step in through a corridor of protesters to attend the third hustings in Cardiff in Wales. Not everyone likes the Conservative Party. But the members were here for Liz Truss and for Rishi Sunak, who has fallen considerably behind in the polls. It's some brave campaigning we are seeing now from Rishi Sunak in the face of some dismal signs. He's going for it strongly despite two polls that said on the eve of the third hustings here in Wales that Liz Truss has about 60% support and he 26%. The gap appears to be widening. Also, his former colleague and buddy Sajid Javid, the former Health Secretary, said that he would be backing Truss. But clearly, there are signs of hope yet for Rishi Sunak and signs of determination, of course. The polling, for one thing, has been delayed. It was due to begin Monday. It's now going to begin later in the week, and that gives more people an opportunity to listen to Rishi Sunak. He clearly has the better argument, particularly on economy, and nothing matters more than the economy. So there is a greater window now for him to be able to convince people and more people through these hustings through this week and later that he has the better argument and he is the better candidate, in fact that he is the right candidate to be Prime Minister. The two candidates have been setting out their views on a wide range of issues, but the economy invariably tops the list. One of the reasons Rishi Sunak could be falling behind in these opinion polls is the economy and his insistence that he will stand by his policy of not going for any substantial tax cuts in the immediate future. He said here in Wales at the hustings, the third hustings, that he knows he's saying things on the economy that don't make his life easy, but he's saying them and he believes in them because he wants to be honest. He has said, and this is an argument that he's been hammering home on every occasion, that inflation would get very much worse if these tax cuts were introduced, and inflation on the other hand is going to mean higher interest rates, so people will have to pay higher mortgages. So you give with one hand, take away with the other, nothing of benefit in the immediate, and in the long term this will mean more debt for children, and that is a target that he is setting out repeatedly, that he is not just in it for the immediate, he is in it for the long term. His policies are beneficial for Britain in the long term. That is a message that seeks to convince people on two grounds. One, a mature understanding from someone who is seasoned and experienced, and the second, that people must understand that even if he's saying things they don't like, the fundamentals of this is the honesty with which he's saying it. He's not saying what people want to hear just to grab votes. Liz Truss, as Foreign Secretary, made a strong pitch for a firm line on Russia against Putin. Both the candidates have sparred over Russia inevitably. Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, has said that it is of vital importance to curtail and curb Vladimir Putin and to stop him in his tracks. She, of course, is on strong grounds for saying this. As Foreign Secretary, she has been in the forefront of dealing with Moscow. She has visited Moscow and held discussions that were rather acrimonious, but the fact is that she has been the one in the position and in the front line of dealing with Russia, to which Sunak has said that the way Russia is being weakened is not through diplomacy, it is not through military means from the UK, it is through economic sanctions, and of course those are steps and those are measures that he was very closely involved in taking, that it is in fact his actions and actions that he spearheaded by way of these economic sanctions that are weakening Russia, and in fact therefore to say that it is he who has delivered a punch to Putin rather than Liz Truss. Rishi Sunak's new position on Islamist terrorism was certain to come up at the debate, and it did. Rishi Sunak has emphasized very firmly at the third-party hustings in Cardiff in Wales here that a government under him would do more to target Islamist extremism. He had issued a statement along these lines earlier, over which he was challenged in the discussions at the hustings underway here. He said that this is not a plan to ignore terrorism of another kind, such as threats from the far right, over which he was asked, but that the overwhelming evidence is that the threat is of Islamist terrorism, that is where government needs to focus its resources and would, while not ignoring threats of another kind. He had said earlier also that he would take more action against those who seek to vilify the state. And again, he was challenged on this at the hustings. He made clear that he was not against freedom of expression, that this was not a move aimed to curb free speech, but the fact is that security agencies do see a lot of expressions of that kind as furthering the cause of terrorism, and that his policy was aimed at curbing that at that stage. While it does look advantage trusts at the moment, many are convinced that Rishi can bounce right back into this campaign. The more people hear him, the more they are convinced he can. Rishi is way behind in the polls. Do you think there is still time, a month to go, where things could change, do you think?
Yes, I think so. I think so. If he continues to work, I mean, this is the second time I've seen him today, because I saw him in Ask as well. And if he goes around impressing people in the way he did, I think he'll catch up.
And to be honest with you, the polls, as we know in British politics, polls do not mean as much as they make out. Rishi's still got a great chance of winning, and I firmly believe that tonight, people who are undecided, I was undecided. I just said that this T-shirt was put on as I walked out, and I believe Rishi has swayed me in there, and I believe there's many people in there that Rishi has definitely swayed tonight to vote for.
It's time for a very short break. I'll meet you on the other side.
Including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the U.S. not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 Special Report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women.
Welcome back after the break. Now let's take a look at the Pelosi visit's aftermath. The Speaker of the U.S. House Representatives, Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan has left China fuming. The Chinese regime continues military exercises near Taiwan. Last evening, 27 Chinese warplanes entered Taiwan's airspace just a day after 21 Chinese jets entered the zone on the very same day as Pelosi's visit. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi once again warned the US of repercussions, saying that those who offend China will be punished. After the warning, Pelosi responded to the Chinese and said that they cannot prevent world leaders from traveling to Taiwan. Even the G7 nations have condemned China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait.
我要告诉大家的是，这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国主权的勾当。台湾的蔡英文之流，抱着美国的粗腿不放，背弃民族大义。这些倒行逆施啊，根本改变不了一个中国的国际共识，也根本改变不了台湾必将回归祖国的历史大势。玩火者绝对没有好下场，犯我中华者必将受到惩处。谢谢。
Now we're joined by my colleague Abhishek Jha to discuss the repercussions of Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Good morning to you, Abhishek. Of course, we saw the military exercises taking place in Taiwan, a scary show of strength by China. Yet again, a very clear message that do not visit one of our countries that we plan to take over by force eventually someday. But not just that, they are also punishing Taiwan because currently they're not putting any repercussions on, they're not putting any sanctions on the United States of America, but already curbing exports and imports from Taiwan and already, curbing their business and trying to basically chastise them in every manner possible for entertaining Pelosi's visit.
Of course, Shilpa, this was quite very much unexpected line because we know ever since Nancy Pelosi had announced her visit to Indo-Pacific nation, Taiwan was one of the expected nations that she was going to visit, and Chinese side have been repeatedly telling in warning and in a manner of threat that any visit of such high-level delegation to Taiwan will have serious repercussions. The countermeasures will be very harsh on the parties involved. So, like Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, she left from there also very safely. But the trail of sanctions or the problems is Taiwan is going to face now from Chinese side. The glimpses of that have already been told to us because we have seen Chinese side have put certain economic sanctions where they are not going to export natural sand to Taiwan. They have also put sanction on import of certain agricultural food from Taiwanese side and maritime, marine product from Chinese side. There has been regular military drills, live fire exercises in and around Taiwan Strait. So a lot of military show of strength and economic coercion is something that China is trying to build around Taiwan to pressurize it, at least not to do some sort of this sort of high-level diplomatic engagement with any other countries in future, because China had this fear that if Nancy Pelosi's visit would be successfully completed.
All right, that was Abhishek Jha there bringing us context and the aftermath of Nancy Pelosi's visit. Now for a look at Ukraine's forces that are deploying lethal drones in their countermeasures against Russian bombardment in the war-torn country. Take a look at this detailed CNN report and you'll be met by my colleague Toya Singh on the other side.
At Ukraine's southern front, a reconnaissance team leads us towards Russian lines.
We're walking through the trees because they're afraid that we might be spotted from above by Russian drones. That's the way they do their work out here, hidden by the trees.
Our destination, a drone team shrouded from the skies. Their mission, find Russian forces and call in artillery strikes. A problem though, on their first flight of the day, Russian countermeasures mess with their drone. They need to switch out parts before the next launch. It's nearly impossible to fight off the Russian jamming signal, the commander says, but we have special devices to combat it. But as the drone launches, it lurches the wrong way, hits the trees. Not clear what causes the malfunction.
There's a war within the war here, a high-tech war, a software dogfight in the skies above the battlefield. And a mistake by these drone operators can cost them their lives.
Back at base, on a big screen, they scour the first flight's video.
The detail's incredible. I mean, you can see exactly where the vehicles are in the trees.
The operator, a 24-year-old former news cameraman.
So you're looking at the Russians, but they can be looking at you when you're in the field.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
It's scary.
How scary?
Very scary.
Very scary. But you keep doing it.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because we must do it.
Life or death decisions, which targets the hit to save his fellow countrymen.
He's driving along and he has no idea your drone is following him.
Yeah.
No idea.
No idea.
Previous days, when they've avoided Russian countermeasures, they've had better luck. A Russian tank position hit in the past week when they called in an artillery strike as they watched. Who wins these drone wars will help determine who dominates the battle space. And that depends on who has the smartest technology and who has the best traditional frontline skills to hide from it.
Good morning. You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. Right here on the show this morning, we're going to take a look at some of the country's most important stories. Our first story is a loan scam. It's a story in a case coming in from Hyderabad. We'll move to that in just a second.
Then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police.
These Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Our first story this morning, we're taking a deeper look. This is an incredibly specific case study coming in from Hyderabad, a big expose on Chinese loan apps. The Enforcement Directorate, as we speak, is cracking a whip on scams being carried out by a number of loan apps. While borrowers were being promised quick loans, in return they had to pay a bigger price. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached bank balances worth 105.32 crores lying in various accounts with payment gateways of 12 NBFCs. Now, CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive report on this entire story. The story starts in Hyderabad. So my colleague Swastika Das is going to be bringing you all of these details with this ground report. Then we'll actually connect with her and ask her more questions.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank. No one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via two means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they're continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they're continuing the contact, and they're convincing the people here in India, and they're asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NXCloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
All right, this is our first story today. We're going to connect in a little while with reporters on the ground to understand the sheer scale of this crisis. But first, very quickly, a quick summary of what we've just walked you through. Firstly, what is the modus operandi of these loan apps? As you can see, if you or me is a borrower, one of us needs money, we're in a desperate situation, we click on the loan app. We first obviously download it, then we click on it. After that, the app communicates with payment gateways that already exist. The loan is dispersed from a fake fintech company. So I'm under the impression that I have received that loan. But this is the part, this is the problem where it gets tricky for customers, for borrowers like you and I, that the loan amount gets ratcheted up within the week. So whether or not I've borrowed 1 lakh, very soon I'll see that that number has changed to 1.25, 1.5, perhaps even 2. And then, and this is perhaps the most dangerous part, because you downloaded this app on your phone and because the app isn't secure, now the app has access to all of your contact lists. So victims, families, all of them can be harassed. And in the stories that we're actually going to share with you today, we do have people who are going to talk to you about how difficult their life was made just because of these apps. So this is a brief overview of this entire issue. In just a second, I'll have colleagues join us to bring you more insight on the entire story. But this is so far how the entire case works. Now, we're going to take a deeper look at this. There is, as you already saw, the Chinese angle of this entire story being investigated. Now, when we say Chinese, we must say that there are Chinese operators, but it isn't necessarily operating just from China. As we told you a little while earlier, operators have been found in Nepal and also in parts of India. So there's a larger network and a larger nexus here that we have to interrogate, and we will in just a second when my colleagues join us here on the show. All right, my colleague Swastika Das is with us right now to bring us a lot more context on this entire story. Let's go over to her to understand more. Swastika, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Swastika, we're talking to you first. You're the first reporter we have with us on this story. For our audiences, therefore, could you give us a lot more context? What is the scale of this entire issue? What are companies that customers like you and I, people in our audience, what are companies they should be looking out for, names they should be looking out for? How can they be more careful and wary in this case?
Toya, it's an organized crime with a bigger nexus in Nepal and China. This edition of the Chinese loan app scam has come up with a new face altogether. To break it down, what is it? Basically, those looking for quick loans with less paperwork or barely any paperwork approach these loan apps, and after that a fraudulent link is sent. Once you click on that link, download the app, the other side, the loan sharks there immediately hack into your phone, steal your data. Let's say you take a loan of 3,000 rupees, they will not give you the whole amount. They will only give you less than half of that amount. But within 5 days of borrowing, they'll start harassing you. They'll start harassing you by first making phone calls to everybody who's on your contact list, your family, relatives, office colleagues. Anybody can receive those calls, wherein the other side, the recovery agents accuse you of stealing money. Then when you fail to repay the amount, or in many cases even when the victims themselves have repaid the whole amount, they still continue to receive morphed pictures. And this time around, what these four call center agents are doing is that they're taking your pictures and morphing it on pornographic content, and they're setting it on porn websites as well. There are plenty of evidences, and that was the reason why most of the suicide cases that have been reported in less than 2 months had a similar pattern. The tragic death of a 17-year-old girl in Andhra Pradesh is something that the investigation agencies are still looking at, but this is the basic way they function. Now, what is the new angle that we have found in our story is the fact that unlike earlier times when these call centers were being operated in Bengaluru, Delhi, Hyderabad, Gurugram, this time around the Chinese have shifted their base to Nepal. And these call centers are operating out of Nepal. The same modus operandi follows. There are a lot of people who are working in work from home mode in India as well. As far as the Telangana police is concerned, since the beginning of this year, they have officially registered more than 130 cases. In these 130 cases, IP addresses, most of the IP addresses were traced to Nepal, Bihar, Delhi and Kolkata. They sent their teams, carried out raids, have arrested about 10 people from India. After that, investigations revealed that most of the agents are working in Nepal, and that is why we are seeing multiple raids in Nepal as well. And there, raids have revealed that more than 200 Indian SIM cards, personal data of Indians have been recovered from the items that have been seized. So it's a deep-rooted nexus. What needs to be done? I'm going to quickly answer that question. Simply do not borrow loans from these apps. These apps are being banned, but they are resurfacing again and again. But what the police have time and again pleaded with the people is that if you want loans, there are only two places you go to, banks or NBFCs, nothing beyond that.
All right, Swastika, thank you so much for providing us with context. We'll come back to you to ask you more questions. Right before that, though, very quickly for our audiences, I want to bring you more in terms of the data we have to cover this entire story. So very quickly, we're going to take a deeper dive into pieces of the story right behind me. First, as you can see, because what we're going to walk you through is how this entire ecosystem works. As you can see, fake fintech companies tie up with payment gateways and with sanction loans. Once they are tied up, they give out these loans, as we've already talked about. Now, After they do that, the money is dispersed to borrowers through shell companies. We've talked about this. But so what we're explaining to you right now, earlier we walked you through the borrower side. Right now we're walking you through what's taking place on the side of the company. As you can see here, 200 shell companies have already been found. Swastika was talking about this in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar. So technically these shell companies do have Indian addresses. Now, the lending companies in the name of Indian citizens. So see, very quickly and very smartly, those who are involved are building these companies in the names of Indians. So it isn't immediately laying panic or creating panic. However, as you can see here, Chinese nationals in multiple cases have been found to be the real owners of these banks. Now, the other important part to notice here is that lenders mask their identities behind VPNs to evade a police crackdown in this entire case. Now, we're going to return very quickly. We actually have a guest with us. He's a cyber expert. He's with you on the top of your wall, Amit Dubey. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Sir, if I can come to you to ask you for more of an explanation, and if you could really break down for us, because we have given our audiences a brief explanation, but I think you as an expert could do perhaps a better job of explaining to us how foreign countries, for example, China in this case, how they get involved, and explain to us the background infrastructure that's going on there behind the building of one of these apps.
So Toya, first of all, I would like to explain the severity of the situation, because in last 1.5 years almost, I received more than 200 complaints from different people, including from my society and neighbors and everywhere. That means this is a very, very rapidly spreading issue, which is because people are getting threatened, extorted, and then they get into depression and all. This is really happening. So we need to understand first the severity of it. We had a couple of discussions in Ministry of Home Affairs also about this issue. And this has multiple stakeholders. When this is organized, it is not only the app or the NBFC part of it. It is actually the way the money is coming from China to India and going out. This entire process is actually exploiting many loopholes of economic system. So we need to fix those loopholes also. First of all, the way it is coming through shell accounts, as you have already mentioned, there are multiple companies opened. When we were investigating this case, we found a single address was used to open more than 600 companies. And that has been happening because of some loopholes in the system. How could it happen? Then SIM cards. Many of these SIM cards are not verified well, because these are on some people, those are not aware that the SIM cards are taken on their names, either from Odisha, West Bengal and different other places. And that is something which is also happening smoothly. Thousands and thousands of SIM cards are provided to these people. And then they use VPN. So VPN becomes one more blocking point for us, where they can actually spoof their IP. They can relocate themselves to any other part of the world while they are working from India. And then to trace them is very, very difficult, because WhatsApp does not give us, other than IP, they don't share any other details with us. And that is the biggest challenge. So having multiple stakeholders involved in this particular crime modus operandi, we need to fix it at multiple places. We cannot just create awareness, but we need to also fix those loopholes in the economic system which allows them to bring this money back and getting it out without any supervision, without any regulation. I think this is the biggest challenge right now.
Okay, Mr. Dubey, I then want to ask you two questions, because you've said that part of this issue is deeper. There is IT infrastructure, as you're talking about there, that needs to be built up, that needs to be ramped up. If you could, for our audiences, illustrate who are the organizations that need to do this? What would that effort look like? How much time would it take? And then if you could also tell us what ordinary citizens could do. I think my colleague Swastika right now said it is partly as simple as just, don't take loans from apps. But if there's more that you think citizens could do here also, if we could have your answer on both fronts.
See, first of all, from legality perspective, RBI is very clear that these, they have already given a list of 600 applications lately, and all these were banned. But they have also instructed Google to remove these applications. But there are multiple other channels through which these applications are promoted among public, through Telegram channels, through Instagram, through Facebook. So there are multiple ways through which they can reach out to them while sending direct link. These are not Play Store link, or they are not hosted on the legit Play stores or app stores. but rather they are directly hosted on some Chinese servers or somewhere, and these links are shared across public. They install it and then their data gets out. The data includes their phone numbers, the pictures and everything, as Swastika has mentioned. But, and then that is also a data privacy issue. If you know that yesterday only our IT minister has withdrawn the data privacy bill, which was pending and which was really important for these kind of issues to fix it. And that is something which I think which could have helped us to stop these kind of issues. But now, without any data privacy act or law, even if our data is going out, there is no such legal action that we can take against many of these companies, which is actually preventing us. Yes, there are cheating, there are frauds for which the investigation happens, but then we identify many loopholes in the system which is enabling them to do that, and then tracing out the real culprit is very, very difficult. So that is the real challenge that we are facing right now. And as you said rightly, that for example, they have recently also given a guideline for VPNs, that VPN should not be allowed in government sector and other places. But what about common public? They are also using VPNs, and there are sometimes inbuilt VPNs in these apps. So when you install these apps, you get VPN also installed, and then it becomes very difficult to know the real hostings of these servers. So these are the real technical challenges that I see to actually identify. And then also the prosecutions. We have hardly any serious prosecution which has happened. The people those we have arrested, they are just the hired people. Those are just doing their job because of some money. They are not the real mind masters behind this game. Unless until we reach out to the real people and then prosecute them, this will never be stopped. Every day we get thousands and thousands apps are coming. If you see the Play Store, just type loan and you will have many apps coming out, and those are having 100 downloads, 1000 downloads, which means they have recently been uploaded. And then if you see on Telegram, loan apps or loan itself, you will have many Telegram groups where people are approached with these links and app links, and people are following them. Similarly on Instagram and other such social media platforms. So there are multiple channels. Everywhere this should be blocked. Everywhere these should be removed. And also the people awareness, I think. So multiple ways we need to work to fix it up. And that's why there is a delay. And I'm sure the government is taking few actions which I am aware of, but then this is not that simple, especially for the economic perspective, where the money flow is to be traced. When we were tracing this money, we were surprised to know that this money actually is going out so smoothly with multiple accounts, that even if we are having some tool to monitor the money laundering, we cannot, because they are actually avoiding that entire check process and getting this money out.
Okay, so because you've investigated this, I actually want to come back to you in a few minutes and ask you more questions, just to understand more about what your investigative processes look like. But just stay with us for a second, because we also have with us a victim. This is a victim who's suffered from this app, or one app in particular, in Delhi. We're going to try to protect his identity. I'm going to be speaking to him in Hindi. We will translate parts of this conversation in just a second. सर, हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। सर, हमें ये जानकारी मिली है कि आपने एक ऐसे ऐप का इस्तेमाल किया है। सर, हम आपसे जान सकते हैं कि आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस था इस ऐप के साथ?
मैम, मैंने पहले वो ऐप डाउनलोड करी, तो उसमें रिक्वायर्ड होता है आधार कार्ड और पैन कार्ड और एक सेल्फी। तो उसमें ये कंफर्म नहीं होता कि आपको लोन मिलेगा या नहीं। आधार कार्ड पैन कार्ड डालने के बाद 5-10 सेकंड्स का वेटिंग टाइम पीरियड आता है, तो उसी वक्त ही इंस्टेंट लोन नहीं आता। लाइक मैंने फरवरी में एक ऐप से करा था ओबी कैश लोन एंड ऑन स्ट्रीम कैश लोन। तो यहाँ से मैंने करा था, उसके बाद मैंने आधार कार्ड पैन कार्ड डाउनलोड करा, उसमें अपना सेल्फी अपलोड करा। तो फरवरी 15 को मैंने करा, तो 17 फरवरी को अनोनिमस एंट्रीज मेरे अकाउंट में आई, जो कि उस ऐप से रिलेटेड नहीं थी, उनका नाम भी नहीं था। तो उसके बाद मुझे मैसेज आया कि आपके पास ये लोन आया है, तो आपको 5 दिन में ये रिपे करना है। तो रिपे करने के बाद जैसे 5 डेज़ निकल गए, मैंने कहा कि ऐसे ही होगा, लाइक अनोनिमस एंट्रीज आई हैं, कोई भी मैसेज करता रहता है, 1000 ऑफ मैसेज आते व्हाट्सएप पे और टेक्स्ट मैसेज पे। तो उन्होंने क्या करा कि फिर धीरे धीरे उन्होंने धमकियों भरे कॉल्स, मैसेजेस, व्हाट्सएप्स मुझे भेजने शुरू कर दिए। तो मैंने तो पहले इतना लाइटली नहीं लिया, मैं हर नंबर को ब्लॉक करता रहा। तो वो धीरे धीरे उन्होंने मेरे फ़ोन बुक का डाटा निकाला एंड वो मेरे रिलेटिव्स वगैरह को कॉल करने लग गए। उनको धमकाने लग गए कि मोहित ने ऐसे ऐसे लोन ले रखा है, आप नहीं करेंगे तो हम ऐसा कर देंगे, वैसा कर देंगे। लाइक बहुत ही अब्यूजिंग लैंग्वेज वो यूज़ कर रहे थे, जो कि अनबियरेबल था मेरे लिए। तो इसी के बीच में मैंने फिर साइबर सेल में भी कंप्लेंट करी, उनको मैंने सारे प्रूफ्स दिखाए। तो उन्होंने देखा, ट्रैक किया तो वो अनट्रेसेबल थे। तो मैंने कहा सर ये तो दिन बर दिन बढ़ता जा रहा है। अभी रिसेंटली रिकॉर्डिंग मेरे ब्रदर के पास आई थी, उन्होंने बहुत अब्यूजिंग लैंग्वेज मेरे साथ यूज़ करी थी, उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग भी है मेरे पास। तो आई मस्ट से कि ये ऐप्स बंद हो जानी चाहिए ताकि कोई भी इनके फ्रॉड में ना फंसे और अपना जो भी आइडेंटिटी है वो रिवील ना कर पाए इन पे। वो टोटली बैन होनी चाहिए, परमानेंट ब्लॉक होनी चाहिए। यही मेरा व्यूअर्स के साथ कहना है।
सर हमारे साथ अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने के लिए धन्यवाद। सर हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। मेरी एक कॉलीग हैं, एक संवाददाता हैं हमारी, स्वास्तिका दास हैदराबाद से, वो भी आपसे एक दो प्रश्न पूछना चाहती हैं।
ओके
स्वास्तिका, गो अहेड।
जी
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे आपकी स्टोरी शेयर करने के लिए। मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ कि हरासमेंट का जो प्रोसेस है इट्स द सेम, लेकिन आप जब पुलिस के पास गए थे पुलिस कंप्लेंट फाइल करने के लिए, उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन का क्या हुआ? वर दे एबल टू क्रैक डाउन ऑन द कॉल सेंटर एजेंट्स एंड द रिकवरी एजेंट्स जो आपको एवं आपके फैमिली को हरास कर रहे थे?
सर आप वो प्रश्न सुन पाए? मैं फिर से रिपीट करूं उनका जो प्रश्न था? Alright, we'll just try to check if we still have the connection with the victim. He is calling us from Delhi, but I can't actually see if he's able to hear us. Sir, आप सुन पा रहे हैं हमें? Alright, for some reason I'm not sure if he's able to hear our audio. Alright, we're going to try to make sure that we are able to actually speak to him. Till then I'm going to go over to Amit Dubey to understand more. Mr. Dubey, thank you for staying with us. Sir, we just heard right now from a victim. I believe you were also able to hear that conversation. And one of the things he said was, he said such apps should be banned. Why are these apps being allowed? And I wanted to understand more from you. Is it possible to ban apps, or would it be like a cat chasing a mouse because there are so many apps that keep coming up each day? Could you tell us more?
See, technically yes, these can be banned, but practically no, because there are other channels through which people will be approached and they'll use it without knowing that what could be the consequences. And as this victim has mentioned, because he was hesitating to say few things which happened, because I have met with few victims, and they create morphed images of your relatives, of yours, naked images, and they share across, and they threaten like in very vulgar and abusive language to that extent, and they get mentally harassed to that extent that they have no other option but to block these numbers and then to remove these numbers, and this is the only thing which they have in their hand, because when we trace out these criminals, we get VPN IPs, we get IPs from different other countries. So that's why to locate them is very difficult in real time, and then they change their numbers also. So I think technically if we need to ban these apps, yes, RBI has banned 600 apps, they are still identifying these apps and banning it. They are not legit app, they are not legal, because they are not even connected with any NBFC. So the way they are operating here, it's absolutely illegal. But the only way out is to inform Google and other Play Store to ban it, which is happening. If you see right now, many of these apps are already banned, removed. But yes, every now and then the new apps are coming, the names are changed, same app with the new logo, new names are again installed and again uploaded on different hosting servers, and they keeps on working. So this is not stopping. There's no such practical the solution to this problem unless until we make people aware that yes, you should not use it, because this will be the consequences eventually for you.
Okay.
So I think just for 2,000, 5,000 rupees loans, they get so much stress in their life.
Mr. Dubey, stay with us for just a second, because I believe we've actually also been able to re-establish our connection with the victim. Sir, हमारे साथ जुड़े रहने के लिए धन्यवाद. सर, मेरी जो कॉलीग हैं स्वास्तिका, वो आपसे ये पूछना चाह रही थी कि आपने कहा था आप लॉ एनफोर्समेंट ऑफिशियल्स के पास गए थे और उनके साथ आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा था. आप उस एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में हमें और बता सकते हैं प्लीज़?
हाँ जी मैम. तो जब मैंने गूगल प्ले से वो ऐप्स डाउनलोड करी, जब अनोनिमस एंट्रीज आई मेरे पास,
तो कुछ टाइम बाद मेरे को कॉल्स वगैरह आई, तो जैसे एक ऐप है सॉल्ट ऐप, तो कि कुछ टाइम पहले मेरे को मेरे रिलेटिव्स के पास कॉल आया कि आप मोहित अरोड़ा को जानते हैं। तो पहले वो टारगेट्स बनाते हैं सारे, जैसे मतलब आपके रिलेशन में होता है, जैसे चाची मामी वगैरह, पहले उनको टारगेट करते हैं वो। तो ऐसा ही मेरी भाभी के पास कॉल गया, तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप मोहित को जानते हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ। तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप अगर उनका लिंक बताते तो अच्छा है, नहीं तो हम आपके साथ बहुत गलत करेंगे जो कि आपने कभी सोचा भी नहीं होगा, और मोहित को जैसे ही हम ढूंढेंगे तो हम उसको ठोक देंगे, ऐसा उनका कहना था ऐप वालों का। तो थर्ड पार्टी एक्सेस एंड प्राइवेट नंबर होते हैं जो कि अनट्रेसेबल होते हैं। तो काफ़ी मतलब मेरे को इस तरह की धमकियाँ मिली, तो जो कि बहुत मेरी इमेज मेरी फैमिली में भी ख़राब हुई, मेरे रिलेटिव्स में भी ख़राब हुई। तो ये जो ऐप्स हैं ये पूरी तरह रिमूव होनी चाहिए और एक लीगल एक्शन इनके अगेंस्ट लेना चाहिए कि इन फ्यूचर अगर कोई भी इन ऐप्स को यूज़ करे तो मतलब वो डाउनलोड ही ना हो। इट मीन्स कि गूगल प्ले स्टोर पे आए ना, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने फेस किया है वो अभी तक मेरे लिए मतलब मेरा इतना वर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंस रहा है और इतना मेरे को डर भी लगा है। मतलब फरवरी से अब अगस्त आ गया है, तो तब से लेके अब तक मैंने इतने मतलब केसेस करे हैं और इतना मतलब मैंने अंदर से इतनी इनकी कॉल्स वगैरह सुनी, धमकियों भरी और ये सब, जो कि मेरे लिए ठीक नहीं था। तो मैं आगे यही कहना चाह रहा हूँ अपने व्यूअर्स से कि आप अवेयर हों और कुछ ऐसा कैंपेन, कुछ ऐसा मतलब एक मिशन हो कि सारी की सारी ऐप्स ये हर प्लेटफॉर्म से, iOS से, गूगल प्ले स्टोर से, विंडोज फोन से, सबसे ये रिमूव हो जाए, ताकि कोई भी ये जैसे लोगो चेंज करके या फिर उनका नाम चेंज करके कुछ पैसों के लिए वो आपको हरास करें, और थर्ड पार्टी एक्सेस नंबर जो कि बिना मतलब कॉल्स जिनको मिलती नहीं है, तो वो रिमूव होने चाहिए, वो बैन होने चाहिए।
सर एक सेकंड जरूर रहिए, मेरी कॉलीग स्वास्तिका, अब क्योंकि आप भी हैं वो भी है, वो एक सेकंड आपसे प्रश्न भी पूछेगी। स्वास्तिका गो अहेड।
जी,
मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ, अभी जो है लोग काफ़ी अवेयर है, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसे बहुत लोग हैं जो अपने पर्सनल सिचुएशन की वजह से लोन लेने के लिए फोर्स हो जाते हैं। मैं ये चीज़ जानना चाहती हूँ आपसे कि ये पूरा प्रोसेस जो है आपने कैसे अप्रोच किया लोन एजेंट्स को, पहले उन्होंने कौन सा लिंक भेजा, अगर आप इसे वापस से बोल सकते हैं ताकि आवर व्यूअर्स हु आर वाचिंग दिस चैनल कैन बी अवेयर ऑन व्हाट नॉट टू डू व्हेन इट कम्स टू अप्रोचिंग दीज लोन ऐप्स।
जी मैं बताता हूँ। इसमें आप ये अपना प्रिकॉशंस रख सकते हैं कि सबसे पहले तो अपने कोई लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स उस पर ना अपलोड की जाए। हेलो,
हाँ जी सर, हम सुन रहे हैं।
हाँ जी, तो उसमें कोई अपने लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स ना अपलोड किए जाएं जिसकी वजह से कोई उन्हें मिसयूज़ कर ले। तो कुछ पैसों के लिए, अब ये तो मुझे बहुत बड़ी सीख मिली है कि ऑन टाइम रहते हुए मैंने कंप्लेंट्स भी कर दी, अब तो कुछ कम हो गई हैं लेकिन पूरी तरह ये ख़त्म नहीं हुई, कभी भी ये कॉल्स आ सकती हैं अभी भी। तो मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि आप कभी भी अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स अपलोड ना करें कुछ पैसों के लिए, क्योंकि अगर लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी होते हैं तो वो भी काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंशियल होते हैं। तो आप कुछ अमाउंट के लिए अपना मतलब मत अपना टाइम वेस्ट करिए और कुछ प्रिकॉशंस लेके अपने आप को सेव करिए, ताकि इन फ्यूचर जैसे मैंने फेस किया है वैसे और हमारे व्यूअर्स फेस कर पाएँ।
ऑलराइट सर, हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। थैंक यू अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर करने के लिए। Swastika, thank you for joining us live from Hyderabad. And sir, Mr. Amit Dubai, thank you so much for providing us with your expertise this morning here on CNN News 18. To our viewers, please do be careful. As you've just heard right now, make sure not to use apps on stores that are connected in such nefarious ways. Right now, it's time for a short break. On the other side, we're going to continue to take a look at more of the country's top stories. We'll see you in just a few moments.
Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration to strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome.
Welcome back. You're watching the morning news here at CNN News 18. We're now moving quickly to political news and political stories. This is a big piece of breaking news we have. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has tweeted out amid the Tiranga debate that's been going on over the last few days around Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th independence anniversary celebrations that the government has planned. He's referred to the RSS as anti-national. We're going to tell you what he's tweeted out. He said, "History is witness that those running the Har Ghar Tiranga or the Har Ghar Tricolor campaign have come out of the anti-national organization which did not hoist the tricolor for 52 years. He's made this tweet. This tweet is, remember, something that we've heard a version of yesterday also, where you had a number of opposition leaders point out that the RSS has not yet changed any of its profile pictures. Its senior leaders like Mohan Bhagwat have not changed their Twitter profile pictures to the tricolor, despite that the Prime Minister has asked upon everyone to do that. Now, my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, she's with us this morning to bring us a lot more in terms of context on this story. Pallavi, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Pallavi, for our audiences, Could you give us a background context of this controversy? It's been going on for 2 or 3 days now. Then could you tell us more about Rahul Gandhi's own tweet and the historic context to his tweet?
See, it all actually began yesterday when the Congress didn't turn up for the Tiranga Yatra, which was flagged off at the Red Fort. And it's after that where the Congress put up a display picture on the Twitter handles with Jawaharlal Nehru holding the flag. And that's where the pot shots started coming in from the BJP. And here too, we see the push for the Nehru-Gandhi dynasty. And the Congress retaliation to that essentially was that look at the RSS display picture. They're still not showing the Tiranga, and RSS happens to be the backbone of the BJP. This was the argument which was coming in from the Congress party. Interesting development yesterday was that yesterday when Rahul Gandhi was in Karnataka, he visited a factory which makes flags but out of khadi. Again, the Congress party's attack on the BJP is that you've changed the flag code where you now use Chinese-made plastic flags and you've done away with khadi, which symbolizes India's freedom struggle. And that's in sync with what Rahul Gandhi has tweeted today, that, the RSS, which is the backbone of the BJP, is not showing the flag, which just goes on to show the mentality of the RSS, which has always been against the Indian national movement, not even bothering to uphold the flag even then.
All right, and Pallavi, if you could give us a little bit more context. Yesterday, when a number of opposition parties pointed out that RSS functionaries had not changed their photos to the tricolour, did we have responses coming in either from lower level RSS officials or any kind of political indication as to what their answer was to that?
Well, not so much, but I guess since the whole issue is now gone resurfaced and Rahul Gandhi himself has tweeted, we can expect some kind of a reaction coming in both from the BJP and the RSS. See, when it comes to this issue, the RSS has already, if you remember, filed a defamation suit against Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi at a public rally had accused the RSS of being the hand behind the assassination of the Mahatma, to which the RSS had objected to. The BJP on record has always made the point that yes, we respect RSS as an organization, but to say that we are run by the diktats is absolutely incorrect.
All right, Pallavi, if I could request you to stay on with us because we're actually going to come over to you for your expertise on the next story too. We're moving quickly to a big story out of yesterday, a day after the Enforcement Directorate initiated a search operation at Herald House in Delhi. This is in connection, remember, with a money laundering probe. Yesterday, the agency sealed an office in the building of Young Indian. Remember, Young Indian is a firm that's linked to the Gandhi family, which had acquired Associated Journals Limited, the publisher of National Herald newspaper. Now, as per the agency, it was sealed because no one was available in the office. The Enforcement Directorate agents were not able to complete the search. The agency has sealed the premises so that their searches can be conducted in the presence of office bearers. At least this is what they have to say. Now, summons have been sent to the principal officer, that is Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge, to get the search concluded. While this comes, remember, just days after Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were grilled by the ED, the Congress stalwarts held a meeting. They've said that such moves were driven by a political vendetta. There's a protest against price rise and inflation that's planned for this Friday. They said all of this was happening because of that. They've also said the centre is trying to misuse the ED. Now, very quickly, take a look at political reactions that have come into the story. Then we'll connect back with Pallavi to understand more.
The only sole object of this exercise is humiliation, insult and intimidation at one level. If the most ingenious and imaginative mind was to ask questions, there cannot be more than 10 to 12 questions. And if you ask the same question in 5 different ways, there can't be more than 60 to 70 questions. But today, you have created a siege mentality. These are the actions of a regime which increasingly wants to, which is losing its balance, losing its equilibrium, and is frustrated at the fact that its opponent, that is us, does not break or bend. All law has been thrown to the winds.
प्रधानमंत्री भय की राजनीति, प्रतिशोध की राजनीति, धमकी की राजनीति में विश्वास रखते हैं। ये लोकतांत्रिक तरीका नहीं है। हम भागेंगे नहीं, हमें चुप नहीं कराया जाएगा। हम अपनी आवाज उठाते रहेंगे। हमारा प्रदर्शन परसों शांतिपूर्वक प्रदर्शन जरूर होगा।
आप ये पुलिस से पूछो, मैं तो इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि अगर तानाशाही के बारे में सुना है, पढ़ा है, तो देख लो यही है भाजपा की तानाशाही। हम अपने वर्किंग कमेटी का मेंबर हूँ, मीटिंग है, मैं अपने दफ्तर नहीं जा सकता। ईडी रेड कर रही है, यही दुरुपयोग है सरकारी एजेंसीज का। अब इनको जनता पे भरोसा नहीं, सरकारी एजेंसीज भरोसा है। मैं इसका कठोरतम शब्दों में निंदा करता हूं कि अब इस देश में लोकतंत्र नहीं रहा।
All right, I have two colleagues with me this morning to bring us more context on the story. First, Siddhant Mishra is with us live from outside Herald House. He's with us on the top of your screens. Below that, my colleague Akash is with us live from the AICC headquarters. Siddhant, we're going to come over to you first. If you could walk our audiences through the action we've seen there on Tuesday, then if you could tell us what we saw take place on Wednesday, and then describe for us what the scene is right now.
Well, look, Toya, it's an ongoing investigation. Everybody knows about it. And in fact, in the month of April, for the first time, Pawan Kumar Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge's statements were recorded by Enforcement Directorate. After which, Rahul Gandhi's statement was recorded on multiple occasions. Later, Sonia Gandhi was called by Enforcement Directorate. And now, a few days back, there were raids which happened at this Herald House where I'm reporting from. On 4th floor, the 4th floor is completely occupied by Young Indian. And the raids, the Enforcement Directorate raided almost 12 premises across the country. The offices of Young India Associated Journal Limited and also the companies linked to the suspicious transactions between Associated Journal and Young Indian. So the premises were raided and the raids were concluded. But yesterday, this one notice was put up by Enforcement Directorate outside the Young Indian office here at Herald House, saying that nobody can enter inside the office. The office cannot open till the time raids get concluded. So this notice was put up. This is what ED has to say. The notice was put up because they asked principal authority on board, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, to come and cooperate in the raids to help Enforcement Directorate in concluding the raids. But Mallikarjun Kharge didn't turn up. And this is the reason that this notice was pasted. Right after that, the situation got changed. There was press conference which was taken by senior Congress party leaders. And in fact, there was a protest also at AICC. The security outside Rahul Gandhi's residence and the Akbar Road was beefed up. The extra platoons were deployed in the central Delhi area because Delhi police had this message that there is a possibility of protest in the national capital in central Delhi, and precautionary measures were taken. Now, Congress has to say that this is nothing but a witch hunt. This is being done because Congress party has planned a mega protest on 5th of August. To raise the issue of price rise and unemployment. And BJP government is scared, and this is the reason that they are using the state machinery to suppress the Congress party's movement. This is one point which Congress party raised yesterday. They also had to say that the permission that they sought from Delhi police, the permission was denied. And third point that Congress party has been raising is that Young Indian is a company which has been established under Section 25 of Private Companies Act. And so the assets which have been occupied by giving the loan to the to Associated Journal, that cannot be used by any private individual or anyone for that matter. So this is one argument which Congress party has been given since last 8 years, since the time Mr.
Siddhant, thank you for illustrating that for us. Unfortunately, we are going to have to very quickly move on to the other reporter we have present with us. Akash is with us from live outside the AICC headquarters. Akash, Siddhant just illustrated parts of what the Congress has protested over the last few days. If you could walk us through the police presence outside the AICC right now, are there senior Congress leaders present inside the headquarters? If you could also verify for us, I know Congress said that police had been deployed outside Sonia Gandhi's house and outside Rahul Gandhi's house also. Could you verify that for us too?
So Toya, yes, I can tell you that the condition is totally changed today, and if I can ask my camera person Chintan to show you the visuals. You cannot see any sort of deployment that was initially seen yesterday. And, you know, after all those political comments and drama that was witnessed yesterday, we saw how paramilitary forces were deployed. In fact, Delhi police were deployed. And, you know, this particular road was blocked for traffic. But as of now, if I can show you the traffic, this is all smooth. And as of now, there is no such heavy deployment. Other than that, let me tell you that Congress has a plan of carrying out a nationwide protest tomorrow, that is mainly on inflation and GST on some regular commodities and some objects that we use on a daily basis. But at this point in time, BJP on the other hand is saying that Congress is basically trying to deviate the focus from the current investigation to these issues. On the other hand, we have Congress, which is claiming that this is vendetta politics, where, you know, on Tuesday we saw how ED officers, you know, reached to the particular National Herald building and searched the premises, and then Mallikarjun Kharge and one other senior leader was called in for the signing purpose, and then after 12 hours the officers left the particular premise. Yesterday also we saw some similar developments, but a notice was put out, as my colleague Siddhant was pointing out. Parallelly, we saw that how deployment was, you know, very much witnessed at this particular premise outside the AICC, but condition is slightly changed, or I can say differently changed, because, you know, you can see these barricades, and these barricades are regular barricades outside the AICC office. But as of now, there is no such heavy deployment of Delhi police, which was initially seen yesterday. And as of now, we are also waiting that some senior leaders of Congress party would be coming to this particular place, because, you know, you can see that workers are going inside and there is no such heavy deployment. As of now, we are waiting for the plan of action by the Congress, but condition is totally changed outside the AICC office, Toya.
Akash, thank you so much for providing us with context. Siddhant, thank you also for joining us. For our audiences, it is time for a short break. On the other side, we continue to take a look at all of the country's top stories. We'll see you in just a few minutes on the Morning News.
Visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty, and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets and aircraft carriers, in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance, Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan President.
All right, welcome back. You're watching the morning news. We're taking you now to breaking news that we've actually got coming in from Assam as we speak. This is news and visuals that we're getting you from the Jamiul Huda Madrasa on Thursday morning. It's been demolished, as you can see on your screens. Now, it's to be mentioned here that Mufti Mustafa, he was a teacher who was arrested in connection with the Ansarul Bangla team. Now, ABT, as it's called, is a Bangladeshi jihadi group. A team of NIA investigated the matter. 19 students of the madrasa are, as we speak, being questioned. They were questioned a few days back also. The eviction drive was already conducted a few hours ago. There's a similar eviction drive that's going to be taking place at Mustafa. Remember, he was a teacher over here. Another eviction drive is being conducted at his house. Those are the visuals you're seeing live on your screen right now of the Jamiul Huda Madrasa being demolished. Another context that this entire story should be seen in, however, is also of recent statements you've seen from the Chief Minister, Himanta Biswa Sarma, in the state. He has stated time and time again that religious and private madrasas found with any links with fundamentalist groups shall be closed down. However, opposition groups have held him responsible for targeting minorities. They've said that he's taking unnecessary and unfair action against madrasas across the state. Those are the developments you're seeing on your screen right now. Visuals that we've got from earlier this morning. All right, we're going to try to connect you with a reporter for more details. But till we do that, let's tell you a little bit more about the authorities that are being interrogated right now. As we've already told you, the head of the madrasa is Mufti Mustafa. He is in police custody as we speak. This is on account of his links with ABT, which is what we told you already. It's the Ansarul Bangla team. It's a group in Bangladesh. More than 7 Bangladesh nationals have visited the madrasa since 2019. And there's proof, as you can already see, that foreign funds from Bangladesh have been deposited in the madrasa account. Now, this is all according to officials. We do not yet know what the head of the madrasa has had to say on this entire story. My colleague Preeti is with us right now to bring us more details. Preeti, 2 questions for you. First, if you could update our audiences on the developments we're seeing on our screen right now. What is the Jamiul Huda Madrasa? What is the action we're seeing the administration take? But then if you could also tell us what context should we look at this in? We know the Chief Minister has been quite vocal on madrasas in the last few months. Is that the context we should look at this action in?
Recently also the Chief Minister of the state has given certain comments on madrasas. He has clearly stated that anytime, whenever it is found that any connection of madrasa is seen with such kind of activities, those madrasas will be closed. Already the government madrasas have been closed down, and after all these events that has seen the madrasa connection with terrorist organizations like ABT, he has clearly stated that such kind of things will not be tolerated and it will be closed down. And regarding the eviction, I have to say, since morning, today morning, they have started the eviction. The circle officer of the place is there, the additional SP is there, and a lot of commandos are been deployed there in order to see that no untoward situation happens. Because we were there just a few days back, and we could see that it's a very interior place in Morigao, Moirabari, and those people there are very much protective about their madrasa, and they claim that there nothing bad has been happening, no terrorist activities have been happening in that madrasa. So they are quite protective about their place and the people. And also particularly the madrasa. So we have seen that a lot of police protection and also commandos have been deployed so that the eviction is done properly. Yeah.
Preeti, thank you so much for giving us details. I'm so sorry, we are actually running out of time. For our audiences, we're going to have to move on very quickly right now into a short break. We'll see you on the other side.
By the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its one China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to
Good morning, you're watching breaking news here at CNN News 18. This is where we bring you all of the country's top stories. My name is Toya Singh. Our first story is the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the controversy that's been generated around it. The campaign by the central government has now turned into a debate topic between the government and the opposition. Just a day after the campaign itself was launched, you had the opposition MPs boycott a Tiranga bike rally that took place yesterday early in the morning, in which you'd seen a number of MPs from the ruling NDA take part. Now, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has taken a fresh dig at the campaign. This was just a little while back, a few minutes ago. He put out a statement on Twitter in which he labelled the RSS-backed BJP leaders as anti-nationals. We're going to actually read out for you what he had to say. But he accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years. Remember, a number of opposition leaders, not just Rahul Gandhi, have pointed out that the RSS and the RSS functionaries have not changed their profile pictures to the Tiranga colours, despite that the government has asked for it. Now, the MP also added that the RSS BJP failed to stop the Congress during the freedom struggle. Now, we're going to connect with a reporter to bring you more context on this entire story. But as we told you a little while ago, there has already been quite a bit of controversy around this, specifically over what's been seen as the RSS's lack of participation in this. Neither in the organization's official Twitter handle nor in a number of senior Sangh leaders. So if you take a look at the chief Mohan Bhagwat's Twitter account or the Twitter account of Dattaraya Hosable, till now, none of them have switched their Twitter pictures to a picture of the flag. This is what you have opposition leaders pointing out. Why are you asking the opposition to change their icons, to change their account pictures, when the RSS itself hasn't done it yet? My colleague, our senior editor Pallavi Ghosh, is with us to bring us more on this entire story. Pallavi, it seems as if each initiative that we've seen in the last few days has had the opposition ask questions. First, we saw the Tiranga rally. Now we're seeing this. If you could bring us more context of the most recent controversy, particularly Rahul Gandhi's tweet, which we actually haven't shown our audiences yet. So if you could share broadly what he had to say and give us more context to that first.
See, the Congress, of course, is trying to hit back and do a certain amount of damage control as well. I mean, yesterday, you know that they faced criticism for the fact that, one, they had not attended the Tiranga Yatra.
And second, even the DP with the national flag showed Jawaharlal Nehru. So the BJP did press conferences to make the point that look at the Congress party, even here, it's all about a dynasty. Congress's rebuttal to that was, at first, he's the former and first Prime Minister of India, independent India. And second is, don't tell us this, because just look at the RSS, which is the backbone of the BJP, according to the Congress party. They've always been reluctant on the national flag, and even now they haven't changed their DP. And last check, Toya, they still haven't changed the DP of the RSS. And I think it's in sync with that. Rahul Gandhi is also triggering off yet another argument and controversy today, where he's making the point that the RSS has a poor track record on the national security issue. And the Congress party, which was a part of and core of India's freedom struggle, should never ever be targeted on this issue.
Pallavi, thank you so much for providing us context. I'd like to request you to stay with us because our next story is related very much to the Congress. A day after the Enforcement Directorate initiated a search operation at Herald House, which is a building in Delhi. This took place on Tuesday. This was in connection with a money laundering probe. The agency on Wednesday, yesterday, sealed an office in the building of Young Indian. Young Indian is a firm that's linked to the Gandhi family, which had acquired Associated Journal Limited. Remember, that's the publisher of the National Herald newspaper. It is tricky to keep track. But as per the agency, it was sealed because no one was available in the office and the Enforcement Directorate agents were not able to complete the search that they'd wanted to. The agency has sealed the premises so that searches can be conducted in the presence of office bearers. Remember, in this case, summons have been sent to the principal officer, that is the Congress leader, senior Congress leader, Mallikarjun Kharge. He needs to be there for the search to be concluded. Now, all of this comes, remember, just days after Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Sonia Gandhi were both grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress stalwarts held a meeting yesterday. They've said that such moves were driven by political vendetta and that the centre is trying to misuse the agency to divert attention from issues that really matter. For example, the Congress has a protest against price rise and inflation planned for Friday that they're saying this is a distraction tactic from. Take a look at political reactions to this story, then we'll move on.
The only sole object of this exercise is humiliation, insult and intimidation at one level. If the most ingenious and imaginative mind was to ask questions, there cannot be more than 10 to 12 questions. And if you ask the same question in 5 different ways, there can't be more than 60 to 70 questions. But today, you have created a siege mentality. These are the actions of a regime which increasingly wants to which is losing its balance, losing its equilibrium, and is frustrated at the fact that its opponent, that is us, does not break or bend. All
अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो इतना डर क्यों है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं में, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं में, और खास करके सबका एक ही कवायद है, सबकी कवायद है कि किस प्रकार से एक ही परिवार के लिए हम आंदोलन करें, एक परिवार को कैसे बचाया जाए। कल जिस प्रकार से शाम को जब यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड, यह जो एक कंपनी है जिसकी 76% के स्टेक होल्डर या डायरेक्टर कहिए, ओनर कहिए, मालिक कहिए, सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये कंपनी एक परिवार के पास है, और किस प्रकार से जो AJL की संपत्ति थी, एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड की जो संपत्ति थी, वो यंग इंडिया में ट्रांसफर हुई है, इसके विषय में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने समय समय पर आपको अवगत कराया है। कल जब इनके दफ्तर को ईडी ने बंद किया, जो हमने न्यूज़ के माध्यम से देखा, जिस प्रकार का माहौल कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बनाया, ये आश्चर्य का विषय है। आप सब मीडिया वाले यहां बैठे हैं, कल आपके रिपोर्टर्स वहां मौजूद थे। आपके रिपोर्टर्स ने कल ये स्पष्ट रूप से बताया कि कई दिनों से जो एजेंसी है वह नोटिस भेज रही थी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी को और बाकी जो यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के अधिकारी है कि आप आइए और आप आके हमारे साथ कोऑपरेट करिए, कुछ दस्तावेजों की आवश्यकता है। मीडिया ने बताया कि जब कोई आया नहीं अधिकारी, जब खड़गे जी भी आए नहीं बार बार कहने के पश्चात, तब ये प्रक्रिया हुई है, एक टेम्परेरी प्रक्रिया है, ऐसा मीडिया में हम सब ने देखा। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उसमें इस प्रकार का एक व्यवहार, ड्रामा, और आज सुबह यह कहना कि अब याचना नहीं रण होगी, रण मतलब युद्ध करेंगे, अब याचना नहीं रण होगी। नहीं, आप ये बताइए, पहले तो कह रहे थे सत्याग्रह होगी, अब कह रहे हैं रण अर्थात युद्ध होगा। दोनों डायमेट्रिकली ऑपोजिट है। आप करने क्या वाले हैं? सत्याग्रह करने वाले हैं, दुराग्रह करने वाले हैं, रण करने वाले हैं या युद्ध करने वाले हैं? जनता जनार्दन बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से कह रही है, न रण होगा और न रन होगा, RUN रन। Neither you should fight against the system, nor you should run away from the system. देश का जो संविधान है, देश का जो कानून है, वो सबके लिए बराबर है। चाहे वो कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षा हो, चाहे वो कांग्रेस के पूर्व अध्यक्ष हो, चाहे वो आम जनता हो, सबके लिए देश का संविधान, देश का कानून एक बराबर है। तो देश के कानून के साथ रण, देश के कानून के साथ युद्ध, यह संभव नहीं है, यह उचित नहीं है। और देश के कानून और संविधान को पीठ दिखा करके रन, RUN रन, यह भी संभव नहीं है। बिकॉज कहा जाता है ना, कानून के हाथ लंबे होते हैं और कानून किसी को छोड़ता नहीं है। आज नहीं तो कल कानून आपके गिरेबान तक पहुंच ही जाता है, और यदि आपने गलती नहीं की है तो डरने की कोई बात ही नहीं है। कल हमने जो दृश्य देखे कांग्रेस के दफ्तर में, बड़े बड़े दिग्गज नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी कर, एक से बड़ा एक वकील कांग्रेस पार्टी का, और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे इत्यादि सब मौजूद थे कांग्रेस के दफ्तर में। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कांग्रेस के दफ्तर आ सकते हैं, मुझे ये बात समझ में नहीं आती है, नेशनल हेराल्ड के दफ्तर पे बुलावे हुए क्यों नहीं जा सकते हैं? और आप सोचिए, ये वो कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिनको आतंकवादियों को भी छुड़ाना हो तो वो रात को 12 बजे कोर्ट चले जाते हैं, रात को 12 बजे जाके कोर्ट के दरवाजे को खटखटा देते हैं कि सुनिए हमारी गुहार को सुनिए। और इतना बड़ा विषय हो गया, उनको लगता था उनके प्रथम परिवार के ऊपर हमला हो गया, और उसके बावजूद इनमें से जितने वकील मौजूद थे उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करना पसंद किया, डिबेट करना पसंद किया। एक भी व्यक्ति कोर्ट नहीं गया। क्यों? कोर्ट का दरवाजा क्यों नहीं खटखटाया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने? कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कोर्ट का दरवाजा इसलिए नहीं खटखटाया क्योंकि कोर्ट की ये जो प्रक्रिया है, कोर्ट जाने की जो प्रक्रिया है, उन्होंने पहले से ही पूरा किया हुआ है और उसमें बुरी तरह वो हार चुके हैं। लोअर कोर्ट से लेकर दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट और दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट से लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक कांग्रेस पार्टी जा चुकी है, इनके दिग्गज वकील जा चुके हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा, हमें इस केस में मेरिट लगता है, आपको ट्रायल फेस करना पड़ेगा, यू विल हैव टू फेस द ट्रायल। ट्रायल चल रहा है। इनकम टैक्स वाले केस में, अर्थात राहुल गांधी जी, मैं तो आज सवाल राहुल गांधी से पूछता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी, इफ यू हैड नथिंग टू हाइड, अगर आप पाक साफ थे, आपके लोग कह रहे हैं ये तो सेक्शन 25 कंपनी है, ना इसमें कोई लेना ना कोई इसमें देना, अगर इतने पाक साफ थे तो 2010 में जो विषय सामने आया कि आपने अपने इनकम टैक्स में सच्चाई नहीं लिखी डिस्क्लोजर में, और तो और अपने इलेक्शन के एफिडेविट तक में आपने ये खुलासा नहीं किया कि आप यंग इंडिया के डायरेक्टर हैं और स्टेक होल्डर हैं। क्यों? क्या छिपाना चाहते थे आप? और ये इनकम टैक्स की नोटिस पब्लिक डोमेन में है। किस प्रकार से 68 लाख बताया गया था, बाद में 154 लाख का, 154 करोड़ का आपके ऊपर इनकम टैक्स स्लैब किया गया। इस पूरे विषय को लेकर भी आप कोर्ट में गए थे। कांग्रेस पार्टी लोअर कोर्ट, हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गई थी कि ये इनकम टैक्स वाला केस भी क्लोजर होना चाहिए। 2018 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी मना कर दिया कि नहीं, इसमें कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिलेगा, आपको केस लड़ना पड़ेगा। एंड टुडे यू आर फेसिंग द लॉ ऑफ द कंट्री। आप कोर्ट जा चुके हैं, इसीलिए आप कोर्ट नहीं जा रहे हैं। अब दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने क्या ऑर्डर दिया, दैट वाज क्वाइट इंक्रिमिनेटिंग। मैं कुछ पंक्तियां, इसमें तो पूरा का पूरा पढ़ने से समय भी नहीं होगा और हर जगह आपके विषय में लिखा हुआ है, मगर वैसे दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में एक्यूज नंबर 1 सोनिया गांधी और एक्यूज नंबर 2 राहुल गांधी है। उनके विषय में क्या कहा गया, कोर्ट ने क्या कहा, पैराग्राफ नंबर 39 मैं दिखा रहा हूं, पैराग्राफ नंबर 39 मैं चिन्हित करके लाया हूं, पढ़ूंगा आज आपके सामने। After having considered the entire case in its proper perspective, this court finds no hesitation to put it on record that the modus operandi adopted by the petitioners in taking control of Associated Journal Limited via special purpose vehicle, that is Young India, particularly when the main persons in the Congress party AJL and YI are the same, evidences as criminal intent, whether it is cheating, criminal misappropriation or criminal breach of trust is not required to be spelled out at this nascent stage. In any case, by no stretch of imagination it can be said that no case of summoning the petitioners as accused in the complaint is in question is made out. आप सोचिए जरा, इसमें आगे ये भी कहती है, gravity of the allegations leveled against the petitioners has a fraudulent flavor involving a national political party, and so serious imputations smacking of criminality level against politician need to be properly looked into. ये व्यू कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दिया था. उसके जवाब में कोर्ट ने ये सब कहा कि नहीं, मिस अप्रोप्रिएशन है, चीटिंग है, इसलिए समनिंग होगा. जिस प्रकार से कोर्ट ने पूरे विषय में एक्यूज नंबर 1 और एक्यूज नंबर 2 को इंप्लीकेट किया है, और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है ट्रायल फेस करना पड़ेगा, यह विषय बड़ा गंभीर है. और मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, इस पूरे मामले में 2 कंप्लेनेंट जिन्होंने चिट्ठी भी लिखा था, जस्टिस काटजू और श्री शांति भूषण जी फॉर्मर लॉ मिनिस्टर रहे हैं. जस्टिस काटजू और शांति भूषण जी दोनों ही स्टेक होल्डर रहे हैं नेशनल हेराल्ड में, और उन्होंने कहा कि हम शेयर होल्डर हैं, मगर इस पूरे शेयर को जब यंग इंडिया को दिया गया तो एक भी शेयर होल्डर्स की मीटिंग नहीं बुलाई गई, शेयर होल्डर्स के साथ कोई बात नहीं की गई, बिना हमारे जाने हमारे शेयर को ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया. और इस सारे शेयर, और ये शेयर का मतलब क्या होता है? शेयर का मतलब होता है ये सारी प्रॉपर्टी जो देश के मुख्य राजधानियों में हैं, भोपाल में है, लखनऊ में है, दिल्ली में बहादुर शाह जफर रोड जिसके विषय में कल बात हो रही थी, इन सारे स्थानों पे जो प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी है, जो करोड़ों करोड़ की हैं, उनको ट्रांसफर कर दिया यंग इंडिया में एक परिवार के पास. और यहां ये कह रहे याचना नहीं होगी, रण होगी. वाह, करप्शन भी करेंगे और रण भी करेंगे, दोनों तो नहीं हो सकता है. भ्रष्टाचार और रण ये नहीं हो सकता है, और भ्रष्टाचार और रन RUN ये भी नहीं हो सकता है. भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है तो पकड़े जाएंगे, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है तो कानून के सामने आपको पेश होना ही पड़ेगा. कांग्रेस से सिर्फ इतना कहना है कि ये ड्रामा बंद करिए, अपने आप को कानून के हवाले करिए. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
समित मोहित फ्रॉम टाइम्स नाउ. सवाल कांग्रेस ये भी उठा रही है कि कल उनका जो है राष्ट्रव्यापी आंदोलन है महंगाई के खिलाफ, वो प्रधानमंत्री के घर का घेराव भी करना चाह रहे हैं. इसी वजह से उनके ऑफिस पे रेड पड़ी जा रही है, उनके ऑफिस के कार्यालय के बाहर की सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई दी जा रही है. ऐसे जो कांग्रेस के एलिगेशन सारे की सब कल का जो है राष्ट्रव्यापी विरोध को रोकने के लिए किया जा रहा है, उस पर क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, कांग्रेस तो ये सब कहेगी नहीं. आप बताइए, पूरे दुनिया में कभी ऐसा हुआ है कोई चोरी करता हुआ पकड़ा जाए और जब पुलिस उसके पास पहुंच जाए तो वो आदमी कहता है हाँ मैंने चोरी की थी, अब अच्छा हुआ पुलिस आ गई, अब मुझे पकड़ ली? ऐसा तो कोई कहता नहीं है. जब भी चोरी करता हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार करता हुआ, ब्राइब लेता हुआ, रिश्वत लेता हुआ कोई व्यक्ति जो है रंगे हाथ पकड़ा जाता है तो वो यही कहता है मैं तो बड़ा अच्छा था, ये पुलिस बदमाश है, मुझे राजनीतिक द्वेष के साथ फंसाया जा रहा है, मैं तो पाक साफ हूं, मगर ये कारण है जिसके कारण मेरे ऊपर एक्शन हो रही है. तो कांग्रेस भी वही कर रही है. कांग्रेस जानती है कि दे आर नेक डीप इनटू करप्शन, और नेशनल हेराल्ड केस में उनके प्रथम परिवार के ऊपर आंच आ रहा है. आंच इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि कोर्ट में विषय गया हुआ है, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने भी इनको रिलीफ नहीं दिया है. तो ऐसे में ये दूसरों को उंगली दिखाने का काम करेंगे कि हम तो ठीक है, बाकी सब बदमाश हैं. किंतु देश की जनता जानती है कि किस प्रकार से जिन लोगों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी, ऐसे 3000 परिवारों के साथ आपने धोखा किया है. उन्होंने अपना शेयर दिया था, उन्होंने डोनेट किया था, उन्होंने पैसे दिए थे नेशनल हेराल्ड के लिए. ये कोई जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी की प्रॉपर्टी नहीं थी व्यक्तिगत, ये कोई गांधी परिवार की, जो गांधी परिवार है, पंडित नेहरू, राजीव गांधी, इंदिरा गांधी, इनका व्यक्तिगत प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है. ये उन 3000 परिवारों की प्रॉपर्टी थी जिसके ऊपर भारत सरकार ने उस कंपनी को लैंड दिया, टैक्स पेयर की जमीन दी. अब उसको 2 व्यक्तियों ने हथिया लिया है, सोनिया जी और राहुल जी ने. ये तो साफ साफ दिख रहा है.
संबित जी, कल दफ्तर को जब सील किया गया उस वक्त कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम बड़े नेता कांग्रेस के दफ्तर पहुंचे, उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया और ये आरोप लगाया कि जो वर्तमान सरकार है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ एक आतंकियों जैसा व्यवहार कर रही है.
गलत बात. कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ आतंकियों जैसा व्यवहार नहीं किया जा रहा है. जो प्रथम परिवार है उनके साथ भ्रष्टाचारियों जैसा व्यवहार जो हिंदुस्तान की सिस्टम है वो कर रही है. स्वाभाविक है, जो भ्रष्टाचारी है, जिन्होंने करोड़ों करोड़ रुपए भ्रष्टाचार के माध्यम से बनाए, तो क्या जो हिंदुस्तान का संविधान है उन्हें भ्रष्टाचारियों की तरह ट्रीट नहीं करके उनका महिमामंडन करेगा क्या? तो आतंकवादियों की तरह ट्रीट नहीं किया जा रहा है, भ्रष्टाचारियों की तरह ये देश का सिस्टम उन्हें संविधान के अनुसार जो अनुच्छेद है उसमें ट्रीट कर रही है।
एक आखिरी सवाल सर, राहुल गांधी कल कर्नाटक गए हुए थे, उन्होंने तिरंगे को लेकर ट्वीट किया और कहा कि जो लोग 52 साल तक अपने कार्यालय में झंडा नहीं फहराए, ये जो बीजेपी है उसी राष्ट्रद्रोही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से निकली हुई है, यानी आरएसएस को सीधे तौर पर वो राष्ट्रद्रोही बता रहे हैं।
देखिए, कल भी इस विषय को लेकर हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था और बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से हमने बताया था, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव, 75 साल आज़ादी के पूरे हो रहे हैं, देश एक उत्सव से गुजर रहा है, हर साधारण से साधारण भारतीय के मन में एक उमंग है कि वह आज़ाद भारत में 75 वर्ष से सांस ले रहा है। वो चाहता है कि वो इस उमंग और उत्साह को एक ऊर्जा के साथ मनाए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि तू इधर उधर की बात न कर, सिर्फ इतना बता, तिरंगे के प्रति सम्मान है या नहीं, तिरंगे आप लहराएंगे या नहीं। हम तो आज भी कहते हैं राजनीति छोड़िए, तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं है, तिरंगा किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए, पूरे देश में पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
एक सवाल संबित जी, कर्नाटका में राहुल गांधी ने ये भी कहा है कि बीजेपी जो है छोटे और मीडियम जो स्केल के बिजनेसमैन हैं वो जो बनाते हैं वो आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहते, सिर्फ 2-3 बिजनेसमैन ऐसे हैं जिनको लगातार प्रमोट किया जा रहा है और उन्हीं की उन्नति के लिए काम किया जा रहा है, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी की टेप रिकॉर्डर वो अटकी हुई है वहीं पर कि 2-3 बिजनेसमैन, वो आज से 10 साल पहले से ही यही कह रहे हैं। ये रिकॉर्ड आगे बढ़ ही नहीं रही है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो रिकॉर्ड में माल फंक्शनिंग है। थैंक यू।
All right, that was the BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra largely talking about the Enforcement Directorate and the legal process that has surrounded the National Herald case. Remember, yesterday, offices of Young Indian were sealed temporarily by the Enforcement Directorate. Right now, my colleague Akash is with us live from outside the All India CC, so the AICC headquarters. He's with us in central Delhi. Akash, thank you so much for joining us. Akash, we've just heard a lengthy conference of sorts from the BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra. If you could now walk us through what the Congress's defense has been over the last few days, what the party has had to say. Tell us that, question one. Question two, if you could tell us about police presence, if there's any in the area right now.
Right, so you're talking about the stand of Congress, vendetta politics and harassment. These are the two words that Congress leaders are nowadays using, Toya, and they are saying that this case has nothing to do with Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, but they people are targeting our leaders, and that's the reason why we witnessed that first Rahul Gandhi and then Sonia Gandhi were quizzed. Now, about the police presence, yesterday we saw a whole lot of political drama, but at this point in time it is all clean. And if I can, just go inside this particular office, this is AICC office, and if I can ask my camera person to show you the visuals as well, you can see no heavy deployment and no police deployment. In fact, these are regular security guards outside the AICC office, and there you see it is all peaceful as of now. No karyakartas are there, or in fact no senior leaders are there. It's early morning, and we are not even expecting any sort of protest or any sort of activities here today, because talking about the particular protest that was scheduled for tomorrow, 5th of August, Congress is very much saying that they will be carrying out this nationwide protest, because this protest is on issues that are issues related to common people and common man in the country. But as of now, Delhi police has denied any sort of permission for the same protest. And also, let me mention this. Initially, Congress had a plan that they would be moving to Rashtrapati Bhavan. They'll be carrying out a gherav of the PM's residence. But as of now, Delhi police is very much clear that they won't be allowing any such activity. On the other hand, the visuals that we saw yesterday outside the AICC office, if I can again show you the traffic movement, the regular movement, this is Akbar Road, very much in central Delhi, and you can see the smooth movement. Yesterday, yes, it is true that yesterday we saw some sort of deployment of Delhi police and also paramilitary forces. There were rumors that because ED team is coming to this particular office, they are going for they are planning for a raid, and that's the reason why we are seeing this particular deployment. In fact, we saw press conference by Ajay Makan and also Jairam Ramesh, where they alleged that their office is under siege and Delhi police is not allowing their Karyakartas to come inside. In fact, leaders were not allowed. But today, the condition is totally different. And in fact, Toya, talking about the political developments on this particular case, on this particular story, we know how in the past few days we saw a whole lot of drama outside not only the AICC office, but at different places in the national capital, where we saw, thousands of Karyakartas were on streets. They were basically protesting. They were raising slogans against the central government. They were saying that this is vendetta politics. They were very much alleging that their leaders are being harassed. But at this point in time, Sambit Patra has made it very clear that this is a routine investigation and we won't be allowing you run the war, or, if in case you want to run away from this particular investigation. So BJP has the very same line. They are saying that this is routine investigation. We have, nothing to do with it. This is ED is investigating a particular matter, and ED is an independent agency, and the central government has nothing to do with it. On the other hand, we have Congress, which is saying Pawan Bansal, if I can show senior leader Pawan Bansal is going inside at this point in time. And also, though it is, not expected any sort of press, we are not expecting any sort of press conference or any sort of event here, but, the line of action by the Congress would be decided in some time from now. So we are waiting for that as well, Toya.
All right. And Akash, if you could also verify for us, yesterday you'd had Congress leader Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. All right. Actually, Akash, I believe we do need to cut into a break. So I'm sorry, we are going to have to join you in a few minutes. Right now, for our audiences, it is time, as we just said, for a short break. On the other side, we'll continue to track all of the country's top stories. We'll see you in a few minutes.
From Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people.
then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family. And then later I approached the police.
These Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Our next story is a big expose on Chinese loan apps, but at the same time, it's also a story we're bringing you so that you can practice consumer awareness. The Enforcement Directorate has, over the last few days, cracked a whip on scams being carried out by a number of loan apps that are being run, it seems, by foreign internationals. Now, while the borrowers were being promised quick loans, the borrowers are usually located in India. They are average citizens like you and me. In return, they often have to pay a much bigger amount. The ED had provisionally attached bank balances worth about 105.32 crores lying in various accounts, with payment getaway accounts of 12 NBFCs. CNN News 18 now brings you this exclusive report. This is primarily created by my colleague Swastika, who brought us a ground report from Hyderabad. Take a look at the entire story, then we'll connect with experts for more.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks, they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter. And for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank. No one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via 2 means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they're continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they're continuing the contact, and they're convincing the people here in India, and they're asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used two software, NX Cloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media, and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
Okay, very quickly now to make things easier for you, we've got two different explanations we're going to provide. This first explanation we're about to provide for you is how it works when you are a customer for one of these apps. What typically happens is you as a consumer click on a loan app. You usually go on the Play Store or on the Apple Store and you download the app. Once you do that, the app itself communicates with a payment gateway, and then a loan is disbursed from a fake fintech company. We're going to get with a cyber expert in a bit to understand more about this particular part. But what takes place right after that, and this is the particularly dangerous part, is that if you as a borrower only borrowed say 20,000 rupees, a number of victims have come forward and said that they found a few days later that that 20,000 rupee amount had been ratcheted up next to 30,000, then 40,000, 50,000. So right here, as you can see, the loan amount is beefed up within weeks. Then if you're the borrower, obviously you're facing a lot of pressure. That's not the only thing. What's been found then takes place is that the app, because remember you've just downloaded it on your phone and you've given it access to all of your information, the app starts accessing the victim's family, people who are related to the family. We spoke earlier to a victim who said that the lady members of his family were first targeted. So for example, his bhabhi, his sister-in-law, was contacted. She was harassed on the phone. Photos of the family were circulated. So a number of very ugly stories. All of this harassment took place, it seemed, by people, some in India, some abroad, all for the non-payment or late payment. Remember, non-payment or late payment because the amount they were being asked for had been increased. So this is the way the cycle usually works. Now I have two colleagues with me. First I have my colleague Swastika Das. She's brought us this story from the ground. On the bottom left we have with us a victim who has kindly joined us, but we are protecting his identity. And on the right side you can see we have a cyber expert, Anil Dubai. He's with us. Swastika, I'm going to go over to you first. Swastika, since the morning you've brought us a number of personal stories of victims from around the country and how they've been affected. If you could tell us, because I think earlier you were telling us about the story of a young teenager, a girl who committed suicide after being affected by such an app, and she was in Hyderabad, I believe. If you could tell us about a story like that, just to tell us about what usually happens, and then if you could also tell us about the Nepal angle of this entire story. There are obviously other countries that are involved. If you could tell us more.
Well, Toya, the report is a compiled report from both the Telugu states, from Andhra and Telangana. The report or the death case of the 17-year-old girl, as you mentioned, is a case that was reported from Andhra Pradesh. In fact, she had borrowed an education loan to the tune of 6.5 lakhs from various loan apps. when her family wasn't able to clear the loans. They started harassing her, they started using morph pictures of her, her father, her mother, and circulated it amongst their relatives. In fact, a suicide note very tragically says that unable to bear the harassment, and she blames herself for being the cause of it. She says that is why she's forced to take the extreme step. Multiple cases like this, in fact lakhs of cases like this. This is not just a problem particularly confined to both the Telugu states. This is a pan-India problem which requires a massive crackdown from multiple agencies. Now the report that I filed this time around primarily focuses on two things. How the Chinese have been circumventing the rules. Number one, the fake call centers are now being operated not just in India, but a majority of them are in Nepal. And I back this up with the data provided to me by the Telangana police, wherein they say that of the 130 odd cases filed with them, they say a majority of the IP addresses have been traced to Nepal. And subsequently, if you may recall, that there have been multiple raids with connection to this particular case in Kathmandu as well. And there in those investigations, Indian SIM cards, laptops and personal details of Indians, mainly from Mumbai, Hyderabad and different places where borrowers are situated, were recovered. Now what did these agents do? They took those data, manipulated them, blackmailed the victims, used their images and put it on porn websites, and then this is the way they harassed. The other angle that we're focusing on is the fact that these apps are now no longer linked with NBFCs. As the reason why they are setting up fake fintech companies, tying up with payment gateways and directly facilitating the payment through those apps. Now, as a result, where is the money circulating from? It's not just one scam, in fact, Toya, that the Chinese is involved on. In fact, there is investment fraud, then there are gambling frauds. Money from all of these scams are now being duped into the loan app scam story. And from here, the profits that is being made by the Chinese is turned into cryptocurrency and circulated in elsewhere. So shell companies are now being set up to circumvent the rules, and that is a very big concern because you can't really pinpoint one particular nerve center where the entire crisis is emanating from.
Swastika, thank you so much for providing us with that context. Now, for our audiences, we're also joined this morning with a victim who has suffered because of one of these apps. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. Thank you for coming forward and sharing your experience with us. Sir, if I could request, could you walk us very slowly, step by step, right from how you first came into contact with this app to what your experience was with it, and then if you were able to contact law enforcement agencies and find solutions. Could you walk us through your entire story, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Actually, what happened in 2021, September, actually I was on YouTube. I was watching some videos in YouTube. So on that time, there was an advertisement came for Lendmall application. It's in a loan app, Lendmall.
Yes.
So at that time, I just ignored it. I just ignored it because I was not in need of money for that time. But after some days, actually, I had some financial issue. Due to that, I had to open the Google Play Store and I searched the application name called Lendmall. So I got the application from that. So I downloaded the application, I filled all my details, my name, my address, my occupation. I have shared my photo of Aadhaar card, PAN card. And the last stage of the registration is, there is a video, there is a video of 20 seconds in which you have to place your face near the camera. You have to turn your head from left to right until it captures the video, and that is the last process. And in that in the application, it has clearly showed that it is an RBI registered NBFC company. In all the applications till now, I've taken from 10 to 11 applications. In all the applications, they've clearly mentioned it is RBI registered NBFC. So in the beginning, the amount which they show, they don't provide that amount. They in the beginning, they gave me around like 1,000 rupees in the beginning, and after 7 days you have to pay back. It's 2,500 rupees. And before the due date, before the 5th day, they will call you. Your due date is after 2 days. Please make the payment as soon as possible. If possible, make the payment today. They will call you continuously till the due date. And once the payment is done, and if you call back, the phone is not reachable. So in this situation, I've taken from 10-11 applications, more than 3 lakhs, but I paid all them. I've paid all the money. To each an application, I've paid 2 to 3 times, but still, in the application, it was not updating. They used to call me again. They used to harass me. I used to tell them that I have made the payment. So they used to abuse me. Till now, I have paid more than 16 lakhs to these applications.
All right.
And finally, the harassment didn't stop.
Sir, do go on.
Yeah, so finally the harassment didn't stop. So I was thinking these applications are installed in my mobile phone. So due to that, I think they are harassing me continuously. So that is why I uninstalled all the applications from my phone. But still it didn't happen. The callers, they used to call, the way they abuse, seriously, it was a very bad nightmare for me. The day how I passed, I know. So I didn't had any other option. So I came to Mumbai BKC Cyber Cell and I registered an FIR. I told them the scenario, so and so the scenario is, I've paid more than 15 lakhs. They took my complaint, and seriously Mumbai BKC Cyber Cell, they helped me a lot, and now I don't receive any calls and messages. But seriously, they mocked my photos. They have mocked my photos, and the text messages in the WhatsApp what they have sent me. Seriously, it's very bad and very vulgar. I know how I have been to this situation.
Thank you for telling us about your experience. In a minute or two, I'm actually going to come back to you because I also want to ask you if you were able to contact law enforcement authorities and what they had to say. But I'll ask you in a second. Just stay with us because I want to go back to my colleague Swastika. She's with us. She's been covering these stories. Swastika, we just heard from a victim. I believe you too were able to hear from a victim right now. You've been carrying out a much longer investigation around this story over the last few weeks. Does his story very much mirror the story of others you've heard?
Yeah, it does. And in fact, the modus operandi is similar. Look, I take an app, I get a link, I'll download the app, immediately they steal my data. Now, usually they give you a window of 1 week. But right from the 5th day onwards, the recovery agents start making calls, and not just one call, there will be continuous calls. I spoke to a victim who told me that he had received 400 calls every single day. Not a minute was left where he wasn't receiving calls. After that, when he even cleared the loans out of frustration by borrowing money from several other apps, it was a cycle that never ended. He said that he was continuously receiving details of his own PAN card on which fraud and multiple abusive and obscene languages were written. The same PAN card was also shared with a guy who delivers milk to his house. In fact, that was the level of humiliation. He says that more than the process of borrowing loan, the ostracism that you receive from families and relatives is something that puts you at shame. And you know, it's pretty natural when somebody, an unknown person, receives a call on your behalf saying that you have borrowed money, you have not been able to repay, and that you are a fraud. Immediately when that person calls you up asking, what is this that I have received, there are multiple such calls, and this is the part which is most traumatic for the victims, and this process is still continuing. That is why cybercrime departments across the country have made only one appeal, that police complaints should be filed no matter what. If you borrow money, you should borrow it only from authorized channels, which is your NBFCs or banks. If you borrow money from these loan apps, this is the process they follow. They will harass you as much as they can. So once a police complaint is filed, and we just spoke to a gentleman who has also been through a similar situation, he said the moment the police complaint was filed, the police officials probably tracked down the IP addresses and after that, once there is a cognizance of that complaint, you stop receiving calls. So there is a solution, but the bigger consensus that the police officials across the country, Toya, have been calling for is to not to fall into the trap of these loan apps unless there is a concrete solution from the agencies, whether it is central or the state level, to take down these apps. But one quick challenge in that case is whenever you open any of these service providers, you will get a list of loan apps. But if you notice, next day the names of these apps keep changing. They are hiding these identities, they are hiding behind virtual VPNs and various other softwares to safeguard themselves from cops. So basically, let's say you borrow money from an app called Rupee, the next day the name of the app completely changes. It has either been taken down or there is some other virtual network that they are operating from. This is the challenge that cops are facing. They are not able to crack down on one single nexus. But one thing is very clear, servers are being operated from China and call centers are being operated largely from Nepal. At least this is what our investigations have found out.
All right, Swastika, thank you for bringing us those details. Now, for our audiences, I'm also excited to say we have a cyber expert with us. He's on the top of your screens, Mr. Dubey, Amit Dubey, he's with us. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here at CNN News 18. Sir, we've just heard from a victim. We've also heard from my colleague Swastika, who's described this issue. Now, obviously, part of what we're trying to do here by discussing this on CNN News 18 is making our audiences aware that they should stay away from downloading such apps. But sir, I'd like to come to you to understand the back end. You're a cybersecurity expert. Walk us through what the investigation process in this kind of case typically looks like. Walk us through what the challenges are. And then, sir, if you could also tell us, what would it take for security agencies to come up with a comprehensive solution that could stop this issue once and for all?
Yeah, so the cases that we have worked on recently, we started identifying the locations of these numbers. We can trace the IP addresses of all these phone calls, and also if they are calling on WhatsApp or any other medium, or sometimes they even call through the normal call network. And then once we identify those numbers, we create clusters, because most of these threatening calls come from a same location or same area. So there are some call centers, or there are some designated people working from in that area. Those are employed to do this job. So we try to identify that cluster and then focusing on it, and then they keep on changing the numbers also. So identifying the devices where these new numbers are used and linking it with the previous numbers, and then getting the right live location of them, because this entire process takes close to 4 or 5 days, or sometimes even more than that. By the time they may have been changing their locations and numbers, and they are trained for that. They may not call you from their own home or from offices. They'll be in random locations. So we need to see their pattern and then locating them and then nabbing them. So this is the way we have been working, but they are becoming smart. As you have already seen, the victim has said that they mentioned that this application is RBI authorized. And then there is a vicious circle, because all these companies, when you get this app installed, they also share this data with other companies. They share your PAN card, Aadhaar card, and whatever detail you share with them to other such loan companies. So once you take loan from one company, eventually you get call from other companies too, and they start offering loan for you. And then you get loan from them as well, and then you pay this money to the previous company, and then eventually you come into a vicious circle. You will never come out from this loop. So this is the way they have been working. And when we track one company and identify the details of those people, those have been victimized, we eventually get to know that there are series of companies and they have been operating, and sometimes most of these companies are also connected at the back end. So there is a single entity which is operated through multiple names. They have multiple mobile apps with different logos, different company names, but their management could be same because they have been hosted in the same server. They are using the same credentials when these credentials are asked to register their domain names and all. So we identify those all details, who are the key management guys, who are the key people, those are helping them to create or register these companies, the CAs in India, and then we focus on them as well. So there are two ways investigation always. One, the person who is threatening them, we arrest them. It's easy to arrest them because we locate them, but then the problem will not be solved because we need to actually reach out to the real management. Those are working in silos and they are somewhere where maybe out of India as well sometime. So that is much more difficult for us to reach out to the real culprits, which is much more difficult.
Mr. Dubey, thank you for providing us with your perspective. Specifically to the lone victim, we'd like to thank you so much for joining us this morning on CNN News 18. Swastika, thank you for bringing us this entire report. To our audiences, we hope that you are now adequately aware. Please stay away from downloading loan apps on your phone if you can help it. Right now, we're heading into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue to bring you coverage of the country's top stories. We'll see you in a few minutes.
While Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance, Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Welcome back. You're watching Breaking on News 18. My name is Toya Singh. Right here on CNN News 18, we're about to now move to international stories. This is a particularly important update coming in. You remember that yesterday the United States Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, had visited Taiwan despite China's insistence that she not. Now we're learning the Chinese military is going to begin its drills shortly. It had already flown warplanes over parts of the protected areas around Taiwan twice. Now we're learning that these live fire drills are about to start. They're going to take place just 20 kilometers off Taiwan's shore. We also have a statement from the Taiwan Foreign Ministry. They've said China's trying to change the status quo in the strait. Now, this is to some degree along expected lines. It was expected that once Nancy Pelosi made her visit, we would see such actions from the Chinese government. And we have been seeing such actions over the last 24 hours. As we told you already, live drills took place yesterday. We also saw warplanes fly over in 2 different batches across parts of Taiwan. One late on Monday night, another batch early today morning. Now, my colleague Abhishek Jha is with us to bring us more details on these developments. Abhishek, the drills that we're seeing take place right now, are these similar to drills we've seen take place over the last 24 hours? Are these further ratcheted up?
China has already announced that they'll be taking their drill schedule forward, and that this drill exercise will be happening till 6th of August. And they had announced that probably a next round of drill will also involve live fire exercises. So we can assume the kind of further military strength that China is trying to express in and around Taiwan Sea. This is what Chinese military is trying to do in a show of strength. The thing is that this time around they have reached very close to Taiwanese water, and there are reports that they are exercising their drills or their area of operation is almost close to 10 miles from the Chinese coast. So this is sort of unprecedented, because in the past also we have seen Chinese military doing drills and doing incursions in and around Taiwan, but they had never gone so close to Taiwan Sea or the Taiwan Island, and this is the first time that these military drills are happening in the very close waters to Taiwan Island.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us developments. For our audiences, we're going to continue to keenly track this situation taking place. Right now, though, that is all that we have for you for the show. We're moving on now to the next show. Good morning. You're watching CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. Right here on the show, we're walking you through, as you already know, all of the country's top stories. Our first story is focused right here in the capital. On Tuesday, 2 days ago, the Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at the Herald House in Delhi in connection with the National Herald scam. Yesterday, the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office in Herald House. Now, as per the agency, as per the ED, it was sealed because no one was available in the office and agency officials were not able to complete their search. Summons have been sent to the principal officer, the Congress leader, senior Congress leader, Mallikarjun Kharge, to aid in getting that search completed. Now, also, Congress leaders met. They've called this entire matter, as they continue to, a political vendetta. They're also saying that this is an effort by the centre to shift focus, because you might remember the Congress has already announced they're going to be doing a nationwide protest against inflation and against price rise. They're saying that this effort by the ED is one to distract attention away from that. Now, very quickly, I want to walk you through political reactions to this story. Then we'll connect with two colleagues for many more details. Give us a second.
The only sole object of this exercise is humiliation, insult, and intimidation at one level. If the most ingenious and imaginative mind was to ask questions, there cannot be more than 10 to 12 questions. And if you ask the same question in 5 different ways, there can't be more than 60 to 70 questions. But today, you have created a siege mentality. These are the actions of a regime which increasingly wants to, which is losing its balance, losing its equilibrium, and is frustrated at the fact that its opponent, that is us, does not break or bend. All law has been thrown to the winds.
अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो इतना डर क्यों है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं में, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं में, और खास करके सबका एक ही कवायद है, सबकी कवायद है कि किस प्रकार से एक ही परिवार के लिए हम आंदोलन करें, एक परिवार को कैसे बचाया जाए। कल जब इनके दफ्तर को ईडी ने बंद किया, जो हमने न्यूज के माध्यम से देखा, जिस प्रकार का माहौल कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बनाया, यह आश्चर्य का विषय है। पहले तो कह रहे थे सत्याग्रह होगी, अब कह रहे हैं रण अर्थात युद्ध होगा। दोनों डायमेट्रिकली ऑपोजिट है। आप करने क्या वाले हैं? सत्याग्रह करने वाले हैं, दुराग्रह करने वाले हैं, रण करने वाले हैं, या युद्ध करने वाले हैं? देश का जो संविधान है, देश का जो कानून है, वो सबके लिए बराबर है। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कांग्रेस के दफ्तर आ सकते हैं, मुझे ये बात समझ में नहीं आती है, नेशनल हेराल्ड के दफ्तर पे बुलावे हुए क्यों नहीं जा सकते हैं? और आप सोचिए, ये वो कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिनको आतंकवादियों को भी छुड़ाना हो तो वो रात को 12 बजे कोर्ट चले जाते हैं। एक भी व्यक्ति कोर्ट नहीं गया, क्यों? कोर्ट का दरवाजा क्यों नहीं खटखटाया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने?
All right, and we now have some breaking news related very much to this story. Remember, we told you the Congress was having a meeting to address exactly this, to raise the issue also of the misuse of the Enforcement Directorate in Parliament. Because remember, the monsoon session of the Parliament is currently going on. It's been more than 2 weeks of the session. My colleague, Pallavi, she's our senior editor. She covers the Parliament. She's with us right now to tell us more about the Congress core meeting. Pallavi, over to you.
Yeah, so Toya, it shows every sign of being yet another day of hangama in Parliament. Remember yesterday also after the Congress party's press conference, they had made it very clear to us that they are going to be taking up adjournment notices, which essentially means that all business of the House must be adjourned, and on an urgent basis, there should be a debate and discussion on what the Congress calls the alleged misuse of the ED and the CBI. The context, of course, immediately is the sealing of the Young India office and the gherawing of 10 Janpat, the Congress headquarters, yesterday by the Delhi police officials. So today what we are picking up is after the Congress parliamentary party meeting ended, that in both the houses of parliament, which is Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, this is the issue that they're going to take up. What is the next step ahead? Well, they are already in touch with other opposition parties. There have been joint memorandums which have been given to the President of India. They do want other political parties like the Trinamool Congress, the Shiv Sena, all of them to join in to put pressure on the government that this ED and the misuse of ED must be taken up on an urgent basis by the government.
Pallavi, thank you for providing us with that context. Let's go over now to my colleague Akash. Akash is present with us from outside the AICC headquarters, so the Congress headquarters right here in central Delhi. Akash, if you could just provide us with context, because the AICC headquarters are located just a few minutes away from Sonia Gandhi's residence, from Rahul Gandhi's residence, the ED offices, a number of important buildings in the area. Walk us through the kind of blockading police presence that's there right now. Also tell us, in the AICC headquarters, have Congress leaders appeared?
Right. Let me first of all mention, Toya, that just a few minutes back we saw Pawan Bansal, was very much here. He went inside, and as far as the security arrangements are concerned, so if I can ask my camera person to show you the visuals of this side, we are talking about Sonia Gandhi's residence. So this is the particular road. This is Akbar Road, and yesterday there were deployments, but as of now it is all clear. And in fact, not only outside the AICC, outside the Sonia Gandhi's residence as well, we are not seeing any sort of that development. Further, just a few minutes back, we heard how Pallavi was talking about the particular issue that is basically Congress leaders are planning that they'll be raising this particular issue inside the parliament, but outside the parliament, in case we talk about this particular place, AICC, so we are not expecting any sort of protest, at least today. We are not expecting any sort of protest outside the AICC today, but yes, Congress leaders and Congress workers are pretty sure that tomorrow they are going to stage a dharna kind of thing, and also they are planning to march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. They are going to carry out a gherav of PM's residence in terms of all those issues they are against of. Also, in terms of GST, inflation and all other current issues, they are saying that these issues are concerned with the common people of this country, and that's the reason why we are going to raise issues. On the other hand, we are seeing political war of words over this particular investigation. Yesterday we saw how ED put out a notice on the particular office of Young India, but soon after that it was seen that police personnel were deployed outside the AICC. At that time, there was a meeting scheduled between Congress MPs here at this particular place, but later it was cancelled. Then after, we saw how Jairam Ramesh and Ajay Makan addressed a press conference and put allegations on Delhi police and also on central government, saying that they want to seize this particular office, and they just don't want us to participate any of our internal party meeting. But at this point in time, police is very much clear, no permission for any sort of protest either today or tomorrow. On the other hand, we have Congress, which is very much alleging that central government is misusing central agency. That's why we are seeing developments related to ED and also National Herald and also the sealing process that was witnessed yesterday. It is all peaceful outside the AICC office. If I can show you the visuals again, there you see we are not seeing any sort of heavy deployment or something similar to that. These are routine, regular security guards, in fact, I should say, and no protest is being planned for today, in fact, Toya.
Right, Akash, they're reporting from the ICC headquarters about the security arrangements there, showing us that what was being alleged earlier about Delhi police barricading that entire area, not allowing people to move around, that does not seem to be the case this morning. Pallavi, if you're still there with us, Congress party has been alleging vendetta by the central agencies. Now the security situation seems much normal. What about their plans as far as the price rise protest is concerned? Pallavi, am I audible to you? Can you hear me?
just trying to guess your question, but yeah, I guess you're talking in the context of the Congress's proposed kind of protest yesterday. Well, if you enter the AICC headquarters, those arrangements are very much in place. So they do plan to have a big bang protest tomorrow. Also take a dharna to the Prime Minister's residence. Also go to Rashtrapati Bhavan, knowing very well that both of these areas are out of bounds and a security nightmare really for the Congress party. But I think the Congress party is also gearing itself up to being detained and thereby score a political point. What the Congress is also anticipating is that will there be a bigger action by the ED, which means that will the Gandhi's residence also be visited by the ED officials. In fact, I can tell you this much, Arunima, that yesterday when we went to the Congress headquarters just before the press conference began, there was a movement among the cadre where they were preparing themselves of an eventuality just in case the ED officials either turn up at the Congress headquarters or at the residence of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpad. So I think that's the line of preparation which the Congress is keeping in mind, and it's a tricky terrain really for the Congress, because if tomorrow the issue of the ED becomes thick, but naturally the Congress would want to make that also as an issue, as they already are making in Parliament even as we speak.
Pallavi, will you give me a moment?
Then of course they run the risk of being accused of thinking
Okay,
more
Pallavi, just give me a moment, because Lok Sabha is seeing some kind of sloganeering. Let's cut live and listen into what the protest this time around is.
The price of batteries, lithium carbonate, a key input have gone up 400% year on year. I would like to request the minister from this, sir, one request from my state, sir, from state of Andhra Pradesh, request has sent to you, sir. I convey my thanks to Honorable Minister. The proposal for Tirupati is sanctioned, but Kakinada and Rajahmundry not at sanction. I request the Honorable Minister from all our people from Kakinada and Rajahmundry, please sanction the electrical vehicles to these districts. Thank you, sir.
Sabha, but there is news coming in from Assam as well. Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, is holding a press conference on the issue of madrasas. Let's listen.
Module, ami jak 4 March 2022 ami blast korisilu. Hey team to asile je a sleeper cell of Ansarullah Bangla team, an affiliated of Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent, was busted by Borpeta police on 4th March 2022. 6 persons were arrested in connection with Borpeta PS case number so and so. Aru jikejon arrest hoisil tar bhitor important asil Mohammad Suman. So he is a Bangladeshi nationalist. So tentatively ami bhobat 6 members of Bangladesh of this team, Ansarullah Bangla team, is active in Assam. Aru ami a particular person janok ami arrest koribo parisu, kisu kami arrest koribo para nai, but main king point of the entire groups are few Bangladeshi nationals, which are still, some is in our radar, some is not in our radar, but yes, the kingpin or basic indoctrination started from this core team which has come from Bangladesh. So we arrested Mohammad Suman, Badsha Suleiman Khan, Mohammad Naused Ali, Khairul Islam, Taimur Rahman Khan, Mamunur Rashid. ইয়াৰ ভিতৰত Mohammad the Suman, তেওঁৰ কেবাটাও এলায়েন্স আছে, Alai Sofiul Islam, Harun Rashid, resident of village Atadi, PS Arai Hajar, district Narayanganj, Bangladesh. He was leading the module, primary module. The prime accused Suman entered India illegally from Bangladesh via West Bengal, finally settled in Borpeta in 2018. Seeking safe haven, and was living in the guise of an Arabic teacher in Saikhul Hind Muhammadul Hassan Jamul Huda Islamic Academy of Joshi Hatipara, Borpeta. Also, he was working as an imam in Thakalipara Masjid, Hauli, Borpeta. So দুটা বস্তু ইমাৰ্জ হয় বাংলাদেশৰ পৰা আহিলে হি ইলিগেলি এন্টাৰ্ড ইনটু আসাম 2018 হি ইজ নট এ সিটিজেন অফ ইণ্ডিয়া হি এন্টাৰ্ড আসাম আৰু এই মডিউলটো চলাবৰ কাৰণে তেওঁ আৰবিক টিচিং স্কুল এখনত বা সো কল মাদ্ৰাসা হি এন্টাৰ্ড আসাম আৰু এই মডিউলটো চলাবৰ কাৰণে তেওঁ আৰবিক টিচিং স্কুল এখনত বা সো কল মাদ্ৰাসা হক তাতে তেওঁ নিজক টিচাৰ হিচাপে সোমাই ললে আৰু তেওঁ সাইমালটেনিয়াছলি তেওঁ ইমাম হল Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit. Jihadi literature Bismillah hi Allah alhu in Arabic was seized in this case connection. So we have seized when Sumonok ami arrest koru ei gute documents bilak ami teor pra seize koru. Muhammad Suman was indoctrinating terror ideology among Muslim youths with a view to recruiting them in prescribed jihadi outfit and work as a answers to create a base for Al-Qaeda and furtherance of jihadi activities. It may be mentioned that ABT আপোনালোকে খুদিব পাৰে যে বাংলাদেশৰ পৰা কিয় আহিলে বাংলাদেশ চৰকাৰে কি কৰিছে ABT is already banned in Bangladesh and Bangladesh government has already declared ABT as an unlawful organization. However, this case was যেতিয়া subsequently আমি অসম পুলিশে এই কেছটো NIA লেকে দিও now it is under investigation by under NIA for unearthing the larger conspiracy কাৰণ যেতিয়া ইণ্ডিয়াৰ বাহিৰত ফুটপ্ৰিন্ট পোৱা যায় এটা সময়ৰ পিছত আসাম পুলিশ hand over the case. Then যোৱা 14 April so this was about March. Now come on 14 April 2022 কিমান intensively Assam police কাম কৰি আছে this is ABT module 2 second module. Further on 14 April 2022 Borpeta police blasted another sleeper cell of ABT and arrested 6 persons in connection with another case. ইয়াত যিখিনি মানুহক আমি এৰেষ্টেড কৰিছিলো তেওঁলোক হল মুছাৰফ হুছেইন মকিবুল হুছেইন সাদ্দাম হুছেইন মুফতি সুলেমান আলী জহিদুল ইসলাম রশিদুল ইসলাম Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit jihadi. Jihadi literature like Ansarer বৈশিষ্ট্য ও নিরাপত্তা জিহাদৰ অবহেলা কৰা.
So the Assam Chief Minister there giving details of the operation that the local police there is carrying out and I expected to take over that case as well. Let's move on. The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the central government has now turned into a debate topic between the government and the opposition. Just a day after opposition MPs boycotted the Tiranga bike rally, Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi has taken a fresh dig at the Tiranga campaign. Labeling the RSS-backed BJP leaders as anti-nationals, Rahul accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years. The MP added that the RSS BJP failed to stop the Congress during the freedom struggle and they won't be able to stop the grand old party even now.
संघ और संघ विचार को देश ने स्वीकारा है जी और इतने बार स्वीकारा है अभी इन लोग जो हमी स्वतंत्रता लाए ये सब बोल के इतने दिन पावर में थे 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जो थे अभी क्या स्थिति में है वो समझने दो कितने स्टेट में पावर में थे और लोग हमारा विचारधारा स्वीकार किया इसलिए राहुल गांधी ऐसे तो उनका स्टेटमेंट को ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन है इधर इधर घूमते घूमते कुछ बात करते रहते हैं आई डोंट नीड टू रिएक्ट.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है इसमें भी राजनीति करना और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं. हम तो आज भी कहते हैं राजनीति छोड़िए तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं है तिरंगा किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है तिरंगा इस देश का है भारत माँ का है. आइए राहुल जी आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए पूरे देश में पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
Not just Rahul Gandhi, even Asaduddin Owaisi has now jumped onto the Tiranga debate. Owaisi has accused RSS of being against the tricolour, anti-tricolour. Owaisi tweets, while patriotic Indians celebrated Indian independence, RSS was bitter. It had played no role in freedom movement and organised it on 14/8/1947. Organizer carried a long rant demanding Hindu Rashtra and openly insulting the Tiranga. The tricolour will never be respected and owned by Hindus. Pallavi Ghosh is with me. So Pallavi, first Rahul Gandhi, now Asaduddin Owaisi, all trying to make the point that the love of the BJP is new for the Tiranga, that the RSS was never, given any position as far as the freedom struggle is concerned. But is that cutting eyes? The BJP is not bothered, it seems.
Yes, but the BJP is also dodging and giving a reply to this, instead throwing the ball back into the court of the Congress party then. And it will be interesting to see what is going to be their reaction to Asaduddin Owaisi's latest tweet. The BJP's argument, Arunima, is very simple, that you have to answer the question, why is it that when it was the Vice President of India who had flagged off the Tiranga Yatra yesterday at the Red Fort, it was not a BJP event, it was a government event, and an invitation had sent out to every political party. Why is it that opposition parties were conspicuous by their absence? Is politics more important than the love or respect for your national flag? More counters then have been coming in from both the Congress party as well as now from Owaisi, raising that counter question that when the Prime Minister himself had said that RSS was the backbone of his teaching and his political learning and education, why is it that the RSS is not able to put up a picture, a display picture that is of the national flag? So it's been an anti-national organization, and BJP draws its strength from an anti-national organization like the RSS. So a point which is made by Rahul Gandhi, reiterated by Owaisi.
And this thing that the opposition is also saying, that we will hoist the Tiranga. I think Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary made this point yesterday, that we will hoist the Tiranga, but the Tiranga bike rally and all the events are more like political propaganda. They are BJP related events. They are sticking to that stance even now?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said this yesterday. Today, not just him, but most Congress leaders are also saying pretty much the same thing, that you have scant regard for the Constitution, you misuse the ED and the CBI, and you target your political opponents, and then you raise questions over us about whether we respect the national flag. Congress, having been an integral part of the freedom struggle, doesn't have to give proof to anyone.
Okay.
I think the Congress already has its plans up its sleeves. Yesterday, of course, they put up the Tiranga picture with Jawaharlal Nehru, which also to a certain extent, I would say, backfired on them and incurred this accusation of being against leading towards a Nehru-Gandhi dynasty concept. So, and also tomorrow when that protest takes place, again the national flag is going to prevail predominantly. And not only that, Arunima, very quickly, in Karnataka when Rahul Gandhi was there, he actually visited a factory which makes flags but made out of khadi. Again, he tried to make that point that khadi is synonymous with India's freedom struggle. You talk about Swadeshi, you talk about Atmanirbharta, but you allow the Chinese plastic flags to be used.
All right. Thank you, Pallavi. Let me bring in Bharatiya Janata Party's RP Singh for that first reaction. Mr. Singh, first Rahul Gandhi, now Asaduddin Owaisi, both questioning that in the freedom struggle, RSS had no role to play. A lot of Bharatiya Janata Party leaders owe their political education, owe their upbringing to RSS's ideology. So this is newfound love for the Tiranga. That's the charge they are making against your party.
Well, Rahul Gandhi and Owaisi belong to the same school of thought and same ideology, one. Secondly, who led the Morcha to Kashmir? It was Shama Prasad Mukherjee, who fought for one flag, one Ek Nishan, Ek Pradhan, Ek Vidhan. It was Shama Prasad Mukherjee. And who was Shama Prasad Mukherjee? The president of Johnson, was influenced by the ideology of RSS, and he led that. So, it's yatra of the country. It's not BJP or it's the government of India which is organizing it. But yes, they have to boycott it because they don't. It's not the Tiranga. They have to do anything against Modi. They will go ahead and do it, and for heck of it, because they don't have any leader. They don't have any ideology left now, except racking up issues against Modi and then picking up issues against Modi, Prime Minister Modi.
Right, but will the BJP, take this head on, this charge that is being made that RSS, in fact, this is what Owaisi has tweeted, that organizer, one of the magazines it actually carried, quote unquote, a rant against the freedom struggle, the freedom movement. That's what Owaisi has tweeted. So this charge that is being made, using history, citing history, what is the BJP's plan? Will you take on the opposition's narrative, or will you just focus on the Tiranga Yatra only?
Well, it's a Tiranga Yatra organized by Government of India, not by any individual or by any NGO or any other setup or any other organization. So if they have problem with Tiranga Yatra organized by the Government of India, let it be. Let people understand and see through the game that they are not for Tiranga. They don't.
Okay, I think I've lost that line with RP Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's there saying that, the Tiranga belongs to the country. These functions are being organized by Government of India, not by a political party, not by any other NGO or any other group. And therefore, everyone should come together and be in support of the Tiranga. The opposition, of course, is questioning why this sudden love for the Tiranga, once again citing that RSS was not part of the freedom struggle. In fact, they're going on to cite historical evidence that they claim shows the position of RSS as far as the freedom movement is concerned, as far as the Tiranga is concerned. So in the run up to 15th August, rest assured this issue is not going to die down. Both sides are keeping their attacks sharp. The Congress first, now Asaduddin Owaisi questioning the Tiranga Yatra, the government saying that because you have lost support of people and therefore you are bringing up issues which are immaterial, you should all stand up for the Tiranga. So that's where matters stand as far as Tiranga Yatra is concerned. You can read more about that on our website news18.com. I'm just pausing for a bit, but news and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
One of Taiwan's most devoted friends, facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing
Then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police.
These Chinese operators operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
It's a big CNN News 18 expose on the Chinese loan apps. The Enforcement Directorate has cracked its whip on scams being carried out by these loan apps. While the borrowers are being promised quick loans, in return they had to pay a big price. The ED has provisionally attached bank balances worth 100.32 crore rupees lying in various accounts, with payment gateways account of 12 NBFCs. CNN News 18 brings you the exclusive report on the scam. Take a look.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank, no one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via 2 means: banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they're continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they're continuing the contact, and they're convincing the people here in India, and they're asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NX Cloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media, and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
So what is the modus operandi of these fake loan apps? How are they really conning people? Let's help you understand what they do. Borrower clicks on the loan app, that's the first step, and then an app communicates with payment gateways. So the moment you click, the app starts communicating. Loan dispersed from fake fintech companies. The loan amount is beefed up within weeks. Victim family harassed for non-payment or late payment. One of those victims, in fact, was telling my colleague Swastika Das how people from his contact list were picked up and they were sent messages saying that this man is a fraud, don't get into any financial engagement with him. So this is the chain by way of which these fake loan apps are really victimizing family members, friends, etc. of the victim. Swastika Das, in fact, is the one who's getting us these details, who's got us the story, who's also helped us understand how this is working. Swastika, if you can help us understand, you've told us how this app works. The Enforcement Directorate is at it, the police is at it. What is the number that they're looking at? How many people have been victimized already?
Well, remember when the Chinese loan app scam came to light back in 2020, it was a simple way of working. Download an app, then your details are hacked by the loan sharks and then you're facing harassment. Pretty much the same module this time around as well, but the angle here is certainly international. The Telangana police says that they have registered over 130 cases this year. And after that, after going through the various IP addresses, they have found out that a majority of them are based in Nepal. Subsequently, there have been raids in Nepal in the recent times. There have been raids in Kathmandu. 3 such call centers have been busted, wherein from these call center employees, to the tune of 1,000 of them, most of them have recovered Indian SIM cards. Not just that, 700 laptops were recovered containing confidential information and details of borrowers from India. It is then understood that from Nepal, the recovery agents have been calling on internet numbers or WhatsApp numbers, and again, the WhatsApp numbers are also of that of genuine user. So, using these mediums and spoof call technology, they have been calling borrowers in India, harassing them. So typically, let's say I borrow some money from the loan app. Within the 5th day of borrowing, if I don't return the money, they start harassing me. And this time, the level of harassment is absolutely horrendous. And that is because they start morphing pictures and then they start putting it on porn websites. And then these links are sent to all my contact lists. So you can only imagine the level of trauma that one goes through. And in this level, because of this level of harassment, Telangana and Andhra have seen at least 7 suicides. The number is unaccounted for because there are cases coming to light almost every single day from every other part of the country. So what exactly has changed this time around are 2 main things. These loan apps are now no longer dependent on NBFCs. They're simply setting up fake shell company. They're setting up fake fintech companies, shell companies by misusing the bank accounts of genuine Indians, circulating the money through that, and these are multiple accounts. So the police is actually trying to understand the money trail. We don't know exactly the crores that have been pumped into the system, but we are understanding that there are other scams like the investment scam and then the fake job scam from where the money is coming in, and the profits being earned are now moved to China via cryptocurrency.
All right, Swastika Das, thank you so much for getting us that story. We in fact spoke to one of the victims of this Chinese loan app scam. Imagine being forced to return a money that you borrowed within 5 days and then all these threats and harassment. Listen in to what the victims are going through.
सर हम आपसे जान सकते हैं कि आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस था इस ऐप के साथ?
मैंने पहले वो ऐप डाउनलोड करी तो उसमें रिक्वायर्ड होता है आधार कार्ड और पैन कार्ड और एक सेल्फी। तो उसमें ये कंफर्म नहीं होता कि आपको लोन मिलेगा या नहीं। आधार कार्ड पैन कार्ड डालने के बाद 5-10 सेकंड्स का वेटिंग टाइम पीरियड आता है। उसके बाद मैंने आधार कार्ड पैन कार्ड डाउनलोड करा, उसमें अपना सेल्फी अपलोड करा। तो फरवरी 15 को मैंने करा तो 17 फरवरी को अनोनिमस एंट्रीज मेरे अकाउंट में आई जो कि उस ऐप से रिलेटेड नहीं थी, उनका नाम भी नहीं था। तो उसके बाद मुझे मैसेज आया कि आपके पास ये लोन आया है तो आपको 5 दिन में ये रिपे करना है। तो रिपे करने के बाद जैसे 5 डेज़ निकल गए, मैंने कहा कि ऐसे ही होगा। उन्होंने क्या करा कि फिर धीरे धीरे उन्होंने धमकियों भरे कॉल्स, मैसेजेस, व्हाट्सएप्स मुझे भेजने शुरू कर दिए। तो मैंने तो पहले इतना लाइटली नहीं लिया, मैं हर नंबर को ब्लॉक करता रहा। तो वो धीरे धीरे उन्होंने मेरे फ़ोन बुक का डाटा निकाला एंड वो मेरे रिलेटिव्स वगैरह को कॉल करने लग गए, उनको धमकाने लग गए कि मोहित ने ऐसे ऐसे लोन ले रखा है, आप नहीं करेंगे तो हम ऐसा कर देंगे, वैसा कर देंगे। लाइक बहुत ही अब्यूजिंग लैंग्वेज वो यूज़ कर रहे थे जो कि अनबियरेबल था मेरे लिए। अभी रिसेंटली रिकॉर्डिंग मेरे ब्रदर के पास आई थी, उन्होंने बहुत अब्यूजिंग लैंग्वेज मेरे साथ यूज़ करी थी, उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग भी है मेरे पास। तो आई मस्ट से कि ये ऐप्स बंद हो जानी चाहिए ताकि कोई भी इनके फ्रॉड में ना फंसे और अपना जो भी आइडेंटिटी है वो रिवील ना कर पाए इन पे। वो टोटली बैन होनी चाहिए, परमानेंट ब्लॉक होनी चाहिए।
So if I could request, could you walk us very slowly, step by step, right from how you first came into contact with this app to what your experience was with it, and then if you were able to contact law enforcement agencies and find solutions, could you walk us through your entire story, please?
2021 September, actually I was on YouTube. I was watching some videos in YouTube. So on that time there was an advertisement came for Lendmall application. It's in a loan app, Lendmall.
Yes.
So at that time I just ignored it. I just ignored it because I was not in need of money for that time. But after some days I had to open the Google Play Store and I searched the application name called Lendmall. So I got the application from that. So I downloaded the application, I filled all my details, my name, my address, my occupation. I have shared my photo of Aadhaar card, PAN card, and the last stage of the registration is there is a video, there is a video of 20 seconds in which you have to place your face near the camera, you have to turn your head from left to right until it captures the video, and that is the last process. And in that in the application it has clearly showed that it is an RBI registered NBFC company. In all the applications till now I have taken from 10 to 11 applications. In all the applications they have clearly mentioned it is RBI registered NBFC. So in the beginning the amount which they show, they don't provide that amount. They in the beginning they gave me around like 1,000 rupees in the beginning, and after 7 days you have to pay back it's 2,500 rupees. And before the due date, before the 5th day, they will call you ki your due date is after 2 days, please make the payment as soon as possible, if possible make the payment today. They will call you continuously till the due date. And once the payment is done, and if you call back, the phone is not reachable. So in this situation I have taken from 10-11 applications, more than 3 lakhs, but I paid all them. I have paid all the money to each an application. I have paid 2 to 3 times, but still in the application it was not updating. They used to call me again, they used to harass me. I used to tell them that I have made the payment. So they used to abuse me. Till now I have paid more than 16 lakhs to these applications.
All right.
And finally the harassment didn't stop, so I didn't had any other option. So I came to Mumbai BKC cyber cell and I registered an FIR. I told them the scenario, so and so the scenario is I've paid more than 15 lakhs. They took my complaint, and seriously Mumbai BKC cyber cell, they helped me a lot, and now I don't receive any calls and messages. But seriously, they morphed my photos. They have morphed my photos, and the text messages in the WhatsApp what they have sent me. Seriously, it's very bad and very vulgar. I know how I have been to this situation.
Let's take you to Jammu and Kashmir now. The Anti-Corruption Bureau has unearthed a 43 lakh rupees biryani scam by the former Jammu and Kashmir Football Association office bearers. The JKFA officials have been booked for misappropriation of funds sanctioned by the centre through the Jammu and Kashmir Sports Council to organise tournaments like Khelo India and Mufti Memorial Gold Cup. As per ACB, a payment of 43 lakh was shown for purchases of biryani as refreshment for the teams, but no such refreshment has ever been given to any team in any district of Kashmir.
If there are such scams in football, that means the boys who are definitely our first priority to motivate themselves to get into the sports activities to avoid all these social abuses. But this doesn't give a good feel when the boys think about it. They get demotivated, and the demotivation leads them to leave the sports activities and go beyond those levels. It should not happen. It should not happen at all. The officers behind it should not have supposed to done such things, but anyways, if it is done means you got to go through them.
ये हमारे लिए गम की बड़ी बात है। पूरी फुटबॉल फेडरेलिटी जो है इस वक्त गमज़दा है इस बात को लेकर के जो एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो की तरफ से इल्ज़ाम आया। एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है। जो इसमें मुलजिम होगा, जो उनको कानून जो कहता है, कानून के मुताबिक होना चाहिए।
Mufti Isla is joining me live on the story. Mufti, this Anti-Corruption Bureau, probe that is going on, yes, they have named an association, but any big political patronage, any big political leader that they are suspecting behind this entire scam?
Well, so far no, but clearly this was a biryani which was never cooked, and it was never served also to the players, and it took place. This is a scam dating back to 2016, 2017, when Kashmir was really very furious after the killing of Burhan Wani. A lot of youngsters had really come out on the streets. So Government of India decided that they're going to engage these young, angry students and youngsters through sports, and they did clearly send 2 crore rupees, 1 crore to Jammu and another 1 crore to Kashmir through the Sports Council. Sports Council thought that since football is extremely popular here in the valley, let's give it to the Football Association, which is the premier agency here to conduct football tournaments. However, what happened was that they did conduct some of the tournaments as also practice sessions, but when it came to refreshment, clearly 43 lakh rupees were swindled by the top representative of the Jammu and Kashmir Football Association. Clearly, the ACB, which is the Anti-Corruption Bureau, which is probing this case, did later cross-check that with some of the, some of the vendors who were to be served that food. However, they found that they neither got any food from there, and in fact, the bills were fabricated. They were in fact signed and raised by one particular person. Now, what the ACB has done further is that they've sent these bills to Forensic Science Department, which is really going to find out who's the individual who signed and whose behalf he had actually done that. But clearly a scam which is really blowing here, and it's really demotivated the sports. You heard the two sports officials clearly saying that, well, the youngsters are demotivated by this, and it's really come as a slap to the Football Association. Last time around, one recalls that there's one scam, which is the Jammu Kashmir cricket scam, which has really rocked the state. Now here is another one which involves, biryani not being actually served to those youngsters. So it's infamously now being called as biryani scam, Arunima.
Right. 43 lakh worth of rupees meant to be given to youngsters to motivate them has gone into the pocket of fraudulent officials there. That's the charge of the ACB. Mufti, thank you so much. We will come back to you as and when we hear from the ACB or when they're ready to file the charge sheet. You can log on to news18.com if you want to know more details about that story. I'm just pausing for a very quick break, but there's more on the other side. Stay with us.
Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the U.S. not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan
A wrap of all the other news that we are tracking, starting with China. China has begun massive military drills of Taiwan following U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. Chinese military helicopters were flying past Pingtan Island, one of the main China's closest points to Taiwan in the Fujian province. People's Liberation Army of Eastern Theatre Command conducted long-range artillery live-fire shooting drills in Taiwan Straits. PLA said that the striking target on the eastern side of the Straits achieved the expected outcome. A brigade of China's People's Liberation Army also carried out a live-fire assessment of heavy firearms rapid strike. The assessment was conducted day and night under complex conditions and set a new record for short and middle-range strikes, as per officials. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi met South Korean political leaders a day after she concluded her high-profile visit to Taiwan despite protests from China. Pelosi met South Korean National Assembly Speaker Kim Jin-pyo and other senior members of parliament for talks on regional security, economic cooperation and climate issues. Speaker of the U.S. House Representatives, Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan left China fuming. The Chinese regime continues military exercises near Taiwan. The live-fire drills will take place within just 20 kilometers of Taiwan's shore. Taiwan Foreign Ministry has said that China is trying to change the status quo in the strait. Back home, Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi has taken a fresh dig at the Tiranga campaign, labelling the RSS-backed BJP leaders as anti-nationals. Rahul accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years. The Enforcement Directorate sealed the office of Young Indian located in the National Herald house yesterday. As per the agency, it was sealed because no one was available in the office during the search. Summons have been sent to the principal officer, Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge, to get the search concluded.
हम ज़्यादा इस पे टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करना चाहते हैं। ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, लेकिन वो इतने जल्दबाजी में हर चीज़ कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब यही है बीजेपी के विरोधी दल है उन दलों को खत्म करने की कोशिश वो कर रहे हैं।
Bulldozers are out in Assam as well. In Moraigaon District Administration in Assam demolished Jamul Huda Madarsa. Madarsa had alleged links with Ansarul Bangla team, and the head of the Madarsa, Mufti Mustafa, is now under custody. Earlier, 19 students of the Madarsa were interrogated by the NIA. Rahul Gandhi is speaking on the Enforcement Directorate's case and the searches that have been carried out. Let's listen in.
सर आज प्रदर्शन होगा राहुल? नहीं, देखिए आप नेशनल हेराल्ड की बात कर रहे हैं जी सर। देखिए ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, नहीं होने वाले जी। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे ये कुछ भी कर।
सर बीजेपी कह रही है कि रण छोड़ने भी नहीं देंगे और भागने भी नहीं देंगे।
मतलब
बीजेपी संबित पात्रा कह रहे हैं
कि भागने नहीं देंगे और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए सुनिए बात जी, हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
राहुल जी
बोलने दीजिए जी। जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा जी। ये कुछ भी कर लें।
राहुल ईडी कह रही है कि शेल कंपनीज का यूज हुआ।
मैं नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरता is what Rahul Gandhi is saying there. Pallavi Ghosh with me. Pallavi, very belligerent Rahul Gandhi. If the Enforcement Directorate's action, as was being alleged, was meant to intimidate, looks like he's fighting that intimidation tactics as is being alleged.
But that's also been the Congress's stand that we are certainly not going to get intimidated, and other political parties in the opposition spectrum may be silent, but we certainly are not going to be silent. See, tomorrow is the big bang protest, which are kind of decided by the Congress party, but that's on price rise. But I suspect it's also going to be teamed up with this entire ED issue by the Congress party to make the point that the real issues of the people are not being focused on by the.
Right, but Pallavi, if you do hold on, we want to play out that bite from Rahul Gandhi once again.
फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
राहुल जी
बोलने दीजिए जी। जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा जी। ये कुछ भी कर लें।
राहुल ईडी कह रही है कि शेल कंपनीज का यूज हुआ।
ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, नहीं होने वाले जी। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे ये कुछ भी कर।
सर बीजेपी कह रही है कि रण छोड़ने भी नहीं देंगे और भागने भी नहीं देंगे।
मतलब
बीजेपी संबित पात्रा कह रहे हैं
कि भागने नहीं देंगे और रण की बात कर रही है, लड़ाई की बात कर रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए सुनिए बात जी, हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
राहुल जी
बोलने दीजिए जी। जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा जी। ये कुछ भी कर लें।
राहुल ईडी कह रही है कि शेल कंपनी।
Pallavi Ghosh is still there with us. Pallavi, we were discussing how Rahul Gandhi's reaction seems belligerent, and more Congress leaders, you are saying, are taking that same tone.
Yes, and I think they're going to take a cue from the tone of Rahul Gandhi a short while back. As I was talking about this, Arunima, tomorrow is a big bang protest on price rise and GST. And the point which the Congress party is making is that this should be the focus of the government, not targeting the Gandhis or sending the ED. So I'm sure tomorrow also, it's going to be a very kind of a cyclical reaction which will come in. The Congress will say, you're losing your focus, you're diverting attention, you're sending out the ED. The BJP says that it's always about the Gandhis. The protests have got nothing to do with the Aam Aadmi. Congress is also anticipating that there may be some more developments. Either ED officials turn up at the Congress headquarters or go to a residence of the Gandhi, or either today or tomorrow. So both the issues are going to be mixed up, and therefore this tug of war between the two of them will be going on. But I think the fact that Rahul Gandhi was extremely belligerent today, saying that I'm not scared of the RSS, I'm not scared of the BJP. I think that's going to be the tone which is going to be adopted by the Congress party now.
Yes, and they're already talking about why the Congress headquarters is surrounded by policemen. They're raising this issue since yesterday, even though this morning ground report seems to suggest that security is the ordinary, is the usual.
But in fact, I was there yesterday in the evening. There was this anticipation which the Delhi police has that there would be protests by the Congress workers when news came in that a Young India office had been seized. And to be very fair, Arunima, there were tensions which were high inside the Congress headquarters. The party cadres were actually being organized to try and ensure that if there has to be a protest, where they are going to go out for it. That's the reason as a precautionary measure, because there was also peak traffic time, office goers going back to work, and therefore the police had cordoned off that entire area, which lasted for an hour and a half. After the Congress press conference ended by around 7:30 is when the roads were completely opened up. Okay. Needless reaction from the Congress is what the BJP said. Congress said that, we are now being barricaded and there's a ghettoization which is taking place as far as the Congress headquarters is concerned.
On that note, let me actually get in a voice from BJP. Mr. R.P. Singh is back with us. Mr. Singh, I don't know if you heard Rahul Gandhi. He said, "Main Narendra Modi se nahi darta. This intimidation tactics will not work."
उन्होंने शायद ऐसा भी कहा कि यू कैन साइलेंस अस। उन्होंने कहा कि हमें चुप नहीं कर सकते। हाँ, हम तो चाहते हैं वो ही शुड नॉट स्टे साइलेंट, ही शुड स्पीक अप अबाउट हाउ डिड दे एक्वायर एसोसिएट जनरल विद 1 crore rupees and who was the person who funded and where did the 1 crore came from. He should tell the truth instead of passing on the complete thing on the Voraji.
Okay.
He said that Motilal Voraji is responsible for that. He should tell the truth because he was a major shareholder and he and his mother are the major shareholders.
Okay. Mr. Singh, will you give me a moment? You want the Congress to answer those questions. Manikam Tagore, the Member of Parliament, is with us. Mr. Tagore, BJP is saying instead of diverting from the issue, the Gandhis should answer the questions that ED has as far as affairs of Young India is concerned.
Yes, 5 days, Mr. Gandhi for 50 hours answered their question. From morning 10 o'clock to night 12 o'clock, they kept him in the ED office. What they were doing? Only questioning. They were asking what they were not having some kind of agenda. It was only questioning. Sonia Gandhi, who had been ill of COVID also, she went for 3 days for questioning. What else they want?
So why this protest? This is what the BJP has been asking, Mr. Tagore. What is this protest about? Is it about the Gandhis? Because the ED should be allowed to do its job, isn't it?
That's a good question. In the parliament, and from the
I'm losing your audio there, Mr. Tagore. I'll try and fix that line. But RP saying, if you heard Manikam Tagore, we'll try and patch him back. But what he's saying is that the Enforcement Directorate called Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. 5 days for Rahul and 3 days for Sonia. Whatever had to be asked has been answered. So there is nothing left to be said.
Well, if the answers are not satisfactory, that's why ED is doing what it need to do. They are trying to find out more details, and they are trying to search through offices to get more details. If had the answers been satisfactory, they would not gone through these searches. That's the reason. And then again, taking the pretext on 75-year-old, he was not well. When whole of this more than 2,000 crore rupees company was taken over by a false route or by a corporate entity route. So they need to answer that. How could they acquire 2,000 crore rupees worth of more than 2,000 crore rupees worth of assets without having a penny in the pocket?
Right. So the Bharatiya Janata Party will continue to raise questions about the role that the Gandhis have played. But they are also asking, Mr. Singh, Mr. Chidambaram has spoken on this. Why are you making the Congress party office like a chhavni? Why have you surrounded it with the force? Why are you not allowing the cadre and the leaders to go inside? Is this not vendetta is what they're asking?
No, there's no chhavni. Please ask your correspondent to go on ground and check. Everyone can go and anyone, your correspondent are also going. It's only to safeguard the traffic hassle for the office goers or the people who are to come to the main city, the center of the city, the CP and all this Luton Delhi part. just to avoid the problem for them. There's nothing more than that. I mean, they are free to go. Any officer can come and go. There's no issue. Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, everyone has been there. And one more question, please, since you spoke about Chidambaram. Oh, yesterday, Congress and other certain more leaders have signed some letter questioning the Supreme Court verdict. I would appreciate they should get Chidambaram also to sign that letter, because it was Chidambaram who got the PMLA Act. He was the first one to get the PMLA Act as a finance minister. We would appreciate, ask him to please sign that letter and then forward that letter.
Right. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for sharing what the Bharatiya Janata Party thinks on this matter. But Rahul Gandhi, like we said, is being belligerent. He spoke to the media a short while back, slamming the BJP, slamming the government. Let's listen in.
आप नेशनल हेरल्ड की बात कर रहे हैं जी सर। देखिए, ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, चुप नहीं होने वाले जी। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहिए कुछ भी कर। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूँगा जी। ये कुछ भी कर लें।
My colleague Pallavi Ghosh with us right now. Let's go over to her to understand more. Pallavi, could you also walk us through the prime thing that the Congress has said is that the ED, the BJP, they're trying to remove focus from a protest that the Congress has planned tomorrow. Could you walk us through what's planned? All right, we'll try to re-establish connections with my colleague Pallavi Ghosh. Until we're able to do that, we'll bring you the details we do have. This is a national protest that the Congress has planned against inflation, price rise, the state of the economy. You might remember these are issues they wanted to discuss in the parliament for a while now. They did finally begin this discussion earlier this week. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, was present. Finally, you did see the opposition bring it up, but a few minutes into that conversation, the Congress staged a walkout. Very quickly, we want to take you to what former Finance Minister, senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram has had to say on the controversy that's rolled out since. Take a look.
The House was in order and everybody was peacefully sitting in his or her seat. The leader of the opposition, before he completed the first sentence, the leader of the House, Mr. Piyush Goyal, stands up, interrupts him, shouts at him and tries to drown him out. Which rule sanctions this kind of outrageous parliamentary behavior? Why is the leader of the House, whose only business is to ensure that the House is run, why is he shouting and screaming and making the House adjourn? This shows the extreme intolerance of this government. And today's adjournment is entirely because of the leader of the House, Mr. Piyush Goyal.
All right, since it's noon, since we're going over the show once again, my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, is with us right now. Let's go over to her quickly. Pallavi, if you could give us a summary, since we're starting with you on this story at noon, if you could give us a summary of the action we've seen with the Congress since the morning. What's taken place since the morning?
Rahul Gandhi also had to say, though he was speaking in the context of National Herald and ED, but both the issues are now getting slowly mixed up. The issue of the national flag and also raising questions over the RSS, which according to Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party is the backbone of the BJP. The questioning of the Congress party as being a party which does not believe in nationalism or does not believe in Tiranga is also now mixed up with the intimidation of the Congress party, according to the Congress party, by the government by using the ED as well as the CBI. So, you know, multiple issues are all now getting built up. Tomorrow, as we know, is the Congress protest. It's a pan-India protest on price rise and on the change GST rates. But the Congress party is saying that this is actually should have been the key issue of the government. But what they're trying to do is divert attention, mislead the Aam Aadmi and also make the issue more about the Gandhis by attacking them. The BJP's rejoinder to this, of course, is the fact that the Congress party is only bothered when the Gandhis are targeted. They don't feel for the nation. They don't feel for the national flag. It's always about the Nehru-Gandhi dynasty.
Pallavi, yesterday evening, you'd had Congress leaders make the accusation that it wasn't just the AICC that saw police outside it. According to the Congress, Sonia Gandhi's residence, Rahul Gandhi's residence also had police deployment outside it. Today, what are our ground reporters telling us about police deployment in the area?
See, today, of course, it's much calmer. The police is not there. Just the usual kind of police presence is, of course, over there. But yesterday, Delhi police also put out their version saying that they got a tip-off that just because the Young India office had been sealed, many protesters could actually come up to the Congress headquarters, and therefore, as a precautionary measure, they had barricaded the entire area. It's not that they were being cordoned off. It was not that they were not being allowed to go out. There was a press conference, and I think after a press conference, the Congress is also now bracing up for the eventuality that ED may either end up turning up at the Congress headquarters or possibly even go to a residence of the Gandhis to check out on the documents, in which case it's going to be a full-on war between the BJP and the Congress. And frankly speaking, tomorrow's protest can also now become the focus, shift to the Gandhis in case the ED takes this step which the Congress anticipates.
Okay, Pallavi, if I could request you to stay with us, we'd like to come back to you for your expertise. Right now, though, we have BJP leader, spokesperson Shahzad Poonawala. He's with us right now on the phone. Let's go over to him for his opinion on these developments. Sir.
Yes, go ahead with your question.
No, Mr. Poonawala, I just want to know your first reaction to the developments we've seen over the last few hours.
No, it's quite curious that the Congress party is first of all coming out in the defense of the Parivar, which is made to being answer the questions that have arisen from a court of law and its court of law's findings. The trial court has directed action to be taken against the first family of corruption. The High Court and Supreme Court has given no relief to them. They went against the income tax reassessment order in the High Court and Supreme Court. So is Mr. Gandhi or the first family of Congress saying that it is the courts of law that are vindictive? Are they trying to imply that the courts of law are trying to silence them? And they have got no relief from any court of law. So unless they feel that even the courts are vindictive or that they are above the courts of law, this kind of argument makes no sense.
Sir, can I also understand from you, when you have, for example, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, but also a number of other senior Congress leaders saying that their headquarters are getting gheraud, saying that there is police deployment that's heavy outside their own locations and that this kind of action isn't necessary. So what is the BJP's stance on that?
You know, in the name of the Satyagraha, the Congress party has indulged in Satyagraha. You've seen the last time the ED was questioning their leader. You saw Congress leaders hold the collar of cops. Ms. Renuka Chaudhary did that. You saw Netta D'Souza spit at cops. You saw the Congress leaders beat up a cop in Assam. You saw Congress workers in Maharashtra resort to Argjani. They even gave intimidation and threats that the law and order situation will go for a toss if any questioning was done. This was done by the leader in Maharashtra. So when this kind of threats are thrown, when law is taking its own course, so obviously the Delhi police or any other agency will do whatever is required to maintain law and order, because nobody can intimidate, interfere, obstruct or disrupt the law just because people who are involved in corruption are being questioned after court orders have come and they've got no relief from them.
All right, Mr. Poonawala, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on CNN News 18. To bring you more coverage on the story, I have two colleagues who are with us on the ground. My colleague Siddhant is with us from outside the National Herald office that, as we told you, was sealed yesterday. My colleague Akash is present with us from outside the AICC headquarters in central Delhi. Those are just a few minutes away also from Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's residence and the ED. Let's go over first to Siddhant to get an update from where he is, the National Herald, the site of much drama over the last 2 days. Siddhant, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Siddhant, for our audiences, if you could first give us an explanation of the reasoning that the Enforcement Directorate gave yesterday as they sealed the National Herald building. What was the reason they gave? And have we seen senior leader Mallikarjun Kharge respond to those reasons since? All right, Siddhant, unfortunately, I'm so sorry. We are going to have to keep you waiting. We have Charan Singh Sapra from the Congress. He's with us right now. We're going to go over to him for his perspective. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here at CNN News 18. Sir, we're covering hectic developments that have been taking place all through the day this morning. Unfortunately, to our audiences, I am sorry, we have now lost connection with Mr. Sapra. We are going to have to go back to Siddhant. Siddhant, remember, is present outside one of the buildings of the National Herald that was sealed yesterday. Siddhant, were you able to hear my question earlier? Can we come to you for your answer? All right, I'm not sure if Siddhant is able to hear us. Siddhant is present outside the National Herald building, and I will check once again if he's present. I'll also check if my colleague Akshay who's present outside the AICC, if he can hear us, and we can go over to either of them for more coverage on this story on the ground. Till we're able to rebuild that connection, let's bring you a deeper look at this entire case. This is a case, remember, that's been going on for more than a decade. It started when Subramaniam Swamy, the BJP leader, actually launched a case in early 2012. It's been going on now for more than a decade. My colleague Anshul is with us from live outside the AICC. Let's go over to him. Anshul, just to give a little context to our audiences, today you're at the AICC, but you've also been present at the AICC each of the days in the last month where we've seen heavy protests take place there. When first you had Rahul Gandhi and then you had Sonia Gandhi called in for ED questioning. What's the situation there right now? What's the police deployment, and are there senior Congress leaders present in the building?
So yes, the situation at AICC is perfectly normal. Last night, when the ED went ahead and sealed the National Herald building, what the Delhi police came out and said that they had information that there could be protests yet again outside AICC and outside Sonia Gandhi's residence, where Congress workers would gather over there. To keep that in check, we saw that there was heavy barricading that was placed here at Akbar Road yesterday. But since this morning, there has been no barricades. I'll ask my video journalist to show you in the visuals over here. The traffic movement is absolutely normal outside AICC since today morning itself. So a few of the senior leaders of the Congress party have reached inside the Congress building. What the Delhi police had to say that there was no permission that was taken by the Congress party to carry out any sort of protest march outside the Congress office, and that is the reason why there was heavy police deployment yesterday. But today also, since the Congress came out and clarified that no protest is going to happen, then the police remove these barricades, is what we are being told. But yes, the Congress is planning to carry out a massive protest tomorrow, for which they have taken permission. But the permission of the protest, they are being allowed to carry out that protest just inside the buildings of AICC, and that is why we are seeing many preparations that are already going inside the AICC, where tents have put up. So yes, from this evening till tomorrow morning, we are going to see many Congress workers who are going to come out here and gather here at the All India Congress headquarters in the national capital. So yes, the Delhi police is making sure that no untoward situation arises over here, because we have been reporting since day one when Rahul Gandhi went out for his questioning. So we have been reporting since that day that this is a very high security zone, and the Delhi police cannot take any chance whatsoever when it comes to the security of this area. So yes, the Delhi police yesterday also tried to make sure that no untoward situation arises over here, and today also we saw the same situation arise. However, no one was allowed to stop. No one was stopped from coming inside the Congress office or entering the AICC headquarters or the Akbar Road. But yes, these allegations that came out from the Congress yesterday, they have been tackled by the Delhi police. However, we are going to see a big march that could be carried out by the Congress party tomorrow against inflation, against unemployment. These are the topics that they are going to pick up. Also, what we have been told that the misuse of ED is also going to be one of the things that they speak about in the protest. So yes, now it remains to be seen what transpires tomorrow and how much of the police force will again come out outside the Congress headquarters, because remember, till now the Congress hasn't gotten the permission to step out of AICC office and carry out any sort of protest at Akbar Road as of now, what we have been told. But yes, we might get more clarity through the day as to where the exact location of the protest could be. But yes, currently the plan is that the protest that is going to happen inside the premises of AICC, and that is the reason why we are seeing a lot of movement happening here at AICC. A lot of people have already started gathering here. Many of the workers who have gathered here from different parts of the country are going to stay at AICC for tonight and join the protest tomorrow. So yes, a big day tomorrow for the Congress party. Now what remains to be seen as to how much leeway would be given to the Congress party, or how much of a rope would be given to the Congress party to carry out their protest. But as of now, they wouldn't be allowed to step out of the Congress office tomorrow, and the protest will be carried out from inside the premises of 24 Akbar Road, Toya.
Anshul, thank you so much for providing us with all of that information. Now, my colleague Siddhant is also with us. Siddhant is with us right now from a building in the National Herald. Remember, it's a building that was sealed yesterday after investigations took place the day before that. Let's go over right now to Siddhant to understand more. Siddhant, since we're starting our noon show with you, could you just give our audiences a brief summary of what's taken place at that building over the last 2 days? If you could also tell us what senior Congress leaders like Mallikarjun Kharge, how they've responded to the developments in the building.
Well, look, it's an ongoing investigation, and in fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal, and Rahul and Sonia Gandhi both have been questioned multiple times by the Enforcement Directorate. A few days back, there was one multi-city raid by Enforcement Directorate in which the companies linked to Young Indian and National Herald offices across the country were raided. Now, one of the offices was this very building behind me. This is Herald House in ITO of New Delhi. And on 4th floor is Young India's office, and this particular office was also raided by Enforcement Directorate. Now, yesterday this one notice was put up by the federal agency, and the notice was put up because federal agency wants to carry out searches here, but since there was no one present in the building premises, the principal officer of Young Indian, Young Indian, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, was not present to cooperate with the federal agency. The notice was put up that office cannot open up, the office cannot function until the raids get concluded, and this is the reason that we are expecting the time Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge will inform the Enforcement Directorate that he is ready to cooperate, he is ready to be present in the office of Young Indian for the raid purposes. Then at that time, the ED teams will come and continue with the raid at Young Indian office. So this is an importance of this particular building in this entire investigation. Also, yesterday, if you remember, Mr. Amit Malviya has tweeted saying that every month, the government of India and TCS pay rent of 89 lakh to Young Indian as a rent because TCS and Government of India is using this premises. So this is actually an argument of Enforcement Directorate that by giving loans to Associated Journal Limited, fraudulently the assets of National Herald were acquired by the Congress party and Gandhi family especially, and this is what this scam is. To which Congress party has to say that the Young Indian is a company which has been set up under Section 25. That is a section of NGO. So any person or for that matter company, any person cannot use the property for personal benefit. So this is what an argument Congress party has been giving from years, and this is exactly what both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi have also told the Enforcement Directorate. Now we have been told that that raids will continue here. The time ED Mallikarjun Kharge will agree to cooperate with the investigating agency. Also, keeping in mind the media coverage and the way Congress party is trying to build the atmosphere around this entire investigation. And today, this morning, also Rahul Gandhi, made sure that he gave bites outside his residence while leaving for Parliament. That is really unprecedented. He never does that. It clearly shows that.
Siddhant, stay with us, please, because we have another reaction that's come in from senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Let's take a very quick look at what he had to say.
ईडी के बारे में सर आपने ईडी के बारे में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री को जो कुछ करना है कर ले और क्या हैं और क्या मतलब आप डरने वाले नहीं ना बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले और मोदी से कम है मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं सर लगातार और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग करें
और सर आपको जिस तरह से एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया है
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता सामने आपके मैडम के घर के कल भी हुआ बढ़िया और करिए सच्चाई को बैरिकेड ये लोग क्यों करना चाहते हैं क्यों कर रहे हैं क्या राहुल गांधी की जमीन राहुल जी कल जो आप लोग का कार्यक्रम है वो कह रहे थे क्या नहीं होगा
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते नोटिस आया है किसी वेणुगोपाल का अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते
पुलिस ने मना किया है परमिशन नहीं दे रही पुलिस आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट जारी
ईडी के बारे में सर
All right, a defiant Rahul Gandhi over there. When he's asked if he's afraid, he says, as you could hear, he says, I'm not afraid of the Prime Minister in particular. He also had a number of other comments. We're going to play out that same bite for you once more in a little while with translations written right at the bottom so you can understand what he's saying. But again, this answer is along expected lines. The Congress has, in the last few weeks, remained defiant. They continue to argue that the Enforcement Directorate is being misused. Their argument is that this is a case that's over a decade old. It's a case, according to them, that keeps getting dragged up by the ED. They also questioned why senior leader Sonia Gandhi was questioned in the manner that she was, why the ED didn't go over to her house and question her. Remember, Sonia Gandhi is 75 years old. She's also recovering from COVID-related symptoms, which is why the Congress asked why the ED needed to have her at their office. On their side, the ED argued that they had given her the accurate provisions. They'd allowed, for example, her daughter Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to accompany her during the ED questioning. Now, you might remember Rahul Gandhi's questioning took place first. Sonia Gandhi's questioning took place right after that. We're going to tell you more details about how both questioning went. But first, let's play out for you the bite that we just heard of Rahul Gandhi giving that reaction.
आपने ईडी के बारे में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री को जो कुछ करना है कर ले और क्या हैं और क्या मतलब आप डरने वाले नहीं ना बिल्कुल नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं डरता नहीं सर लगातार ये काम और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग करें
और सर आपको जिस तरह से एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता सर लगातार घर के सामने आपके मैडम के घर के सामने कल भी हो बढ़िया और करिए सच्चाई को बैरिकेड ये लोग क्यों करना चाहते हैं क्यों कर रहे हैं क्या राहुल गांधी जी कल जो आप लोग का फैसला है वो
कह रहे कि
क्या नहीं होगा
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते नोटिस आया है डीसी वेणुगोपाल का अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते
पुलिस ने मना किया है परमिशन नहीं दे रही पुलिस आप लोग का प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा
ईडी के बारे में सर आपने ईडी के बारे
Brijlal, second supplementary, Brijlal. Third supplementary, Brijlal, please. Brijlal जी.
जी मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से पूछना चाहता हूं महोदय आपके माध्यम से कि जहां न्यूक्लियर और रेडियोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम होती है उसके लिए क्या एनडीआरएफ हमारी जिसकी 12 बटालियन है और कुछ डिजास्टर रिस्पांस सेंटर्स हैं स्थापित हैं क्या इसको डील करने में सक्षम है क्या उन्हें इसको किया गया
मंत्री जी सभापति महोदय जैसे मैंने आरंभ में भी कहा नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी इसका ये जो व्यवस्था बनाई गई है उसका एक असेंशियल अंग है और एनडीआरएफ आवश्यकता के अनुसार सक्रिय की जाती है हालांकि आमतौर से इस प्रकार की अभी कभी नौबत नहीं आई लेकिन जो हमारी व्यवस्था है कि अरेंजमेंट इन प्लेस उसके तहत नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान एक्ट 2005 में बनाया गया था और इसी हद तक वो प्रेरित था गुजरात के डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान से जो वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 2003 में लाया गया था। आज वर्तमान व्यवस्था के तहत न्यूक्लियर और एटॉमिक इमरजेंसीज के साथ डील करने के लिए नोडल एजेंसी का काम करता है परमाणु ऊर्जा विभाग और उसके साथ समन्वय करता है नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ अफेयर्स जो स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय। यदि कोई इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति उत्पन्न होती है तो पहले से ही तैयारी रखे हुए है लेकिन खुशकिस्मती से अभी तक कोई इस प्रकार की नौबत नहीं आई। Question number 197, Sivadasan ji. Please.
Sir, because of the ED raids, sir, house is totally disrupted, sir. So how can I ask the question? Sir, the house is disrupted. So house is disrupted, sir. Sir, because of the ED raids.
Table. Yes,
Sir, because of the ED raids.
First supplementary.
Sir, because of the ED raids, the house is disrupted. So, because of the ED raids.
Please, Sivadasan ji,
Sir, because
would you like to avail the opportunity given to you or not? Please. Supplementary.
Sir, because of the, please. Because of the, sir, hello, sir.
You are not availing the opportunity then. Jose K. Mani ji. Jose K. Mani ji.
Inviting this honor, sir, how can you ask a question like this?
Would you like to avail the opportunity given to you or not? Juice Maniji, if you are not availing your opportunity, it will be given to somebody else. Don't waste the time of the house. Can you place the house in order? Question number 198, Tiruchi Shivaji. Question number 198. Honorable Minister.
Being killed in this country. प्रजातंत्र को का गला घोटा जा रहा है जिस तरीके से कांग्रेस प्रजातंत्र का गला घोटा जा रहा है ये स्वीकार्य नहीं है प्रजातंत्र का गला घोटना।
Do you have any supplementaries to ask? I am asking you, do you have any supplementaries to ask? I will give an opportunity. I am not able to hear. If you are not availing the opportunity, then you will be losing the term. First supplementary, Rakesh Sinha ji.
महोदय, मैं आपको धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आपने ऐसी परिस्थिति में भी हाउस को चलाने का निर्णय लिया और क्वेश्चन आवर चल रहा है। मेरा मंत्री जी से सवाल है कि देश में कितने साइंस सेंटर है? प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में खेल के क्षेत्र में जो विकास हुआ है और मंत्री जी से इसी से जुड़ा हुआ प्रश्न है, क्या बेगूसराय में जहाँ बैडमिंटन की अच्छी खासी संख्या है, प्रत्येक वर्ष वहाँ मैच होते हैं, बड़ी संख्या में खिलाड़ी हैं, क्या वहाँ साइंस सेंटर खोलने का विचार मंत्री जी करेंगे?
मंत्री जी,
पूरा देश में 23 NCOE है और उसके साथ साथ 68 STC भी है। इनका जो क्षेत्र के बारे में पूछा गया महोदय कि बेगूसराय में कोई बैडमिंटन का व्यवस्था साई के द्वारा किया जाएगा या नहीं, अगर महोदय राज्य के माध्यम से कोई प्रस्ताव आते हैं तो बिल्कुल हम उसके ऊपर समय समय जैसे विचार करते आए हैं, बिल्कुल उसके ऊपर निश्चित समय पर निश्चित रूप से विचार किया जाएगा। महोदय, आज जहाँ पर कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारे देश के खिलाड़ी, हमारे देश के युवा वहाँ पर मेडल जीतते हैं महोदय, और ये लोग ऐसे हल्ला करके पार्लियामेंट की प्रोडक्टिविटी को खत्म कर रहे हैं महोदय। मैं प्रार्थना करना चाहूँगा कि सदन की कार्रवाई चले और इस तरह से हमारे देश के युवा लंदन में जो जहाँ पर इंग्लैंड में जहाँ पर कॉमनवेल्थ हो रहा है वहाँ पर एक के बाद एक मेडल जीतते जा रहा है, एक के बाद एक अचीवमेंट हो रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ कि जब स्पोर्ट्स के विषय में चर्चा हो एटलीस्ट इस टाइम को सदन को चलने दे और देश की युवा स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में सुनने के लिए अधीर आग्रह से अपेक्षा करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में जब चर्चा होता है तो एटलीस्ट सदन को चलने देना चाहिए।
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री, अब्दुल वाहब जी, अब्दुल वाहब जी, अब्दुल वाहब जी। थर्ड सप्लीमेंट्री, तमिदुराई जी।
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Please.
That the sports is the state subject and development of the sports activities must be come forward. The state government has to come forward. But yesterday also, our sports minister,
Honorable LOP.
My colleague Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, with us to bring us more information about these developments. Pallavi, we've just played out a few minutes of live stream from the Raj Sabha, clearly ruckus, but could you provide us more context?
So it's week 3 of the parliament session and it's been a complete washout. Though the government, of course, to be fair, has actually managed to pass a couple of important bills, like one anti-doping bill yesterday. Well, I mean, the protests which are coming in from the opposition is also coming out of the several notices that they have served. They want a debate and discussion on what they call the misuse of the ED and the CBI, on price rise, on unemployment. All of these multiple issues are the ones which have been raked up by the opposition parties, and there is no meeting ground now between the BJP and the Congress, and especially BJP as well as the rest of the opposition. A complete breakdown of communication, particularly between the Congress and the BJP, and the result is for us to see where repeated adjournments in both Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha.
Pallavi, could you provide us more now of an overview context? How many weeks of the monsoon session are left? How much more time does the government have to get the rest of its bills passed?
Well, there are actually more than 26 bills which the government had actually planned for the monsoon session of Parliament. Next week is going to be the last week of the Parliament session. Till now, they've managed to pass at least 5 to 6 important bills. So as far as the government goes, their point is that despite the din, despite the non-cooperation coming in from the opposition parties, we are going to be doing what we are meant to do, which is pass the laws. But, at the end of the day, the report card of the government will also show passage of bills and also an important discussion as far as the price rise goes. But at the end of the day, as I was talking about, Toya, Parliament sessions are also about debate and discussions. It also is about a cooperation or a communication channel open between the government and the opposition. At least on the last point, we've seen this session being a complete failure.
Pallavi, and that's exactly what I wanted to come to you about for our last question. Obviously, because you've covered the Parliament for years now, this kind of session where you've got 3 weeks that, as you've said, seem pretty much to be a washout. Is this unprecedented?
Well, no, not really unprecedented, but I still remember during the UPA times, for example, when there was a demand which was made by the then opposition party, which was the BJP, for a joint parliamentary probe into a 2G scam. The entire session was a complete washout. It was only on the last day that the UPA government finally agreed to set up a JPC probe. It's after that, it's actually, frankly speaking, for all of us who are covering the parliament, it's now a given thing. We go into parliament in the morning knowing very well that, unlikely that the house is going to be functioning normally. Even on key issues like price rise, there are multiple disruptions, multiple interventions which take place. So of late, unfortunately, it's become a norm to see repeated adjournments of both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha.
Pallavi, stay with us. Thank you so much for providing us with context on that story, though. All right, very quickly, we're going to move on now from this story to another story taking place right here in the capital. We'll actually go back. We'll move on in just a second. Right now, though, we do want to keep our focus on this story. As you can see, the ruckus taking place in the Parliament. At the same time, the Congress rallying around, first, the National Herald building being closed. Second, the ED questioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi that we've seen take place over the last few weeks. And third, remember, the Congress has a protest that's planned to take place. It's going to be taking place tomorrow. It's a national protest against inflation, against price rise, unemployment, a few different issues. The Congress is saying that the ED action and more specifically the National Herald action we saw yesterday and day before, the Congress is saying those are distraction tactics. They're saying these are attempts to prevent real conversation from happening. Now, those are developments we've seen right now on the left side of your screens. We have Parliament visuals coming into you. As my colleague Pallavi was saying, it seems as if one more week, it's Thursday, remember, it's the third week of the Parliament. The Parliament started, monsoon session started on the 18th of July. There's one more week left. My colleague Pallavi is with us back again on this story. Pallavi, we've gotten context now from you about the Parliament session, but could you tell us more about the protest that's planned by the Congress tomorrow?
Well, big bang protest. If you enter the AICC headquarters, you are going to see all the big arrangements which have been made. Tents and shamianas have been set up. The party cadre has been alerted, not just in Delhi, but of course across the country. In Delhi, two big protests which are planned. One is gheraing the Prime Minister's residence, and second is that of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Now, both of them means that they are likely to be detained because these are no-go zones, Section 144 in place, and we know that both of them are high security areas. But I think this is exactly what the Congress Party has braced itself for, and this is exactly what the Congress Party also wants. But having said that, there could be a spanner in the works, because what the Congress leaders are also anticipating is that there's a possibility that the ED officials either come to a Congress headquarters or they come to a residence of the Gandhis, in which case the focus is going to shift from a protest over price rise and GST rates to actually over the Gandhis being targeted by the ED. And I think that momentum has been set in by Rahul Gandhi himself, where not once but at least twice through the day he's spoken about the fact that we are not scared, we'll do our job to maintain harmony, let the ED do what they want to do.
Pallavi, stay with us. I want to come back to you to ask you more questions, but first my colleague Anshul is present with us from outside the AICC, which to our audience you might remember is the Congress headquarters present right in the center of the city. Anshul, just to check in with you, describe the settings around you right now. Since the morning, you've been reporting that the police deployment is not as heavy as it was yesterday. We've also seen some Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders rather, enter the building. Any updates?
So yes, the police deployment is absolutely normal outside the Congress office, what we see on normal days, not on the days of the protest. So we showed our viewers just a few minutes ago how the traffic outside the Congress office is running absolutely normally. There are no police officials or there are no heavy security deployment that has been made over here. But inside the Congress office, I like to show you in the visuals over here, the preparations for tomorrow has started. As our colleague Pallavi was mentioning, that tomorrow is going to be the big bang day that the Congress is going to take on the government yet again. They are going to carry out that massive protest from inside the AICC headquarters today. So yes, if you see, these are the preparations that are already in place. Waterproof tents have been made to make sure that there is, even if there is rain, there is no harm to this protest that can happen. Also, the Congress has sought permission from the Delhi police to carry out a protest in certain locations, but we will get more clarity whether that permissions would be given, or if the permissions are given, what are the terms and conditions that the police will put forward. These are few of the details that might come to us later in the day, but as of now, the
Anshul,
Congress
thank you for those details, Anshul. We will have to return to you in just a second because we have Tom Vadakan with us. Remember, he's a national spokesperson for the BJP. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Sir, we're going to ask you a few questions. The first, total ruckus in the parliament, as we just played out for our viewers. We saw, I think, earlier Union Minister Jitendra Singh attempting to address the Rajya Sabha. There were, however, chants of protest going on in the background. Sir, the thing that is worrying, though, is we're seeing a lack of possibility for dialogue between both sides. Would you agree?
Absolutely. This is not just about dialogue. I mean, this is what is happening is, this ruckus is about monologue. I mean, they're trying to divert attention. When there was a discussion on price rise, on inflation and what have you, and the questions were being answered by the finance minister, none of these souls had time to sit there. They walked out. Now, if this is the kind of political opposition that they plan to put up and create ruckus, say something in the House, agree to something in the House and come out and try to grab headlines. Now, yesterday there was a huge hue and cry about siege at the AICC. See, that area is chronically affected by 144, being a VIP area, and all sorts of demonstrations are held. It is in their own security, reason their security, heightened security is there. Now, they made all sorts of excuses that they're under siege and what have you. And as your person reported, it was all calm and there was nothing happening there. So the point is, and then one more thing I want to add, I mean, what are they afraid of ultimately? What is this entire show? Some people are being questioned. Kharge went, late Mr. Vora went, others went and had, there is no disturbances. Here, the minute the Gandhis are touched, oh God, the sky falls down, the city is, they create problems in the entire city. If you have nothing to hide, and if you have not destroyed evidences with the shredder, what are you afraid of? Come face the ED, tell them the truth, and there you go. This is a democratic country. This is not a banana republic as they want us to believe.
Okay. Mr. Vadakan, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. That's the BJP spokesperson, national spokesperson for the party, Tom Vadakan. Now let's go back to my colleague Anshul. Anshul, remember, was present at the AICC. He was showing us some of the protests for the big day tomorrow. But right before we do that, take a look at what Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has had to say when journalists tried to ask him what his reactions were to the ED's tactics.
ईडी के बारे में सर आपने ईडी के बारे में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री को जो कुछ करना है कर ले और क्या हैं और क्या मतलब आप डरने वाले नहीं ना बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं सर लगातार ये बात और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग
और सर आपको जिस तरह से कल एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता सर लगातार सामने आपके मैडम के घर के कल भी हुआ बढ़िया और करिए सच्चाई को बैरिकेड क्यों करना चाहते हैं क्यों कर रहे हैं राहुल जी कल जो आप लोग का फैसला है वो क्या नहीं होगा
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते नोटिस आया है किसी ने इनको कहा था कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते
पुलिस ने मना किया है, पुलिस ने मना किया है, परमिशन नहीं दे रही पुलिस। आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा?
All right, that was Rahul Gandhi saying, as you saw, that he wasn't scared. He said, I'm not intimidated. I'm in particular not intimidated by the Prime Minister. A number of other things were also said there. Before we move over to that, we have KC Tyagi from the JDU. He's with us. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. So we're covering three stories at the same time. I'd like to come to you for your first reaction, though, on the action and the ruckus, frankly, that we've seen in the Rajya Sabha. As we just saw, you had the Union Minister, Jitendra Singh. I think he was trying to address the Rajya Sabha, but the opposition chants were loud. They were drowning him out. Sir, do you worry for the ability of the opposition and the government to talk to each other, to be able to have conversation, discussion?
And the opposition parties, they are the pillar of the Indian democracy and the constitutions. There may be some problem in the running of the houses, but both opposition and the ruling party, they must come together to resolve these contradictions for a smooth government and parliament functioning, number one. Number two, these government investigating agencies are working since a long time back.
Right.
During the UPA government time, whenever there was the activeness of these agencies, we were crying. Now it is a NDA government. When these agency acts, the other opposition parties, they crowd. Let them work, let them complete their work, and let us wait for the verdict also. Majority of the ED and the CBI inquiries are done by the court and the Supreme Court directions.
All right. And Mr. Tyagi, if I may ask you one last thing before we let you go, sir. The action that we're seeing by the Enforcement Directorate, where you're saying that where you're seeing the Congress again and again say these are intimidation tactics. We just heard from Rahul Gandhi, who called it the same, though he said, I wasn't afraid. Sir, where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on the ED action that we've seen? Where does the JDU stand?
When a sum of rupees 60 crore is found openly in open places, what the ED, what the CBI, what the disproportionate asset agencies, what help can they do these kind of people? Now we have seen 3 Congress MLA with the cash of 49 lakhs. They were arrested by a friendly government of TMC in West Bengal. What is the fault of ED? What is the fault of CBI or IB?
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. There you have the JDU, an ally in Bihar to the BJP. KC Tyagi, a spokesperson, speaking to us right now. Now, very quickly, we're going to go back. My colleague Anshul is with us from live outside the AICC. You might remember a few moments ago, Anshul was showing us preparations for protests that are planned across the country tomorrow. The Congress is going to be protesting a number of issues. Let's go over to Anshul to understand more. Anshul, walk us through the Congress's platform for the protest tomorrow, please.
What I can tell you, just a few days ago, there was a meeting of the core committee of the Congress party where senior leaders of the Congress party, including the likes of KC Venugopal and Kharge, all reached here at AICC, and there they talked about the future course of action that they are going to take to encircle the government on various issues. So initially the protest was planned to happen on issues of unemployment and in high inflation that is going on in the country. However, since the ED's investigation is continuing in the National Herald case, and we also heard yesterday that the ED has sealed the office of National Herald in the national capital at ITO. So yes, the Congress has now decided that it will also raise the issue of the ED coming out and harassing senior leaders of the Congress party, including likes of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So yes, we are seeing that the Congress party seems to be a bit on a back foot right now, because it is for the first time that we are seeing Rahul Gandhi coming out in front of the media and speaking openly at least twice in a day and trying to give out a message that the Congress party is not afraid of the Enforcement Directorate and they are not afraid of any sort of investigation that the ED is going to carry out on them. But yes, the Congress party is making sure that the message that the Enforcement Directorate is trying to harass the people of the Congress, the senior leaders of the Congress party, is reverberated across the country, and that is why tomorrow we are going to see a massive protest that is going to take place here inside the AICC headquarters. All the senior leaders of the Congress party are going to come down here. The workers of the Congress party, the Karyakartas of the Congress party have already started reaching here. If you could see behind me, these are the beds, these are the cushions that have already come in. These will be used for the Congress workers to sleep upon for today, because remember, the Congress party is very sure of the fact that tomorrow morning
as well there could be barricades outside the Congress office, which means that not many workers would be allowed to reach inside AICC headquarters, and that is the reason why the Congress party has already planned that the workers should stay inside the AICC headquarters today itself, so that since from tomorrow morning there could be a huge crowd that is already present inside the AICC headquarters once the senior leaders of the Congress party actually start arriving here. We are also being told that the CMs of the Congress party might also come here at the Congress office, where they will again speak to their workers and try and tell them that how the government is trying to demoralize them, demoralize the workforce, demoralize the workers of the Congress party by attacking the Gandhi family, which is said to be the pillar on which the Congress party is standing right now. So yes, the Congress party is absolutely in support of the Gandhi family. Now it remains to be seen when the protest starts tomorrow here inside the AICC headquarters. Will these protesters try to move out from here? And if they try to move out, what is the action that the police is going to take? Are we going to see the same scenes, or a deja vu will happen again in front of our eyes when the Congress workers will be detained as soon as they step out of the office? Or will there be more permissions given to them this time around with lots of caveats and
Thank you for bringing us that information. For our audiences, we're going to have to move on. We have some breaking news coming in. This is a face-off taking place between a senior Congress leader and a senior BJP leader. This is breaking news that we have. The Congress is attacking Rajya Sabha leader Piyush Goyal. Jairam Ramesh, a senior Congress leader, has tweeted out, this morning at 11:15 a.m., Leader of the House Piyush Goyal did not allow the Leader of the Opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, to have his say. Piyush Goyal forced the adjournment of the House. All right, that is the acknowledgement, that is the allegation that is coming forward from the senior Congress leader. I'm going to read it out for you once again. He said that at 11:15, Piyush Goyal did not allow the Leader of Opposition to have his say. In that he means Mallikarjun Kharge. Very quickly, take a look at what took place, then we'll move on.
The House was in order and everybody was peacefully sitting in his or her seat. The Leader of the Opposition, before he completed the first sentence, the Leader of the House, Mr. Piyush Goyal, stands up, interrupts him, shouts at him, and tries to drown him out. Which rule sanctions this kind of outrageous parliamentary behavior? Why is the Leader of the House, whose only business is to ensure that the House is run, why is he shouting and screaming and making the House adjourn? This shows the extreme intolerance of this government, and today's adjournment is entirely because of the Leader of the House, Mr. Piyush Goyal.
All right, my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who covers the Parliament, is with us this afternoon to bring us more context. Pallavi, exactly. All right, we'll go over to Pallavi in just a few moments from now to understand more when we are able to establish a connection with her. Remember, ruckus in the Rajya Sabha, as we just showed you on the left side of your screens, but we'll bring you more clarity on what degree of what the senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh is asserting is correct. Remember, he said that 11:15 a.m., so about an hour ago, the Leader of the House, Piyush Goyal, did not allow the Leader of the Opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, remember, a senior Congress leader, he's saying he didn't allow him to have his say. The other thing that Jairam Ramesh is saying is that Piyush Goyal forced the adjournment of the House. But now, to provide you with more clarity, my colleague, our senior editor, Pallavi Ghosh, is with us. Pallavi, could you describe to our audiences exactly what took place in the Parliament at around 11:15 in the morning today?
See, as we know that Congress has given multiple notices and they want suspension of every business to take place to discuss ED, CBI and the notices that they've given. And that's where the allegation is coming in from the Congress that when Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, stood up to make a point, he was not allowed to speak by the minister, who also happens to be the leader of the House as far as the government goes. And that has given rise to the latest friction point that when it comes to the opposition, new rules are flaunted, the mics are switched off, cameras don't focus on them, and their voices are being muzzled. And this is the kind of democracy under the Modi government, to use the words of Jairam Ramesh.
All right, Pallavi, thank you so much for providing us with that information. For our audiences, we're going to move on now from the story. We're moving south, where we have some breaking news coming in regarding Karnataka. Remember, elections are due in the state next year, on or before May. This development is very much regarding that. Home Minister Amit Shah apparently met with B.S. Yediyurappa, the senior BJP leader. He was worried and concerned about the birthday bash of the senior Congress leader, Siddaramaiah, that you might remember we were covering yesterday. It saw thousands and thousands of people turn up for it. Apparently, the scale of the birthday bash, the sheer number of people that came for it, has left the Karnataka BJP rattled. B.S. Yediyurappa, in that meeting with Amit Shah, briefed him about the bash. Seeing that massive turnout, the BJP is worried that the Congress could garner more ground if this momentum continues. Let's go over to my colleague Harish Upadhyay for more details. Harish, two questions for you. Could you bring us more context on the phone call itself? Also, was the current Chief Minister, Basavaraj Bommai, was he at all privy to this conversation?
Well, this was a one-on-one meeting between Union Home Minister Amit Shah and former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa at the Taj Westin Hotel in Bengaluru. Remember, Union Home Minister is here for a government program on the sidelines of which this meeting has happened. Basavaraj Bommai wasn't present there. This was a meeting between just Amit Shah and B.S. Yediyurappa. We do understand that B.S. Yediyurappa briefed the Union Home Minister about the birthday bash of Mrs. Siddaramaiah, which took place in Davangere yesterday. The kind of record turnout that was witnessed at the birthday bash, and B.S. Yediyurappa also analyzed that this perhaps could give some ground for the Congress, and they could actually expand the momentum that they would get out of this. And Union Home Minister has reportedly asked Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa to work on plans to revive the party organization, and he's also said that if the party doesn't revive the organization despite being in the government, it would be a lost opportunity. So perhaps clear indications coming in that the BJP has taken note of the kind of crowd turnout and the success of this birthday bash of Mrs. Siddaramaiah, and the BJP now planning to have a counter event that might happen in the next month or so.
All right, Harish, if we could just stay with the event itself. You brought us some details yesterday. In some ways, the Congress has very much fulfilled its mission. This was supposed to be a grand show of strength. But could you walk us through the scale of yesterday's event, please?
Well, in excess of 6 lakh people turned up for this event. The Congress says it could be anywhere around 10 lakh, but the sheer number of people who turned up from across Karnataka kind of indicated the presence and the pan-Karnataka presence that Siddaramaiah enjoys, support he enjoys from across cross-section of people. And also significantly, this happened in front of Rahul Gandhi, and almost the entire rank and file of Karnataka Congress was present, including D.K. Shivkumar. More importantly, both the leaders, whether it's Siddaramaiah or D.K. Shivkumar, both indicated that they would work together, and there will be no talk about leadership. In fact, D.K. Shivkumar said they would fight the elections under the banner of collective leadership. You also had Siddaramaiah making it very clear that there's no rift between him and D.K. Shivkumar. It's a creation of the opposition in the media. And he said the party would come back to power. We also had that iconic photo of Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar hugging and wishing each other. So the Congress trying to set the tone right. Perhaps the success of yesterday's event has given them some sort of a upper hand or momentum. Has to be seen if they can continue that momentum across Karnataka and sustain it for the next 8 months, and also how would the BJP counter it?
All right, and Harish, one last question for you. How deeply should our audiences read into the conversation between Shah and B.S. Yediyurappa? What I mean here is that our audiences might already be All right, Harish, I'm so sorry. You will have to stay with us. We have S. Prakash from the BJP. He's with us. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Sir, initial reports pointing to worry in the Karnataka BJP over the popularity, the sheer popularity of the former Chief Minister Siddaramaya's birthday celebrations yesterday. Our reporter telling us that that's exactly what Home Minister Amit Shah addressed when he spoke to senior BJP leader BSY. So what could you confirm for us?
Madam, our Home Minister is in Bangalore.
Right.
Mr. Yediyurappa and the Chief Minister have called on him. It's a courtesy call. When the top leader from my party is in the town, the senior leaders from the state would naturally meet with him and have discussion about the political development. We are not worried about the Siddaramaya's birthday bash. It is his individual program. Even the Congress party has said it is not about Congress party program, it is Siddaramaya's program.
Right.
We are not concerned about it. BJP is working on coming back to power on our strength, on our own.
All right, so one last question for you though. Over the last few months, we have seen the current Chief Minister, Basavaraj Bommai, dodged by multiple reports that his leadership is not trusted by the central BJP unit. They are possibly looking for a change. Is that something, sir, you'd like to confirm?
See, several challenges are to be faced when you are occupying a very top position. Many unconfirmed reports will be floated. There is no possibility of any change of leadership. The central leadership have got full faith on the Bommai's leadership. And the coming election also, it will be fought under his leadership.
Okay.
And we are definitely going to come back to power.
All right. So you're also saying that the BJP is confident that they will stay with Basavaraj Bommai when the elections come around in 2023, yes?
Yes, madam.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Let's go back to my colleague Harish right now to understand more. Harish, we just spoke to S. Prakash from the BJP. He was particularly confident of the BJP remaining with Basavaraj Bommai as their chief ministerial face for 2023. Is that an indication that you've gotten too?
Well, it's a catch-22 situation for the BJP now. We are not too far away from the elections. We are in August now. The elections would happen any time in April and May. So they don't have much time. But at the same time, we've seen the BJP changing leadership in other states, even with 4 or 5 months remaining for the election. So it can't be ruled out completely. But does the BJP have a better alternative here? Well, the Chief Minister and his entire cabinet, there's a union, the Central Party High Command has faith in Basavaraj Bommai, and has to be seen as the party believes that despite all these controversies that have happened, they still can course correct and change things in the next few months.
Harish, one final question for you here. How heavily has the BJP leadership been impacted by the violence we've seen in Dakshin Kannada over the last few days?
Well, the violence hasn't impacted the BJP. What has impacted the BJP and the leadership of the BJP is the kind of response that's coming in from the BJP workers and the Yuva Morcha workers, and the dissent that's in the larger right-wing groups, umbrellas, various right-wing groups. We've seen resignations coming in from Yuva Morcha as well. That perhaps has rattled the leadership, saying that if our core worker base is unhappy with the government, the actions of the government, then it would be difficult for them to motivate these cadres to work full throttle, especially during the campaign. They're not worried that the voter base or the worker base will vote for somebody else. That is not the worry, but can these leaders then on the ground get them to work during elections is the worry, and that's the reason they've been demanding some sort of demonstrative action by the government here. And perhaps that's the instruction that has gone to Basavaraj Bommai and others as well, asking them to ensure that these Yuva Morcha workers are convinced to withdraw their resignation, and also the party can look at reworking the organization. And there might be some changes. Nalin Kumar Patel, the state BJP president's tenure gets over later next week. Perhaps the party will look at a new phase then.
Harish Upadhyay, thank you so much for bringing us context. For our audiences, an incredibly interesting situation shaping up there in Karnataka. That's all that we have with me, Toya Singh. Next, my colleague Shivani Gupta takes over at 1.
Thanks a lot for that, Toya. Good afternoon to you and to all of our viewers. Thanks a lot for staying with us. The top story, the drama that we're tracking coming out of the national capital since late last evening. Speaking out about the National Herald scam in which both him and his mother, the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, have been questioned by the ED, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi today directly hit out at Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that the Congress will continue to fight against their attempts to go against democracy. He also said that the Grand Old Party will continue their protests, and while barricades will be put up, the truth cannot be barricaded. Meanwhile, ruckus erupted in Rajya Sabha with the opposition chanting slogans like Tanashahi nahi chalegi, which translates to dictatorship will not work. This comes after the ED sealed temporarily the Young Indian office at Herald House yesterday evening. All right, we're getting some more updates as far as the Herald House drama is concerned. Now, Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress party is at Herald House. Remember, the ED yesterday had said that they're only temporarily sealing the Young India office because there was nobody available officially from their side, from the YIL side, to get the searches conducted. And as the searches were still midway, they sealed it till somebody comes and makes themselves presents themselves. And Mallikarjun Kharge was the one who was actually summoned to get these searches conducted and concluded. So it looks like he's there today in that capacity. But for a confirmation on that, let me also go across to my colleague Siddhant, who's joining us. Siddhant, anything that Mr. Kharge is saying? Is he here to cooperate with the ED?
Well, this is exactly what I asked Mr. Kharge, and in fact, the office of Young Indian has been sealed by Enforcement Directorate. It would be interesting to see whether Mr. Kharge can get inside the office. A. B. Is Mr. Kharge here on the request of Enforcement Directorate? Because yesterday, this information we received from Enforcement Directorate that they couldn't conclude the raids because Mr. Kharge, who is the principal officer in Young Indian, was not present at the time of raid. So is this a reason that Mr. Kharge has arrived? That is something to be seen. Can we expect Enforcement Directorate's team again at Young Indian office in Herald House? That is something yet to be seen. But I have put up those questions to Mr. Kharge that what does he has to say on the raids and the way Young Indian office was sealed. He said that whatever he has to say, he has said in the parliament. I also asked him about his visit to the Herald House, to which he refused to comment. Now he has gone upstairs along with him. His security has also gone to Young Indian office. Now we really don't know the status, but there you see this is the office, the main gate of Herald House, and in fact the Passport Seva Kendra office is also in the same building. So this is the single entry which everyone uses to get inside this very building. Now Mr. Kharge has gone inside. We can expect Enforcement Directorate's team as well, because he's the principal officer, and in fact the raids couldn't get over yesterday because he was not present. And on same ground only, the office of Young Indian was sealed by Enforcement Directorate.
Yes, and that's the argument that several people were making. These searches are ongoing. Obviously, such a property then cannot be left open because there is evidence that needs to be protected. Siddhant, just stay with me. I'm getting some more breaking updates that are coming in on this story, and ED sources are once again breaking down just what went down as far as the sealing, the temporary sealing of the Young Indian office is concerned. Now, the ED is saying they were forced to do so. They were forced to seal the Young Indian office at Herald House because Mallikarjun Kharge purposely did not join the search operations. One mail was sent in the afternoon to Kharge, another one in the evening. Both Pawan Bansal and Kharge came to Herald House in the evening. Despite personal request of investigating officer, they went out. They came but left without any message. Is that why the sealing was absolutely necessary? Ashish Maharishi, who tracks the ED very closely, is joining us. Ashish, you know, this is not really looking very well for the Congress leaders, even as they created such a hullabaloo about the sealing of the Young Indian office.
So the Enforcement Directorate team left at around 2:30 in the midnight, and they just kept on waiting for the the officer, the concerned principal officer, that is Mallikarjuna Kharge. Now, my sources in the ED tell me that 2 mails were sent, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. And interestingly, it's not only mail. Kharge personally, along with Pawan Bansal, was present there, came there. The investigating officer requested them to join the probe and complete the search operation. But interestingly, they immediately escaped out of that area. Within 10 minutes, they left the area. So this certainly leaves a little bit of surprise. And as I was saying yesterday as well, the Congress is making absolute hue and cry about this incident, about the office being sealed. But then this is a process of law. And if the principal officer in this case, Mallikarjuna Kharge, was not cooperating, then there was no other option for the Enforcement Directorate but to seal the premises. So here, despite 2 mails, despite personal requests, Kharge did not join, and that is why there was no other option but to seal the premises.
Ashish, yesterday when the Congress did a press conference, immediately after the news of the sealing came to light, even though they didn't quite directly address it, Abhishek Manu Singhvi was asked a question about it, and he said, I don't know if this is procedural. What is the ED telling you? Is there any challenge that can be mounted to the sealing of the office?
So, whenever there is a search warrant for a premises, that search warrant needs to be completed. Young Indian Office was one of the premises that was supposed to be searched. Since there was nobody in the premises, no occupant was there, so there was no other option that the Enforcement Directorate had to call somebody and complete the search operation. That is procedural. That is a part of the process, and the law has to take its own course.
Okay.
So here, despite the personal request, despite email request, the Congress, especially Mallikarjuna Kharge, did not respond to those requests, and that is why there was no other option but to seal the premises.
All right. Ashish, thank you for breaking down those details for us. Whether the Congress party will respond to that, what the ED is saying, remains to be seen. But this is what Rahul Gandhi said earlier today.
आप नेशनल हेरल्ड की बात कर रहे हैं जी सर। देखिए, ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, चुप नहीं होने वाले जी। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे कुछ भी कर। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। जो मेरा काम है देश की रक्षा करना, लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना, देश में जो हार्मनी है उसको मेंटेन करना, वो मैं करता रहूंगा जी। ये जी। कुछ भी कर लें।
ईडी के बारे में सर आपने ईडी के बारे में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री को जो कुछ करना है कर ले, और क्या है? और क्या मतलब आप डरने वाले नहीं? ना, बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले। और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं सर। लगातार ये बात और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग।
और सर, आपको जिस तरह से कल AICC मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया है,
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता। कल भी हुआ बढ़िया, और करिए सच्चाई को बैरिकेड क्यों करना चाहते हैं? क्यों कर रहे हैं? राहुल जी, कल जो आप लोग का फैसले में वो क्या नहीं होगा,
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते, नोटिस आया है किसी वेणुगोपाल का अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर सकते।
पुलिस ने मना किया है, पुलिस ने मना किया है, परमिशन नहीं दे रही पुलिस का। आप लोग का प्रोटेस्ट जारी रहेगा।
Let me also go across to my colleagues Pallavi and Siddhant, who continue to join us live. Pallavi, coming to you first up, is there a sense within the Congress party that they cannot quite question what the ED is doing vis-a-vis the Young Indian Office sealing, which is why the Congress is talking more about their protests and the barricading and making an issue out of that?
But I think it's a mixed kind of a reaction coming in from the Congress party. But, I think the Congress also did anticipate that there's a possibility that the ED could visit either the Congress headquarters or the residence of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. And that's the reason why all the workers and protesters have been mobilized. They're also here for tomorrow's big anti-price rise protest as well inside the AICC headquarters. For the Congress, it's actually a catch-22 situation and a dilemma, I would say. While they have often been accused of focusing only on the Gandhis and not on the Aam Aadmi, they decided to have tomorrow's protest on price rise. But should the ED go one step step ahead, which could possibly mean a visit by them to the Congress office or to the residence of the Gandhis, then they would be forced to take that issue up as well, which means they invite this criticism that at the end of the day, their protests are not about the Aam Aadmi, but it's only about the Gandhis. But yes, just to answer your question very quickly, and Shivani, the point is that the Congress does want to make this an issue because they feel that, they can mix it up with the fact that while the government's focus really should be on price rise, they are trying to divert that attention by, kind of focusing it on unleashing the ED and the CBI on their political opponents.
Yeah.
And that's what the Congress says they want to expose.
Yes, and that's why these issues have become quite merged. Even though they're not just raising the single issue of the Herald House ceiling, they are talking about their planned protests. They're talking about the threat of the siege mentality, of how the opposition is under siege by the government and the agencies. My colleague Anshul is actually joining us from the AICC, which is the All India Congress headquarters. Anshul, what are the scenes like there? Are there any preparations for tomorrow's big protests?
So yes, Shivani, the preparations have started for the protest that is going to be carried out tomorrow. I'll ask my camera person, Raju Khatri, to show.
The tents have already been put in place. Waterproof tents have been put in place just to make sure that even if there is rain tomorrow, the protest is not hampered. What we are also taking up is that workers of the Congress party from across the country have already started gathering out here inside the Congress office, because remember the kind of scenes that we saw happening when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were being questioned. The 24 Akbar Road, or the entire stretch of Akbar Road, was entirely barricaded by the police officials. Keeping that in mind, the Congress workers have been instructed to reach Congress office by tonight itself. They will be staying here inside the premises of 24 Akbar Road tonight, from tonight itself, so that tomorrow the protest can happen without any problems. I can show you the visuals as well. There are cushions that are being put in place over here just to make sure that the workers who will be arriving here tonight, they could rest over here. They could have their night sleep over here, so that from tomorrow morning we could see the big protest starting of the Congress party. What we are also being told is that there is still a chance that we could see members of Parliament of the Congress. They could also come out on the roads outside the President's house as well. So yes, the Congress will try and make this point very, very clear that they are not only protesting for the Gandhis, because
they're also doing it for price rise. Yes, that's the criticism that Pallavi was mentioning. Siddhant, very quickly, what is the Delhi police's defense for the amount of personnel that the Congress says were outside AICC last evening, and the Congress's claim is that using the police, the government wants to quell their protests? Is there permission? Is there no permission? What is the Delhi police saying on this?
So basically what happened yesterday, Delhi police denied permission to the Congress party to protest on 5th of August. Right after that, Congress party leaders decided, and in fact the message was sent out to cadre also, to reach AICC headquarters. And the time this input was received by Delhi police, that the cadre and senior leaders are reaching AICC headquarters. So just to make sure that situation should not, there should not be any chaos, there should not be any traffic disruption.
Right.
The barricades were put on both sides, and in fact Rahul Gandhi's house also, the security was beefed up, because Delhi police was expecting that as they have denied permission, Congress party can react, the cadre can react. So the precautionary measure was taken and security was beefed up, the platoons were deployed, and that was the only reason. This is what Delhi police has to say. Also before I conclude, there is one specific input that is with Delhi police regarding the 5th August protest of the Congress party, and they are also doing preparations for that. Back to you.
All right. Well, there is a likelihood of a face-off certainly tomorrow, as the Congress plans to go ahead with those protests. Let's listen into some more political reactions, and we'll also get you a conversation with our guests.
अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो इतना डर क्यों है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं में, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं में, और खास करके सबका एक ही कवायद है, सबकी कवायद है कि किस प्रकार से एक ही परिवार के लिए हम आंदोलन करें, एक परिवार को कैसे बचाया जाए।
ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, और जो बीजेपी के विरोधी दल है उन दलों को खत्म करने की कोशिश वो कर रहे हैं।
How have the assets worth thousands of crores of the AGL, National Herald House, etc., transferred to a company in the private ownership of Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji? Give a straight answer on the question of corruption. One has never heard that an investigation of corruption on which no answer is given is being converted into a satyagraha, and they are talking about being targeted and all. What is the targeting? If you have a straight answer, give it out, put it in the public domain. Let's not forget, courts have also given them no relief. Mrs. Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi ji are apparently out on bail. So therefore, the question is not that the BJP is working against them. The question is what is the corruption in this?
इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज उनका काम करने के लिए कुछ प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं इस ट्रांजैक्शंस के बारे में, उन प्रश्नों के वो आंसर दे, और अगर उन्होंने कुछ गलत किया नहीं है तो डर किस बात का।
राहुल गांधी ने ट्वीट किया और उसके बाद अब प्रेशर पॉलिटिक्स की बात की है।
कौन प्रेशर कर रहा है? आज जो हो रहा है कानून के और अदालत के बतौर सब कुछ हो रही है। इसमें बीजेपी कहाँ से आ गया, प्रेशर पॉलिटिक्स कहाँ से आ गया? हमारे ऊपर भी तो विरोधियों ने प्रेशर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, क्यों नहीं संभव हो रही है? हम चट्टान पर खड़े हैं, जिनकी नींव ठीक नहीं है और जो कानून के बाहर काम किया है, आज कानून के सामने उनको आना पड़ रहा है। इसमें मोदी जी अमित शाह को दोष देने से कोई फायदा नहीं। अब नया नया बहाना ला करके और चलाने नहीं देंगे। अब इतना दिन जो किया है उसका तो भुगतना पड़ेगा। इसमें सरकार का क्या दोष है? कानून व्यवस्था अपना काम कर रहा है। तो इसलिए अब जब पार्टी की नींव टूट रही है, पार्टी खत्म हो रही है, तो दूसरे को दूसरा बनता है।
Varun Singh, political analyst, is also joining us. Varun, do you see this actually, growing up in a manner where tomorrow, if the investigation agencies were to take any other step, any further step as far as the National Herald scam is concerned, all hell will break loose? The Congress seems to be upping the ante here with every step. You saw what happened when Rahul Gandhi was questioned, then Sonia Gandhi was questioned, and now.
It is so sad to see one of the oldest party of our country reducing into something that would be, it wouldn't be wrong for me to say, a proprietorship run party. There is no protest when a P. Chidambaram is arrested. We don't see any Congress leader. We didn't see any Congress leader protesting when Motilal Vora was called for questioning. But only and only when either of the Gandhis are questioned, there is a satyagraha. And what kind of satyagraha? We have seen the violences in the past when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned. And not just that, the entire premises is being built so that the government or the police thinks twice or thrice, or the agency thinks twice or thrice before taking any further action. Because time and again, you listen to Rahul Gandhi. There was a video that ANI posted a few minutes ago. I don't know why they deleted it now on Twitter, but over there, Rahul Gandhi was categorically stated, heard saying that there's harmony in the country and they want the harmony should be maintained. What kind of harmony is he talking about? Is he saying that if he is arrested or if anything is done, will there be, is there a possibility that the harmony wouldn't remain? So is it only the government's job to maintain peace? Is it only the government's job to maintain harmony?
Let me take that to Dr. Onika Mehrotra, who's the Congress spokesperson joining us. Is the Congress party threatening violence, anarchy, if the investigation agencies do anything further? There is a virtual war being talked about.
I don't think so, ma'am. Let me be very upright in telling that. The government of the day, very, very evidently clear, has the agenda of vindictive politics. It is clear for parties across party lines. It's not that only for Congress. They have that agenda. They have come with that mind frame. They're going to do that. And hence, our body language is very firm. We don't want them to disturb the harmony, as Rahul ji said. Your person who spoke right now said that harmony. He said that Rahul Gandhi said that I'm here so that I can protect the country's harmony, so that I can protect the poor's money is not gone to their few of their friends that they claim they always do that. We are here to ensure that democratically the country is run, not by the two. I mean, I don't want to, call them names as.
But they've been elected democratically as well. It doesn't sound good when Congress party says these things. They've been elected democratically.
Madam, for 70 years, it was the Congress who run the country very smoothly. Look what has happened in 8 years. Look where the minorities are at this juncture. Look how they are being done.
Ma'am, all of that is fine, but
the
don't question Indian democracy. Just because you were not elected, that doesn't sound good. Indian democracy is very much
ma'am,
intact.
I'm sorry. Look at the state of parliament today. You cannot overdose or bulldoze or heckle anybody like that.
Okay, I'll come to parliament later. Mehrotra ji, I'll come to parliament later. Let's focus on the ED investigation. The Congress cannot at one hand say we don't have anything to fear, we will cooperate, and then also, you know, create ruckus every time the agency does something. You have to face the law like any other ordinary citizen.
We always have done that. We have never hidden behind anybody. Unlike they, Himanta Vishwas has an ED problem when it comes to BJP is washed away merrily. Merrily Ganga se dhul jata hai wo banda. Tab koi ED nahi hota. We are there. We have been questioned for 5 days or 2 days or 3 days. We've answered all the questions. Our plea here is, if we ask for satyagraha, you're going to lock us in our offices? You won't allow us to enter our offices?
Who locked you up?
You dare do that?
No, I think she's referring, Varun, she's referring to the fact that the Delhi police is not allowing them to go ahead with their protest plan tomorrow. Why not?
The Delhi police instead wanted their safety. Can you just imagine thousands of people coming on the street and you do not want the police to be there? What kind of satyagraha in the past has happened? What did you all do in Karnataka?
Why are you scared?
Ma'am, let me be very clear.
Are you dictating the police what they have to do? They know their role. Don't come and overdose them. They know exactly what has to be done.
That is what you are
doing.
That is what your party is trying to do, isn't it?
What happened when cylinder was 400? Smriti Irani came to the roads. Why didn't she come up today and say, yes, Prime Minister, the LPG cylinders have gone to 1,000 plus.
Let's not reduce it to a Congress house over here.
Why are you silent?
Stating, why is the Congress wanting to disturb the harmony by making such statements? If there's an ED investigation going on, let it be investigated. Don't you have trust in the agencies? Don't you have trust in the court of the law? The court has sent out your two leaders on bail. They need to cooperate, not issue statements that come on streets and fight. That is not how ED investigations take place. That is not how a normal.
Come on, don't give a wrong narrative, sir, please. Who's fighting?
Okay, let me come in.
If you are going to overdose
Dr. Mehrotra, is it also not true that we witnessed very avoidable and unfortunate scenes when the Congress workers came out on the streets a few weeks ago when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned? There was no need for that. And then the Delhi police has all good reason to be apprehensive about your protests.
Ma'am, what were we asking? We were just asking that we want to do a satyagraha. Then what did we ask? We said, let's sit in Mahatma Gandhi's samadhi. You won't allow us. Are you going to dictate what we have to do or not do?
Do you burn vehicles?
We only moved the street when you forced us.
Was of non-violence, ma'am. What satyagraha are you practicing? I don't know. In India, the basic definition of satyagraha is non-violence. Non-violence.
We are not selling the country like you are doing it. Please save this country from your kind of approach. Don't sell it
that these people are adamant on destroying businesses. Adani and Ambani are creating job opportunities. Please don't go on blaming those people. They haven't been born only in after 2014. And Ambani इतने खराब है, Adani इतने खराब है, तो आपकी government क्यों देती है राजस्थान में उनको contract? Why does your Congress government give them contract?
Shame on you to get the Kisan laws also.
All right. The farm laws are no longer an issue. But anyways, I think it is quite obvious that the Congress is going to raise all of the issues they have against the present central government in response to what is happening as far as the ED investigation in the National Herald scam is concerned. We leave it at that. I do thank both of our guests for joining us. Well, the other face-off is, of course, on the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the central government, which has now turned into a much heated debate between government and the opposition. Just a day after opposition MPs boycotted the Tiranga bike rally meant for parliamentarians, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took a fresh dig. Labeling the RSS-backed BJP leaders as anti-nationals, Rahul accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for over 52 years, even after independence. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi then also jumped into it and accused the RSS of being anti-Tiranga.
संघ और संघ विचार को देश ने स्वीकारा है जी, और कितने बार स्वीकारा है अभी। इन लोग जो हमी स्वतंत्रता लाए ये सब बोल के इतने दिन पावर में थे, 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जो थे अभी क्या स्थिति में है वो समझने दो, कितने स्टेट में पावर में थे और लोग हमारा विचारधारा स्वीकार किया। इसीलिए राहुल गांधी ऐसे तो उनका स्टेटमेंट को ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन है, इधर इधर घूमते घूमते कुछ बात करते रहते हैं। आई डोंट नीड टू रिएक्ट।
घर घर तिरंगा जो बीजेपी का योजना है वो एक ढोंगी योजना है, वो चीन से झंडा आ रहा है, पहली बात है। तो आप चाहते हो कि चीन का झंडा का चीन से बना हुआ झंडा तिरंगा को लगाए घर पर? नहीं ना।
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं। हम तो आज भी कहते हैं राजनीति छोड़िए, तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं है, तिरंगा किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए पूरे देश में, पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
Congress party from the beginning has been telling that RSS is the political front and we are fighting. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is the only leader in India who is fighting against the RSS. And we are clear that now Prahlad Joshi has accepted it. 52 years they are not hoisted the national flag in their offices or in their houses. Now after Prime Minister of India asking for the Tiranga to be made as DP, all Congress people, we had changed it because it is Prime Minister's call. But RSS is not doing it. RSS still having that their own DP. Now we can be very clear that RSS controls this government and there is no need for them to come under control of the government itself.
Pallavi Ghosh also joining us over the phone line. Pallavi, Manikam Tagore is definitely bang on one thing, which is that Rahul Gandhi is the top leader of the Congress party who constantly speaks against the RSS. And here too, on the occasion of the Independence Day and the entire debate over the Tiranga Yatra and Har Ghar Tiranga, he has questioned the RSS, which he's often done over the past few months.
And Shivani, if you remember, there is a defamation case that he's fighting from the RSS where he had actually accused them of being responsible for the assassination of the Mahatma. But he's mixing up a lot of issues over here, and that's a part of their political narrative. Is one, how can you question the Congress party on the nationalism debate when RSS, which according to him is the backbone of the BJP, is actually not even having the Tiranga as their DP. Second, he's making the point that what happens is when you question the government, you also have them using the agencies to hit back and intimidate the Congress, which he says, I'm not going to be intimidated. Let them barricade as much as they want, but I'm not going to start asking my questions and do all that I'm supposed to do, which is to promote communal harmony and so on and so forth. So we're seeing him once again bracing up for the big fight and projecting himself as the only big voice in the opposition spectrum who actually consistently questions the Modi government. What is his fallout? Well, the fallout we saw inside the parliament, how it doesn't work, and there's a complete breakdown of communication between the BJP and the Congress.
Right. Thank you, Pallavi, for joining us with more on this. Shifting our attention to some international updates that are now coming in, Taiwan Defense Ministry has confirmed that PLA, which is the Chinese army, fired several DF ballistic missiles into Taiwan's northeast and southwest waters starting 13:46 local time. In response, the ministry has launched defense systems and has condemned the irrational actions which undermine regional peace. So this face-off between Taiwan, China, and of course US on Taiwan's side is continuing to escalate after Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island country. Abhishek Jha, my colleague, is also joining us. Abhishek, tell us more of what Taiwan is saying.
It is still saying that Chinese aggression is something that they are trying to defy. They have also activated their defense, surveillance and everything possible. Meanwhile, the Chinese aggression has been quite brazen. ever since Nancy Pelosi has left Taiwan. In fact, we are getting reports that missiles have also been fired across Taiwan Strait, and they were launched from Pingtan. A lot of Chinese naval activities happening there. They had already warned that next round of Navy, the drill that they are conducting in and around Taiwan Strait will also involve live fire, and the kind of missile that has been fired and the capacity and their strength we'll get to know in some time. But for now, this is sure that Chinese side has started doing those live-fired missiles. Chinese fighter jets are flying across Taiwan Strait and in the air defense identification zone of Taiwan. In the last 2 days, there have been multiple intrusion of Chinese jets into the Taiwan air defense zone.
Yes.
And we'll have to wait how the situation pans out and how does it
I think we are getting a live response from the Taiwanese administration. Let's listen in.
From PDI.
应报托，刚才答问时提到了台海问题的现状，这跟美方的这是回应美方的一些言论。今天《环球时报》表示，佩洛西的访问改变了台海现状。
So perhaps the status quo also means that. So this drills, this military exercises, is it going to be a new normal that what we are going to witness in that region?
现在的军演是否会成为未来的一种新常态？
现状啊，台海的现状，我刚才其实已经详细的介绍，因为
said in detail what exactly is the status quo. The two sides of the Taiwan Strait belong to one and the same China, and China's sovereignty and territorial integrity have never been split. That is the status quo of the Taiwan Strait. But for some time, the U.S. and Taiwan independence forces have colluded with each other, and we have seen efforts to upgrade the exchanges between the U.S. and Taiwan, and also intensified arms sales to Taiwan from the United States. All those violate the serious commitment that the U.S. made to China, and also in particular Pelosi's visit against our serious opposition and the world's warnings. We have expressed our opposition many times, and it is based on what the lessons we have learned from the past. We are very adamant that we can't let the U.S. use salami tactics anymore to encroach upon our sovereignty. So in the face of such a serious provocation, we are left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And will this become a new normal? It hinges on the action of the U.S. side and the Taiwan independence forces. If they do not stop pursuing the wrong course of action, then China will not stop demonstrating the resolve and taking resolute actions to uphold our sovereignty. Any more questions?
Another question from AFP.
法新社。 人权观察昨天表示，希望人权高专成立独立的机构。
What's China's response to this request? 这人权观察组织它能够做。
Well, I think everyone knows what Human Rights Watch is up to, and this is purely orchestrated, a stunt orchestrated by the U.S. and some other Western countries, and we have time and again used facts to refute the false narrative against China fabricated to smear China's image, which is indeed a lie of the century. So we are firmly against fabricating false information to smear and attack China. And as you see, the people in Xinjiang live a happy life. And this summer, there are many reports about people driving their own cars to visit the beautiful places in Xinjiang which caused highway traffic jams. And there are so many facts that could just smash the disinformation about Xinjiang. So for those people who are trying to smear China's image using lies and disinformation, I don't think they will succeed.
Thank you. A question from Reuters.
路透社，台湾负责数字。提到有网络袭击，想请问中华政府是否支持
？This is a very professional question about concerning professional knowledge. So I do not have information regarding that. So maybe this should not be directed at me. Do you have any more questions?
法新社，佩洛西访台湾已经结束。中方希望台方或美方做些什么来进行弥补这种行为。
回到
I think they know that very well. That is to come back to strictly abiding by the One China principle, which is the foundation for bilateral ties. Strictly abide by the One China principle, both in words and in deeds, and do nothing that will harm our sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Thank you. A question from
路透社。刚才关于那个网络袭击的问题，你说这是一个非常专业的问题，我也理解。但是台湾方面似乎是说，这个网络袭击的数量，针对他们的网络袭击数量非常大。中方是否对此感到关切？如果他们暗示中方可能支持了这种网络袭击，中方有何回应？
问题。
Is this a foreign policy related question? I don't think so.
好，没有其他问题了吧
？Any more questions? Oh, this concludes today's press conference. Thank you.
All right, so that's in fact a press briefing of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They have, of course, reiterated their message that what they believe is an attack on their sovereignty, on one China. And they will be left with no choice if such provocations continue. Keone is editor Taiwan News, a journalist from Taiwan joining us right now. Keone, how do you look at the messaging from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, which is continuing even as their drills are ongoing?
I mean, the situation is in flux right now. You're saying the Taiwanese ministry or the Chinese ministry?
The Chinese ministry just did a press briefing right now. And of course, the messaging from them has continued to be the same, that there has been an attack on their sovereignty.
They're saying there's an attack on their sovereignty. And you're asking the base, basically, I mean, they're using this as an excuse to implement what looks like a plan of theirs to start to infringe on the sovereignty of Taiwan. And this looks like an excuse. And so they've established these basically no-fly zones. They just added a seventh one this afternoon. And it's disrupting air traffic. This could affect trade. It's been extended to another day, so now we have 5 days of these drills. They just launched a number of Dongfeng missiles that have just hit off the east of Taiwan. So it's an unprecedented situation, and so it's very hard to say how the Taiwanese military and government is going to react. I mean, they're going to be very cautious, but there are risks as far as miscalculation.
Keone, can you hear me? You said this is an unprecedented situation. Is the Taiwanese you said this is an unprecedented situation. Is the Taiwanese government looking at some sort of a response at all? Or are they going to, as you said, be very cautious on responding to this? Because these military drills are very much in focus and they seem to be surrounding Taiwan. As you also mentioned, several missile fire also taking place.
Right, right. Well, I mean, they're definitely going to use strong language to condemn what is going on. I think they definitely want to get the attention of the international community to get support, such as from the G7, from the U.S., regional powers like Japan. I think that's something that they're going to really have to rely on because they're not going to be able to just, they don't want to start a shooting war, so they can't confront these forces directly other than just, trying to scramble their fighter jets, for example, when aircraft come near. But when it comes to these missiles, it's going to be difficult for them to intercept them or depending on the missiles that are being used. Apparently some of these missiles are short range and difficult to detect. So it's hard for them to even try to intercept these things.
Okay, finally, Keone,
so
before I let you
the strategy is probably,
how real do you feel is the prospect that China could really escalate here and, as you said, use this Nancy Pelosi visit as an excuse to implement what has always been their plan? How real is that prospect, you think?
Well, it's real. It's real, and I think what they think a possible scenario is that they continue to expand these no-fly zones, these live fire zones, and try to, in effect, create what the Taiwanese military is calling a blockade. It's not a real blockade yet, but this could be something that could be expanded and extended. And I think that could be a strategy, is to try to choke off Taiwan in terms of trade and commercial air traffic. And this would, in their minds, force Taiwan to the negotiating table. This is what they're trying to achieve. Unification, annexation, really, of Taiwan without actually a shooting war.
Yeah.
So I think this is their possible strategy, a possible scenario.
Yes. Oh, all right, Leonie. I think, Keone, you have outlined the situation very well. And of course, there is a real and present danger of what China could do. I do thank you for joining us. So there is, of course, an element of blockades. There is an element of scare tactics with those military live fire drills that China is conducting surrounding Taiwan as we speak. And those drills have been extended for a day. So China, certainly, the message from China certainly is that they're going to go on the offensive and continue to be on the offensive. They're saying they've been pushed into this situation because of the provocations with Nancy Pelosi's visit. But is that just an excuse to implement what has always been their plan? That seems to be the sense in Taiwan. And the sense also seems to be that without actually fighting a war, possibly use other means, especially economic means, of choking Taiwan off with trade and annex it by bringing Taiwan on the negotiating table or more. So the next few days, the next 4 to 5 days are going to be very crucial because as these military live fire drills go on, there is a real prospect that already what is an escalation from Chinese side could turn into a full-scale annexation plan, which the Chinese will call reunification. As it stands, Taiwan is being very cautious. Throughout the Nancy Pelosi visit, the Taiwanese were very cautious. They were not really releasing any statements. But earlier today, they have, of course, confirmed the firing of the DF ballistic missiles into Taiwan's northeast and southwest waters as these drills have started. Earlier, they have also confirmed the breaching of their air defense zone by PLA fighter jets. So those skirmishes are taking place. But clearly, Taiwan would not want to push the envelope without securing the support of US and other G7 countries, which is extremely important for it. The next 4-5 days are very crucial. And if something has to happen, it could possibly happen in the next 4 to 5 days as the Chinese live fire drills are ongoing. So the latest that's coming in from China is that they have issued a statement via the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, once again taking a very belligerent, offensive position. They're saying they're not going to stop if the provocations from the other side do not. They have already warned both US and Taiwan of consequences post Nancy Pelosi's visit. That visit was less than 24 hours. It went off without a hitch, really, as far as Pelosi's itinerary is concerned. But everyone was concerned what follows from that. Let me also go across to Sana Hashmi, who's a Taiwan strategic affairs expert and based in Taipei as we speak. Sana, the voice, the messaging from China is continuing to be very belligerent. How is the Taiwanese administration and government looking at this?
It's all normal in Taiwan, but of course, the Ministry of Defense, they have come up with a statement. They did the press conference just a while ago. So the alertness is definitely there. They are on high alert right now, and we have seen the report that how the PLA fired several ballistic missiles into Taiwan's northeast and southwest water, and how even Taiwan closely monitoring it and is also seeing how the situation is going to pan out right now. But there's no panic. But I think this is a clear case of intimidation. This is a clear case of trying to intimidate the US and Taiwan. And I think they chose very strategic timing. They started doing it after Pelosi left Taiwan. So I think this is manipulation. This is intimidation from China's side right now.
And is there any real fear that these military drills, which are pushing the envelope, could go further? Or did Taiwan expect that obviously China was going to react in some way? The fact that they're pressing Taiwan because of these live fire military drills was expected? Or are they fearing worse as well?
I think it was kind of expected from Taiwan side that there will be repercussions if they're going to receive Pelosi in Taiwan. But
Yes.
I feel that there's still this expectation that it doesn't go out of control, and this just stops at the level of intimidation. But I think now the only response that we are seeing is just to wait and watch. There's no clarity on this, but there's still hope that it doesn't escalate in the next 4 or 5 days.
Yes, the next 4 or 5 days are crucial as these military exercises continue to go on. But you made a very important point that all of this started, of course, after Pelosi left Taiwan. What do you think the Taiwanese government is doing to secure more support post that visit in the face of this intimidation?
I think right now Taiwan isn't really doing anything or seeking any statement from any of the countries. Of course, we saw G7 statement, and after that, China is responding to that as well. Wang Yi canceled the meeting with Japanese foreign minister. We just got the news as well. But countries are talking about it. I think there's a sense of unease, the sense of anxiety in other countries, other region as well. We saw a statement that came out of ASEAN as well. Of course, they reiterated their support for one China policy, but at the same time, they said that we expect that countries do not, they resolve it amicably. So we don't have to see an escalation. So I think it's all from China's side. Taiwan isn't really doing anything to provoke China. Even Pelosi's visit wasn't a provocation in my view. And even now, I think what Taiwan is doing, just waiting and watching, and I think ready to respond if the situation goes out of control.
Overall, over the last 3-4 days, before Nancy Pelosi's visit, and then of course the day she was there, and since then, how would you rate? How do you think the Taiwanese have handled the situation? Because they've been virtually, gone into radio silence. Do you think they've handled the situation well? Not escalating it, at least from their side.
No, I think they've handled the situation very well, and they had to receive Pelosi well in Taiwan, and it was a great show of support. So I think they haven't really done anything to provoke China. And the Pelosi's visit was something that wasn't that hasn't really happened in the past. There was no departure from the past. So I really believe that China is overreacting right now, and is and through this what it wants to achieve, that other countries deter from engaging Taiwan. So what China is trying to do is to isolate Taiwan further. So this is why we are seeing such actions, and I think this is just plain unfair.
Do you think that China could use this as an excuse to carry out what was always its agenda?
I don't think China is in a position to invade Taiwan right now. We have a lot of reasons behind that, but it's just an excuse to justify whatever China has been doing in the past and whatever China is going to do next. China has been unilaterally changing the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. And I feel that this is definitely an excuse for China to justify its action in the Taiwan Strait.
Just a final word also on America, Sana. Do you believe that this Nancy Pelosi visit will set the tone for how America and G7 countries will engage with Taiwan going forward, or is this a one-off?
No, I think it's definitely going to change. And then we have already been seeing what's happening with G7 countries and China. The deterioration in the relationship has already been there, at least in the past 1-2 years. We have seen that. But I think if China escalates this, and China, I think it will really establish China as an aggressor. I don't think it's really going to help China's cause as well. And even if the countries, Southeast Asian claimants of the South China Sea, I think it's really going to make them uneasy and anxious about their own dispute in the South China Sea. And I think to some extent it will have repercussions for India as well.
Yeah, the repercussions for India are there. Since you touched upon it, just outline that for us. And my final question, is the world ready for that kind of a conflict with China? Is the world ready to take on China?
No, I don't think world is ready to see another war. Ukraine war is already going on with China. I think it's not the ideal situation for a lot of countries, and India that's already dealing with a problem with China, and the standoff is still going on. I don't think it's a desirable situation. It's going to really create anxiety among countries that are these countries going to be next if China decides to go for a full-fledged military action. What is the guarantee that it doesn't really become aggressive in the South China Sea or even with India? We have already seen there was so much aggression from China's side in 2020, even in 2021. So what's this? There's no guarantee that escalation won't happen with India again.
Yes. No, what I meant was not exactly a conventional war as the Russia-Ukraine war turned out to be, but is the world even ready to take on China? Its economic might and otherwise heft is so strong still in the rest of the world. Is the narrative in that sense shifting? The way the world wants to engage with China shifting, or is it too soon?
I think countries are divided on how to engage China. There are countries who have established that China is a threat to their security. There are countries who are trying to still benefit from China's economic rise. So I think countries are divided. There is no answer to one answer for all the countries on how to engage China and how to deal with the China threat.
All right, we'll leave it at that. A lot of that will depend on the actions from China over the next 4 to 5 days. Sana Hashmi, thanks a lot for bringing us more perspective on that. Moving on, and back home, bulldozers are back in action, this time in Assam. The Moregaon District Administration in Assam demolished the Jamiul Huda Madrasa that was under NIA radar for its alleged links to Bangladeshi-based jihadi group Ansarullah Bangla team. Remember, Mufti Mustafa, a member of the JH Madrasa, was recently arrested for allegedly sheltering an Ansarul Bangla operative. Following that, a team of NIA investigated the matter, and 19 students of the madrasa were also questioned on the alleged terror links.
Basic indoctrination started from this core team which has come from Bangladesh. So we arrested Muhammad Suman, resident of village Atadi, PS Arai Hajar, district Narayanganj, Bangladesh. He was leading the primary module. Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit. Jihadi literature Bismillah hi Allah Alhu in Arabic was seized in this case connection.
How do you look these proceedings of state government in Assam?
देखिए बाय लॉ बाय कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है मैं बुलडोजर चलाए आप अगर कोई किसी ने गलती किया है उसको पकड़ना चाहिए उसका ठोस एविडेंस निकलना चाहिए उसके मुताबिक जो लॉ बताते हैं उसको हमको लगता है लाइफ लॉन्ग इम्प्रिजन में भी रखना चाहिए क्योंकि हम लोग नहीं चाहते असम में या इंडिया में कोई ऐसा देहाती काम का चले या इसी में कुछ एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना चाहिए उसके बाद उसको सही तरह जो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बोलता है वही तरह करना चाहिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कोई किसी में ऐसा लिखा नहीं है कि किसी क्रिमिनल के ऊपर आप बुलडोजर चलाइए
Sir, how do you see this action? Because some parliamentarians from your state are alleging that law should take its own course. No injustice action should be taken and no innocent must be punished.
देखिए जो असम गवर्नमेंट अभी कार्रवाई कर रहा है अगेंस्ट जिहाद तो ये कार्रवाई जितना हो सकता है इतना मजबूती से होगा और हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अभी जो मरीगांव में एक जिहादी पकड़ा है उनका जो घर तोड़ दिया है तो ये जायज़ है मेरा ख्याल से इसमें कोई अनजायज़ काम तो नहीं करता हमारा बुलडोजर हर जगह में नहीं चल रहा है तो जिहादी का अगेंस्ट में तो बुलडोजर जरूर चलेगा और उससे भी ज़्यादा कार्रवाई लगेगा तो उससे भी ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगा
My colleague Preeti Priyadarshini is also tracking these developments closely. Preeti, what more action is the Assam government promising? Are there others on the radar as well of the national agency and of the state police?
Yes, Shivani, as stated by the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, he has stated that there are more people on the radar and they are keeping track of everything. As per the findings of these whole modules busted, 5 modules of jihadis, especially ABT, has been busted by the Assam police in coordination with the police all over the country actually. This is a nationally coordinated operation as far as stated by the Chief Minister of the state. And he stated that these people are actually using very sophisticated apps, very sophisticated technology to communicate with each other. So the Chief Minister also has stated that they will be now keeping strict eye on the internet users as well. However, it has to be stated, it must be mentioned that they're using very sophisticated apps which we do not even know. And while they communicate, they install the app. After the communication is finished, they delete the app, which is why it is becoming difficult for the police to keep a track about their communications.
Okay.
But now,
Cutting across to some breaking news coming in, Sanjay Raut's Shiv Sena leader with the Uddhav Thackeray faction has been sent to ED custody till August 8 now. So his custody was ending today. It has been extended by another 4 days. So this is, of course, going to be a setback as far as he is concerned, but some sort of a fillip for the investigating agencies. Last time around, the court had said that while they are not granting as much as the ED wants, they do believe that custodial interrogation is required. But now, after the ending of the first 4 days of the custody, the court has extended his custody with ED by another 4 days. One of the big flashpoints in Maharashtra politics as we speak, no respite for Sanjay Raut. A lot of the political arguments as far as this case is concerned are obviously not legal defenses, but it seems that everything that Sanjay Raut's legal team has been arguing for has also not gone down in his favor. The ED has won further custody of Sanjay Raut till August 8. This is, of course, in connection with the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. A scam worth over 1,000 crore rupees, in which tenants of the Patra Chaul, which was supposed to be redeveloped, never really got their flats back. This is a case in which Sanjay Raut and family is accused of benefiting from the proceeds of crime from illegal activities done in the name of the Patra Chaul redevelopment. And he and his wife both are in the scanner, who have allegedly received money in their accounts from Praveen Raut, who's also another protagonist of this alleged scam. And then there are serious allegations against Sanjay Raut of having bought properties in Alibag as well. My colleague Vinaya Deshpande is also joining us. Vinaya, can you tell us more of what happened in court? Did the court say anything specifically while granting more custody?
Well, the court seems to have gone with the ED submission. Now, remember, the ED submitted to the court that there was some NIV evidence that was found against Sanjay Raut, that there were some cash transactions of unaccounted money that were found for buying the Alibag land. Now, that money has also gone to the tune of over 1 crore rupees is what ED submitted to the court. We have seen that Sanjay Raut's lawyer opposed the plea for ED custody, claiming that whatever has happened in the case is something that is already charge sheeted. Praveen Raut is somebody who has already been under arrest, and that is why whatever probe should be done, they will cooperate whenever the ED calls them for questioning. But the court seems to have taken the stance, though we have not yet learnt of the specific observation by the honorable judge. But after the ED submitted that it was necessary for custodial interrogation, that Sanjay Raut ED custody be granted for 4 days till Monday. That is the view that court seems to have taken, and that is why Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended today. It will now be there. So Sanjay Raut will continue to remain in ED custody till the 8th of August, when he will be produced again in front of the court.
Well, good afternoon. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We're beginning this broadcast with some breaking developments coming in. News coming in from the national capital, where we're understanding the Enforcement Directorate team is now inside the Herald House. The seal has been removed. Remember, yesterday, the Young Indian office was sealed. Searches have now started in the presence of Mallikarjun Kharge. So that's the big update that's coming in. As I pointed out yesterday, there was a fair share of drama in the national capital because you had the ED officers who in fact had sealed the Young India office, which is at the 4th floor of the Herald House here in the national capital. The Congress had once again hit out at the BJP for the misuse of central agencies. They had gone on to say that this is vendetta politics and nothing else. But today, the update that we're picking up is that the searches have started at the Young Indian premises, and this is in the presence of senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge. Remember, yesterday, notices were put at the door of the Young India office as well, and that office was sealed. As I said, this is on the 4th floor of the Herald House in the national capital. But now we're understanding that the ED officials once again have reached the Herald House. They in fact have now removed that seal that was put yesterday, and now searches have started in the presence of Mallikarjun Kharge. All of this in the backdrop of the summons that were also given to both Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. There are 3 factors to watch out for here. One, the role of the Gandhis, Young Indian, that is under the scanner, AGL under the scanner, and Dotex also currently under the scanner. But first, let's really understand what's happening at the Herald House. My colleague Siddharth Mishra has been tracking all these developments for us. So Siddharth, we're understanding the ED team is now inside Herald House. This is all with the presence of Mallikarjun Kharge. What are you seeing around you?
Well, that's correct. ED teams are inside, and in fact, they were waiting for Mr. Kharge to arrive because the summons from Mr. Kharge was at around 12:30, and Mr. Kharge confirmed the same while speaking in Parliament. Mr. Kharge arrived at Herald House post 12:30. ED teams were already present inside, and we could also spot Mr. Kharge roaming on the ground floor of Herald House along with the ED officials and his personal staff. Ashish Maharishi has got this confirmed for us that ED teams have de-sealed the Young Indian office, which was sealed yesterday, because they couldn't conclude their searches as Mr. Kharge, who happens to be the principal officer of Young Indian, was not present at the time of searches. And this is perhaps the reason that ED had in fact put up the notice that office cannot be used till the searches get concluded. So to make sure that searches get over today, to cooperate with the federal agency, Mr. Kharge is here today, respecting the summons which was issued by Enforcement Directorate, and right now searches are underway. we have been told that 4 to 5 Enforcement Directorate officers are inside along with the personal staff of Mr. Kharge, and Mr. Kharge is cooperating with them as far as documents related to transactions are concerned. Also, the day before yesterday, when Enforcement Directorate was raiding the premises of related to National Herald and the companies with which the Herald had suspicious transactions. Those company premises were also raided. So today also in the searches, there is a possibility that ED will ask for those documents, the transaction related details from Mr. Kharge, as he is the principal officer of Young Indian, and for that purpose only he is present inside right now.
Okay, Siddhant, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleagues and my senior editor Pallavi Ghosh also now joining us. We also have Anshul who's joining us, and he's in fact is joining us from outside the AICC headquarters. Pallavi, let me come to you first. Vendetta politics, misuse of agencies has been the narrative that we've heard from the Congress so far. This has reached the Rajya Sabha as well. What did we see play out the Rajya Sabha today?
Well, so first of all, there was that whole argument and counter-argument between the leaders of Rajya Sabha. That's from the government side, Piyush Goyal, and then from the Congress is, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge. And Kharge got up to make 2 points. And one, of course, he, like many other opposition parties, also wants to discuss on an urgent basis issues like ED, CBI. But that is not being allowed. And Mr. Piyush Goyal did not allow that. And therefore, the Congress is accusing the government of running an undemocratic kind of a parliamentary democracy. That's one. The second point which Mallikarjun Kharge also raised is that even while he is inside Parliament attending the session, why is it that the Enforcement Directorate has asked him to come to Herald House? Don't they know that I'm attending the session? Again, scant regard for the priorities of the opposition leaders, and we saw how Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge finally had to enter the Herald House. So that's the kind of communication gap we are seeing between both the sides.
Pallavi, I request you to stay on with us. Anshul, let me come to you as well. We did see a press conference by the Congress late evening yesterday. Before that, we saw the top leadership in a huddle at the AICC. Are you seeing any activity around you today?
So yes, the Congress is basically planning to make the protest that they are going to carry out tomorrow a big one, and that is the reason why since morning we are seeing many senior leaders of the Congress party, already coming inside the Congress office just to make sure that the arrangements that need to be put in place, they are all in the line. I'll just try and show you visuals from outside the Congress office. As of now, you can see all these flags and everything of the Congress party are being sold over here, because workers of the Congress party have already started collecting here inside the AICC offices. Because remember, Ridhima, we saw the kind of action that the Delhi police took when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were interrogated. The entire stretch of Akbar Road was in fact barricaded by people, and none of the workers of the Congress party were allowed to reach the AICC headquarters. So this time around, to make sure that situation like that does not arise, the workers of the Congress party have already started reaching here more than 24 hours before the protest is going to start. They are going to stay inside the premises of the Congress office for today, is what we are being told, so that since tomorrow morning, whenever the protest starts, they have a lot of people on the ground who are ready to take their march forward. What the plan of the Congress is as of now, what we are being told is that they will try to leave from here to reach to protest outside the Prime Minister's office, which is just a few kilometers away from here. However, they sought a permission from the Delhi police on this, and Delhi police has denied that permission as of now. But it remains to be seen what does the Congress party do next, because they are allowed to carry out their protest inside the premises of the AICC, but they wouldn't be allowed to step out. And similarly, on the same lines, we are going to see MPs who are in the parliament. They are also going to carry out a march to the President House, is what we are being told from sources within the Congress party. So will that be allowed to happen? That is also a big question. But as of now, what we are being told is that the Delhi police has denied any sort of permission to carry out any sort of protest in this very VIP area. And now we are going to see some similar action that happened during the protest of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi when they were interrogated. Same scenes could happen tomorrow as well outside AICC.
Okay, Anshul, I request you to stay on with us. I quickly want to go back to Pallavi. Pallavi, two things that I want to understand from you. We've heard various reactions from the Congress, which has been led by Rahul Gandhi, saying that we will not bow down under pressure, we will not be scared. The question that the BJP is raising is, if there is nothing to hide, why not cooperate with the investigation? Okay, we seem to have lost that connection. with Pallavi. But Siddhant, if I can come back to you quickly, as you were talking to us earlier that the ED officers are currently at the Herald House. Mallikarjun Kharge is also present. Do we have any more details of the kind of questioning that is going on currently? Any other details that you're picking up, or why that particular office was sealed yesterday and what could follow in the hours to come?
Well, the office was sealed because the principal officer of Young India, which is Mallikarjun Kharge, was not present at the time of searches. And this is perhaps the reason that the notice was put up by Enforcement Directorate, and Mr. Kharge was sent summons to be present at Young Indian office by 12:30 today. Abiding by the ED summons, Mr. Kharge was present at 12:30 at Herald House, and right now searches are currently underway. So Congress is fighting on both the fronts, both political and legal. Yesterday we saw
Siddhant, I apologize for
Abhishek
interrupting. We're cutting across to the Lok Sabha now.
With your permission, I rise to present the 35th report of the Business Advisory Committee. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 16 श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल जी।
क्रम संख्या 16 पर उल्लेखित दस्तावेज मैं लोकसभा के पटल पर रखता हूं।
श्री भानु प्रताप सिंह वर्मा जी।
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay papers mentioned against my name at serial number 2 of the revised list of business.
प्रताप सिंह जी।
मेरे नाम क्या है जो सूची में है वो मैं उनका रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 18 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
Thank you, Chairperson, sir. With your permission, I want to make a statement regarding the status of implementation of the recommendations, observations contained in the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Energy on Demand for Grant 2022-23 pertaining to the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 19 श्री विश्वेश्वर टुडू जी।
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to make a statement regarding status of implementation of recommendation contained in the 15th report of the department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Water Resources on demands for grants 2022-23 pertaining to the Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Sir, I lay this statement. Thank you.
My name. Sir, with your permission,
So there you had Lok Sabha resuming, but sloganeering continued once again. There were slogans like ED ki tanashahi nahi chalegi, band karo, that we could hear from the opposition. All of this in the backdrop of what we saw play out in the national capital yesterday with the sealing of the Young India office at the Herald House in the national capital, where we've heard from Congress and various other leaders from their party that this is just misuse of central agencies. All of this, of course, in the backdrop of the summons that were given by the ED to both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. But earlier in the day, we saw ruckus in Rajya Sabha, and now we had the Lok Sabha resuming. There was sloganeering against the Enforcement Directorate. Let me just give you a recap of what really happened yesterday. Yesterday, you had the ED officers reaching the Herald House in the national capital. Because Mallikarjun Kharge wasn't there, they had to seal the Young India office. This was on the 4th floor of the Herald House. Today, we are understanding that ED officers are once again back at the Herald House, and Mallikarjun Kharge is also present, and currently that investigation is on. Let me also introduce our guests who are joining us on the broadcast. We have a spokesperson of the Congress party, Mahima Singh, joining us here in our studios. And we also have political analyst PKD Nambiar. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Mahima, let me begin with you first. The BJP has been saying essentially this, that if the Gandhis or the others whose names have been brought up, if they have nothing to hide, why not just cooperate with the investigation rather than just make this into such a hue and cry where it almost looks like that the Gandhis are above the party?
Haven't we been cooperating? I think we've been cooperating every bit. And if this is not cooperation, I do not know what is. If by cooperation you mean that we give in to every suppressive tactic of the government, every suppressive gambit of this formidable government, I'm sorry, we are not going to be doing that. You cannot bring on platoons of cops on the streets like that. You look at what has happened on 10 Janpath yesterday. Look at what has happened on 12 Tughlaq Road yesterday. Just because we are the only voice which is being raised against the dictatorial steps of the government, be it inflation, be it unemployment, be it
nobody is denying the opposition the opportunity to raise their voices. That is how a democracy functions. But look at how the protests have broken out in the last couple of weeks. First, when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, and then when Sonia Gandhi was summoned, the Congress was calling this a satyagraha. But what we saw play out on the streets was vandalism of public property. So shouldn't the police then intervene, because the common man was inconvenienced as well?
Rare incidences of vandalism, which we do not know, which in a democracy, which may have happened here and there, which is nothing a part of the satyagraha that we are conducting. But what we have done in the hours of participation with the ED, the interrogation, my leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, my president of the party, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, have participated every bit. And yet, if you question that we have not been cooperating, I do not know how to cooperate, or please define it for us. How should we cooperate? Because what is happening right now, you are arresting, the government is arresting the parliamentarians. The government is trying to muzzle the voice of opposition. What is happening right now? You mean, one has to understand where Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Mrs. Sonia Gandhi are being put together is a very dangerous spot where you, I, any citizen of this country might be put any day. It is, it is muzzling not only of the voice of the opposition, it is muzzling of the fundamental rights, it is suppression of the fundamental rights every bit in the largest democracy of the world.
Okay, I want to go back to the merit of the case, and PKD, I want to bring you in here. While I'll take the questions that have been raised by the BJP and what we are picking up by the means of ED sources, but also this is a case that is not new. So the Congress is also now asking, it's been 8 years. If there was nothing found, why is this case being brought back into the limelight once again? Thus sending out a message that this is harassment and nothing else.
I mean, if it is 8 years, they have not been done anything. And right now, if it is the inquiry is going on in full swing, so what? In India, most of the cases do take maybe 10 years, 15 years and 20 years. And this is a legacy which the Congress has created in this country, that our criminal justice system or even our civil justice system, the flaws in those justice system cannot be cured of a legacy of in few hours or in few years. So I think the whole idea today is that you asked a question to the Congress spokesperson, why this, if the Congress really wanted to go according to the ED's summons and everything, then what is the need for them to create ruckus, whether it is in the parliament or outside the parliament? Why there is so much of a hue and cry? There is so many people, if you really look at it, that the Indian political system so far, Ridhima, has been like more of like living in a glass house. And the Gandhi family and the Congress top brasses have always believed themselves that they are an elite class, and that no authority in this country can even question them or touch them or even go close to them. Today, there is a government which has empowered all our enforcement authorities to go against all those who are corrupt. And if those authorities are working in the interest of the public at large or in the interest of the country, then the Congress do have a problem. The problem is that when it comes to Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi, Congress feels that, yeah, come on, these are our kings and queens, and how do they, or the prince or the queen, how can they go against them? Where is the question of political vendetta in this particular case?
I will take that to the Congress spokesperson as far as the money trail is concerned, but I'll just request our guests to stay on with us. We're getting some crucial updates also coming in at this point. Now we're also getting you some inside track by the means of what sources are telling CNN News 18, specifying why AGL is part of these searches. Now we're understanding by the means of sources that AGL received money through Hawala channels, money received through shell companies, at least 7 to 8 companies on the radar. My colleague Ashish Mehrishi tracks developments of the Enforcement Directorate, now joining us on the broadcast. Ashish, what are your sources telling you?
So, the information that we've received is I asked specifically to a source in Enforcement Directorate about why there were searches on National Herald, especially Associated Journal. What was the reason? What was the rationale behind it? So what my sources reveal is that there are certain shell companies that have been used by Associated Journal for receiving funds. So what we have been told is that 2-3 people who were basically instrumental in giving money to Associated Journal through shell companies will be shortly summoned for questioning. They're not giving us details about the companies. They're not giving details of the names of the companies. But there are certainly certain shell companies through which money came into Associated Journal, and that has become an area of investigation. So in case that has happened, and in case Enforcement Directorate is able to prove it in the court of law, then obviously, as we have been saying, that the proceeds of crime would become very important in this case. And in case they are able to prove that the proceeds of crime have landed into Associated Journal and then further it has gone into the hands of Young Indian, then Young Indian becomes a company which basically is the holder of proceeds of crime. So that is going to be really the crux of the matter. As of now, the Enforcement Directorate is absolutely tight-lipped about the names of the companies, the people who will be summoned. But what I can confirm as of now, that 2-3 people are instrumental in sending this money to Associated Journal. Certain Hawala operators, or you can say the entry operators, would shortly be summoned by Enforcement Directorate for statement.
Okay, Ashish Mehrishi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. I want to now continue the conversation with our guest. PK Denambia, political analyst, continues to be with us, and spokesperson of the Congress Party, Mahima Singh. Mahima, now I want to specifically focus on the merits of the case. As far as the questioning of both Rahul and Sonia Gandhi is concerned, and this is what we're picking by the means of sources within the Enforcement Directorate, that the ED essentially wanted to focus on the money trail as far as Young Indian, Associate Journal and Dotex is concerned. Now, conveniently, both Rahul and Sonia Gandhi have named Motilal Vora. This is a man who's no more. Doesn't it then become convenient to put the entire blame on a man who can't even be here to explain himself?
Well, it is unfortunate that the man who's been named is not here anymore. And the merits of the case, I think, because the matter is yet under trial, under investigation, and it is only a matter of time that the outcome will be there for us to contemplate very soon. But the man who's been named was one of the stakeholders, was one of the shareholders in the company, and what to do? I mean, facts are facts, and they're going to remain the facts. And if there is anything, if there's any information which is absolute and cannot be altered, then how do you do that, Ridhima? Because that's, I believe, a part of the process, a part of the investigation. If there is something that X has done and X is not there anymore, then you'll have to name that. And in the meantime, I just heard the political analyst talk about how the investigation and how my leaders or my party workers or the people of this country should let it be. And yes, we have let it be, and you rightly pointed out in the initial stage of the program that it's been 8 years. Not only that, one will have to understand that what's happening today, it's the suppression of the questions which the opposition parties is doing, opposition, the collective opposition, not only the Congress. And on the 5th of the August, Congress has announced a massive protest to happen against inflation, against unemployment, against all the dictatorial policies of this government.
It's interesting that you say that the opposition wants to focus on priority issues, but even last week when we saw the protests break out at Vijay Chowk, the opposition was saying this is against price rise and inflation, but with placards of Sonia Gandhi. So I don't know what the message was being sent, but PKD, final words to you quickly. I'm running out of time. Just based on the merits of the case, the Congress has been saying there is no schedule offence, there is no FIR. So isn't there then a misuse of agencies just because the Congress is in the opposition today?
Unfortunately, Congress and the Congress spokespersons are trying to creates lies after lies. And in ED case, there is nothing called as an FIR. This has been told multiple times by the eminent lawyers and even the various people, even like some of the journalists have clearly said that it is they go through another process. In fact, the Congress spokesperson also said that the facts are facts. Unfortunately, the facts are actually against the Congress and the Gandhi family. The problem with Congress today, they are fighting or they are making all the ruckus is that if it was in the case of Chidambaram, only you have seen Ridhima, there were only 5 or 10 people to go and protest. But whereas when it comes to Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, the entire Congress
That exactly
is
the question that I started with, PKD, that why is a routine questioning being turned into protest that still continue to escalate all through the country, and possibly we'll see it break out even in the days to come. But unfortunately, I will have to leave that conversation there. PKD Nambiar as well as Mahima, appreciate you joining us here on the broadcast. This is a story that we'll keep tracking closely. We're slipping into a break for now.
Came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading,
Well, Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. As we pointed out, the ED has managed to get an extension of Sanjay Raut's custody. Now CNN News 18 has accessed Sanjay Raut's remand copy. According to the remand copy, the Enforcement Directorate wants to further investigate the money trail. More people are expected to be summoned and questioned as well. Sanjay Raut was evasive in his replies and couldn't explain the amount used for purchasing the properties at Alibag. Money trail of almost 1 crore rupees was allegedly transferred to his wife, Varsha Raut. My colleague Herman Gomes now joining us with more details. Herman, talk to us about the factors that the ED has made to the court or why they want an extension of Sanjay Raut's custody. Herman, can you hear me?
इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे ईडी के कोठे में रखोगे जहां खिड़की हो, विंडो हो, वेंटिलेशन हो, ऐसी जगह पे रख दो.
राऊत साहेब हेच मराठीत येऊ द्या. राऊत साहेब यांनी व्हेंटिलेशनचा एक प्रश्न उपस्थित केला होता.
व्हेंटिलेशन ज्या रूम मध्ये त्यांना ठेवलेलं आहे तिथे व्हेंटिलेशन नाही. हे कॉन्फरन्स रूम मध्ये ठेवलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे ते हार्ट पेशंट असल्यामुळे त्यांना 6 स्टेन टाकले असल्यामुळे त्यांना त्यांची काळजी, स्वतःची काळजी आणि शिवसेनेची काळजी आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगितलं की मला ज्या ठिकाणी व्हेंटिलेशन असेल त्या ठिकाणी ठेवावं.
Confined to a room which is specifically known as the conference room, and he has complained that there is no proper ventilation because he is a heart patient. He said it is going to affect his health, and therefore we have complained to the court.
My colleague Herman Gomes is now back with us. So Herman, we've accessed the remand copy. Talk to us about the arguments that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate on why they feel an extension is needed.
Well, yes, Ridhima, what I can tell you is that, in fact, paragraph 3 of the remand copy is extremely important, where it says that the money trail is much larger and therefore needs his further custody, and therefore the ED wants to investigate the entire money trail. Now, tomorrow, that is, and as well as day after, which is Saturday, more people who are believed to be the landowners of the original properties at Alibag, which have been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, are going to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. There is a possibility that the ED might require that they jointly need to be confronted by Mr. Sanjay Raut. Besides that, what the ED has said is that he was extremely evasive in his replies and couldn't explain the amount from which came in for the purchasing of the properties at Alibag. Besides that, we didn't know that there was an amount that was allegedly transferred to his wife by some of the directors from Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited company that had in fact is at the center of this entire heart of the controversy. That was in fact the real estate company that was awarded the tender to redevelop the Patra Chaul. Now, some of the directors are extremely close to Mr. Sanjay Raut, and therefore it has believed that to the tune of almost 1 crore Indian rupees was allegedly transferred to his wife, Varsha Raut. Now, the possibility of his wife also being questioned once again by the Enforcement Directorate cannot be ruled out. But at the end of the day, what we can point out is that according to paragraph 3 of the remand copy that we have accessed, is that the original landowners of the properties at Alibag will be have been summoned tomorrow as well as for the day after. So 2 days of questioning because it is believed that Sanjay Raut had in fact pressurized them in selling their properties to him. The properties that we talk about have already been seized by the Enforcement Directorate.
So we are also expecting more people to be summoned in the days to come, Herman?
In fact, I could also tell you it could lead to possible subsequent arrest because the ED will definitely, depending on whether they are evasive or not in their replies, would want to seek their custody. So what simply means is that the directors of Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, one of the directors is already in judicial custody. The others also could be questioned. Now, depending on what their replies are, the possibility of them, seeking the arrest cannot be ruled out. And therefore, the ED would want joint confrontation of Sanjay Raut with them, because as far as the Alibag properties are concerned, because we do know there's a flat also that has been attached by the ED that allegedly belongs to his wife. But as far as the properties, what the ED has made a very strong statement today before the court, saying that Sanjay Raut had in fact pressurized the original landowners in selling their property with the proceeds of the crime that he had ensured from the Patra Chaul, which was allegedly given to him as well as his close aides by Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited. Now, these landowners will be questioned, but since they are witnesses in the case, their names have not been revealed.
Herman, thanks a lot for getting us that update. Let's also shift our focus to some other stories that we're tracking at this hour. The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the central government has now turned into a debate topic between the government and the opposition. Just a day after the opposition MPs boycotted the Tiranga bike rally, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has taken a fresh take at this campaign. Labeling the RSS-backed BJP leaders as anti-nationals, Rahul accused the Sangh of not hoisting Tiranga for 52 years even after independence. Now, MIM chief Azuddin Owaisi has also jumped into the debate and accused the RSS of being anti-Tiranga.
संघ और संघ विचार को देश ने स्वीकारा है जी, और कितने बार स्वीकारा है अभी। इन लोग जो हमें स्वतंत्रता लाए ये सब बोल के इतने दिन पावर में थे, 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जो थे अभी क्या स्थिति में है वो समझने दो, कितने स्टेट में पावर में थे और लोग हमारा विचारधारा स्वीकार किया। इसलिए राहुल गांधी ऐसे तो उनका स्टेटमेंट को ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन है, इधर इधर घूमते घूमते कुछ बात करते रहते हैं। आई डोंट नीड टू रिएक्ट।
घर घर तिरंगा जो बीजेपी का योजना है वो एक ढोंगी योजना है, वो चीन से झंडा आ रहा है, पहली बात है। तो आप चाहते हो कि चीन का झंडा का चीन से बना हुआ झंडा तिरंगा को लगाए घर पर? नहीं ना।
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं। हम तो आज भी कहते हैं राजनीति छोड़िए, तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं है, तिरंगा किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए पूरे देश में, पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
We're now shifting our focus to developments playing out between Taiwan and Beijing on the backdrop of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Taiwanese media is now reporting that 2 DF-15 ballistic missiles fired by China flew over the island and then fell into the Taiwan Strait. So China continues on the offensive post the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. They have seen this as a violation of the One China policy and also against the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Beijing. They've also warned both Taiwan and the United States of dire consequences. Abhishek Jha joining us with more details. Abhishek, give us the details of what the Taiwanese media is now reporting as far as the aggression of China is concerned.
So Taiwanese media is clearly reporting the aggressive response that China is having as per the drills that China had already announced that it will be conducting military drills in and around Taiwanese Strait. So this time, the only difference from the past incursion or past intrusion that Chinese would have around Taiwan Strait is that they are closest ever to the Taiwan main land. And it is reported that the drilling or the naval assets, they are moving around almost close to 10 miles of the Taiwanese coast. And this is something that has never been, and this is unprecedented, and this has sort of spooked the Taiwanese administration as well, because though they have always been defying the Chinese aggression with whatever might they have, but this time around Chinese aggression seems quite unprecedented. The government of Taiwan has clearly said that they will be doing everything to counter Chinese aggression. But it looks like for the next few days that China has announced that they'll be conducting their drill in Taiwan Strait from the Fujian Island also. It's going to be a very tense atmosphere in and around there. And also we'll have to see the kind of support and solidarity that Taiwan is seeking from the international partners and allies, especially USA, because after Nancy Pelosi's visit only, the situation has flared up at unprecedented level in Taiwan Strait. So how much of support and solidarity Taiwan is going to get from its global peers in this hour of, crisis that has been created by Chinese aggression in and around Taiwan.
Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on with us. And now we're putting out those visuals on our screens of ballistic missiles fired by China, which, as we were pointing out, flew over the island and then fell into Taiwan Strait. But Abhishek, what I also want to discuss is the reaction of China. So China is saying that there is a false narrative that is being peddled by many against it. compare that to the visuals that we're putting out on our screens. Where does the reality really lie?
So the Chinese side has always maintained that they have sovereignty over Taiwan. It is only, and also they have a long-term ambitious plan of reuniting all the loose islands across mainland China's, all around mainland China, and to make it a larger Chinese empire. That they have this ambition. So Taiwan also falls in that dream of long-term Chinese aspiration. And they have always maintained that Chinese sovereignty is over Taiwan, and the drill that China is currently conducting in and around Taiwan is nothing sort of breach or violation of any sovereignty, because in Chinese narrative, Taiwan does not have its own sovereignty. Globally also, that is the most believed and most accepted narrative, because most of the country have always accepted one China policy, and that is that Taiwan will not be an independent country, though it will be an autonomous and differently ruled establishment. But the sovereignty of Chinese government has been accepted by mostly the countries all around the world, including United Nations General Assembly. So the aggressive, stance or aggressive steps that we are seeing from the Chinese side is China can always have this narrative that they are not violating any, international rule of law, because the sovereignty over Taiwan is anyway of Chinese establishment. So this is what the Chinese narrative has been, but we know that almost 10 Chinese Navy ships have temporarily crossed Taiwan Strait median line and remain close in the area from Wednesday night, and they'll be there till Thursday night. So this has been the unprecedented level of deployment of Chinese warships in and around Taiwan Strait, and this is clearly a tension that has heightened, especially after the visit and the departure of Nancy Pelosi, U.S. House Speaker, to Taiwan.
Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on with us. Another reaction coming in from China now. China continues the offensive. They've gone on to say that G7 turned a blind eye to Pelosi's Taiwan visit before it happened, but now accuse China of taking actions of justice. Their hypocrisy and ugliness have been fully exposed. So they're putting the blame and pinning the blame at the G7. Abhishek continues to be with us. But Abhishek, this is interesting, right? As I said, multiple images, satellite images that we've accessed as well actually shows a lot of military drills, not just as far as choppers and others are concerned, but even in the water bodies that seem to have encircled Taiwan. So on one hand, there is a clear message being sent to Taiwan that if you continue to breach protocols, your punishment will be very, very real. On the other hand, China is blaming G7 for being hypocritic.
So while we may believe that Chinese aggression will not flare up to the level that it becomes full-fledged war between the two, island nation of Taiwan and China, at the same time, we can also assume that China, in its all ability, is trying to showcase the military might that it has and it can wield in and around Taiwan. And this is more to the global audience and less to the Taiwanese people, because the Taiwanese people have always understood the fact that the military might of China will anyway be beyond their scope and ability to match up. But globally, the kind of solidarity and support the countries have expressed to Taiwan for their rule of law, for their democracy, and against any aggression towards from the side of China, this is something that China is trying to test, that how much of strength or how much of support Taiwan can get in this hour of crisis or heightened tension that China is created in and around Taiwan. The unprecedented deployment of Chinese warship and the flying in and flying out of Chinese warplanes in the Taiwan's air defense zone is something that has not happened, for a very long
so,
time.
So, Abhishek, at this point, many experts have been saying, and they're actually divided, many saying that this is just optics and flexing of muscles by China to just send out a message, but a real invasion is not possible. What are experts telling you?
So the experts have been of this opinion that maybe this will not be the final aggression towards Taiwan and final, sort of trying to reunify Taiwan or aggression over the actual mainland of Taiwan from the Chinese side. But it will also be giving China a leeway and experience and expertise to be operating in the closest, territory of Taiwan, because earlier, until now, the closest the Chinese establishment or Chinese military has had their drill was, almost 100 miles beyond Chinese water. But this time around, this is believed that Chinese warships and the incursion of Chinese military equipment is close enough to almost 10 miles away from the Chinese coast and from Taiwanese coast or Taiwanese water. So China, in a way, is also trying to assess its own ability to, in case of any future, future adventure that China would like to have on Taiwan, how able and how smooth it would be. So this operation will also give them that, that experience. This is something that the world, the expert of strategic affairs are saying that
Okay, Abhishek, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We're getting some reactions coming in from the Taiwan Defense Ministry also. The Taiwan Defense Ministry has now confirmed on Twitter that the PLA has conducted live firing, including firing long-range rockets near Matsu and Dongyan and other outer islands. The Defense Ministry is strongly condemned and continues to be on high alert. So there is a confirmation coming in from the Defense Ministry of Taiwan that yes, PLA has conducted live firing, thus also now raising the question, Abhishek, that is Taiwan becoming collateral damage?
Yes, like we have been talking that this military might that China is trying to showcase, this is more to the global audience and the peer group of Taiwan who have always expressed their solidarity against any Chinese aggression that might happen. So this time, when we see that China is actually doing everything that possibly they can do to force their aggression on Taiwan, it is actually testing the ability of international peer of Taiwan that how far they can go in expressing their solidarity and support to the Taiwanese and their cause. In a way, this whole exercise is giving them enough experience of any future adventures that they would like to have over Taiwan. For now, it looks like the aggression that China is having in and around Taiwan Strait and around the sea of Southwest China Sea and the Eastern Sea is something that will be there, for the benefit. But they are also blaming the global, partners of Taiwan, including G7 nation, who have come out in full support of Taiwan, expressing their support to the Pelosi's visit and opposing Chinese aggression over Taiwan. That probably this is a dare to do act that China is trying to showcase its strength and is also waiting for the retaliation or the reactionary approach that the others will have against this aggressive.
So Abhishek, what I also want to discuss with you has been the position of Taiwan itself. Yesterday, we had seen a statement from Taiwan saying that we are not eager for war, but we won't shy away from one either. Today, you have the Defense Ministry of Taiwan confirming that there is some sort of aggression taking place by China. Has there been a change of stance as far as Taiwan's response is concerned?
So far, Taiwan has been alert. There has not been any response or retaliatory action from the Taiwan side, but they are on a high alert situation. They have also confirmed that the People's Liberation Army, that is the army of China, they have launched multiple DF ballistic missiles in the northeastern and southwestern waters of Taiwan, and this is something that has happened a few hours ago. And the Chinese army, the Taiwanese army is monitoring the situation with various means, and their defense systems have been activated. While they do condemn, the Taiwanese side is also condemning the Chinese aggression and their, provocative military practices that they are doing in and around Taiwan.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. This is the big global story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its one China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching News Blitz. Let's get your wrap up on the stories that we're tracking. The ruckus continues in both houses of parliament against the Enforcement Directorate. Opposition MPs raised slogans of ED Tanashahi Band Karo in the House over the ED sealing of Young India office in connection with the Herald case. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has slammed the central government over the ED action on Young India, saying that this is against democracy and he's not scared of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He further added that it is his job to maintain harmony and raise issues, and he will continue to do that.
आप नेशनल हेरल्ड की बात कर रहे हैं जी सर। देखिए, ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, चुप नहीं होने वाले जी। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे ये कुछ भी कर। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है।
And Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has also taken a fresh take at the Tiranga campaign, labeling the RSS-backed BJP leaders as anti-nationals. Rahul Gandhi has accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years. Meanwhile, BJP Sambit Patra hit out at Rahul Gandhi and said the opposition should not bring politics into this.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना, और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं। तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए। पूरे देश में, पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana has recommended Justice U.U. Lalit's name as his successor. Yesterday, Law Minister Kiran Rijiju had written a letter asking the CJI to name his successor. Chief Justice Ramana is set to retire this month. Bulldozer drive has even taken over Assam as the Moregaon District Administration as Assam has demolished the Jaimul Huda Madarsa. Madarsa had alleged links with Anarsul Bangla team, and the head of the Madarsa, Mufti Mustafa, is under custody. Earlier, 19 students of the Madarsa were interrogated by the NIA. Around 8,000 gelatin sticks were found abandoned near a granite quarry at Shoranur in Kerala's Palakkad district. The cache contained 8,000 odd gelatin sticks in 40 different boxes. The police said these sticks were suspected to have been used for breaking rocks in quarries. Heavy rains continue to lash Karnataka and in adjoining districts. A bridge was washed away in Karnataka's Kodagu district due to heavy downpour. Heavy downpour in Bengaluru has also left several low-lying areas completely inundated and flooded. Landslides and flash floods in Kerala triggered by heavy rains has now resulted in 18 people losing their lives and displaced thousands of people. Isolated heavy rainfall is expected in parts of Kerala over the next 2 days. This is according to the Met Department. An orange alert also has been issued in Alappuzha district. 2 people dead, 1 injured due to a gas leakage in an electro-steel iron pipe factory in West Bengal's Khardaha. According to the STO, the accident occurred during repairing a carbon monoxide gas line which was used to make pipes. Supreme Court has reserved the order and referring a larger questions of law in the Maharashtra matter to a larger bench or not. The bench headed by the CJI also granted liberty to the Uddhav Thackeray camp to approach the Election Commission, seeking more time to file its response. There is no relief for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut as the court has extended the ED custody till the 8th of August in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case. Remember, Sanjay Raut was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate on the 1st of August after the agency conducted a day-long raid at his residence. A major boost to BJP in Haryana as ex-Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi joined the BJP in presence of Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar. Kuldeep Bishnoi was expelled by the Congress for cross-voting in the June Rajya Sabha polls.
ज्वाइन करने का फैसला मैंने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से और अपने मतदाताओं से विचार विमर्श करके किया, क्योंकि मैं माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी से और मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी से तो पहले से ही प्रभावित था। अमित शाह जी से भी मन मेरा था, लेकिन मेरी हिम्मत नहीं थी कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में जाके बोलने की। उन सब से बात करके और मैंने उनको समझाया कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश हित में सोचते हैं और हमें उनको और मजबूत करने के लिए अपना सहयोग देना चाहिए।
In a global first, Indigo has introduced a new 3-point disembarkation process. It will enable its customers to exit the aircraft faster than ever before. The new 3-point disembarkation process will be carried out via 2 forward and 1 rear exit camp, making Indigo the first airline in the world to use this process. China has begun massive military drills off Taiwan following US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. Chinese military helicopters were flying past the Pington Island, one of the mainland China's closest points to Taiwan in the Fujian province. People's Liberation Army of Eastern Theater Command conducted long-range artillery live-fire shooting drills in Taiwan Straits. The PLA said striking targets on the eastern side of Straits achieved the expected outcome. A brigade of China's People Liberation Army also carried out a live-fire assessment of heavy firearms rapid strike. The assessment was conducted day and night under complex conditions and set a new record for short and middle-range strikes. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi met South Korean political leaders a day after she concluded a high-profile visit to Taiwan despite protests from Beijing. Pelosi met South Korean National Assembly Speaker and other members of the parliament for talks on regional security, economic cooperation and climate issues. India continues to up its medal tally in the ongoing Commonwealth Games as Tejaswin Shankar clinched a bronze medal in the men's high jump final with a mark of 2.22 meters. The 23-year-old won the nation's first athletics medal in the men's high jump event.
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में एक मेडल लेना मतलब एक मेरे पर्सनल हैट में भी एक फेदर है। जो लोग जिनको लगता है कि हाई जंप में शायद इंडिया इतना अच्छा नहीं कर सकता या फिर हाई जंप में अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ नहीं है, आज शायद इंडिया का मेरे ख्याल से मुझे इसमें पता नहीं है बट शायद पहला मेडल था ये हाई जंप में। माय फर्स्ट रिएक्शन वाज जस्ट प्योर हैप्पीनेस। आई वाज ओवरजॉयड दैट आई हैड दिस मेडल एंड आई वाज एटलीस्ट गोइंग बैक विद समथिंग। आई वांटेड टू मेक द मोस्ट ऑफ द अपॉर्चुनिटी दैट आई वाज गिवन फाइनली एंड आई एम ग्लैड दैट आई वाज एबल टू डू जस्टिस टू द फैक्ट दैट आई वाज इंक्लूडेड इन द टीम एंड सेंट हियर।
Saurav Ghoshal also won a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games for India. The squash player broke a long-standing jinx of winning the first ever singles medal in squash. Ghoshal dominated the match against England's counterpart, winning 11-6, 11-1, 11-4 in the bronze playoff. Indian judo Atulika Mann also won silver medal in the women's 78 kg category at the Commonwealth Games for India. Mann lost to Scotland's Sarah to settle for a silver medal and gave India its third judo medal in the Birmingham Games.
कुछ तो नहीं हूँ, बट अब कुछ हो नहीं सकता तो नेक्स्ट टाइम के लिए ट्राई करना पड़ेगा. एक्चुअली मैंने अपने ऊपर ले लिया. मेरी ये गलती थी कि मैंने उठाया और उसे अपने ऊपर ले लिया. टर्न नहीं करा, वहाँ सबसे बड़ी गलती मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा बेकार था, क्योंकि मुझे वो बीच में चाहिए था, साइड में नहीं. ऑल थैंक्स टू आर पीएम. बिना उनकी हेल्प के कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता था, क्योंकि उन्होंने ही सब खेलो इंडिया स्कीम स्टार्ट करी. उस वजह से मैं भोपाल आई.
Indian weightlifter Gurdeep Singh bagged a bronze medal in the men's 109 plus kg final at the Commonwealth Games. Singh lifted a combined weight of 390 kgs. In the snatch category, he lifted 167 kg, and in the clean and jerk category, he lifted 223 kgs. India women's cricket team beat Barbados by 100 runs to seal a semi-final berth at the Commonwealth Games. India's Jemima Rodriguez hit an unbeaten 56 to help India post 162 runs on board, chasing a target of 163 runs. Barbados were restricted to 62 for 8 in 20 overs.
Good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Arunima. Our top focus this hour, the politics around our national flag. The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the central government has led to an all-out war between the BJP and the opposition. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has taken a fresh dig at the campaign, labeling the RSS-backed leaders as anti-nationals. Rahul accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years, even after independence. Now, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has also jumped into the debate and accused the RSS of being anti-Tiranga. If you recall, opposition MPs had boycotted the Tiranga bike rally on Wednesday. And news just coming in, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has spoken to News 18 on the Tiranga row. He's raised the issue of RSS's insult to Tiranga during the freedom struggle. He claims RSS stood against the Tiranga and wanted a Bhagwa flag instead.
तिरंगे को लेकर कई बातें सामने आ रही हैं. जो विपक्ष है वो एकजुट होता नहीं दिख रहा, और ये बयान भी सामने आया है कि अगर तिरंगे यात्रा में शामिल नहीं होते हैं या नहीं लगाते तो उससे कोई कानून नहीं है. वफादारी जो है वो तिरंगा लगाने से बयान नहीं हो जाएगी.
क्योंकि आज़ादी के 75 साल हम लोग मना रहे हैं. अब जाहिर है जो लोग जंग आज़ादी में हिस्सा नहीं लिए तो उनको ज़्यादा अपनी वफादारी, अपनी मोहब्बत दिखाने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है. मगर जिन्होंने अपना सब कुछ बहाया, खून पसीना बहाया और इस मुल्क को आज़ाद कराने के लिए हम सब ने हिस्सा अदा किया. तिरंगा तो हम लोग रोज़ हमारे घर पे रहता है, हर घर पे रहता है. मगर हम हमारे मुल्क के वज़ीर आज़म से जानना चाहेंगे कि वो कहते हैं कि RSS उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है. तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि RSS की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 में 17 अगस्त 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए. क्योंकि हमने तिरंगे को अपनाया है तो ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने कहा कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है. तो प्रधानमंत्री को इस बारे में कुछ बोलना चाहिए. 1930 में जब हम लोगों ने उस वक्त एक तिरंगा बनाया गया था तो उस वक्त तारीख में आता है कि जो RSS के उस वक्त के सरसंघचालक थे उन्होंने लोगों से कहा कि नहीं, आप लोग उसका साथ मत दीजिए बल्कि आप लोग भगवा झंडा लेकर उसको चलिए.
And Farah Khan from News 18 India, who spoke to Asaduddin Owaisi, is with me on the broadcast. Farah, Asaduddin Owaisi कुछ बहुत ही सीरियस चार्जेस लगा रहे हैं बीजेपी पे, RSS पे. उन्होंने जिक्र किया ऑर्गेनाइजर का आपसे बातचीत में. और कौन-कौन से सोर्सेज के बेसिस पे वो ये चार्जेस लगा रहे हैं, भगवा झंडे की हिमायत करने का RSS पे या एंटी तिरंगा होने का, जैसा उन्होंने आपसे कहा?
जी देखिए, बिल्कुल उन्होंने जो आरोप लगाए हैं वो काफी बड़े हैं और उनका साफ तौर पर ये कहना है कि देश जो है वो 75 साल मना रहा है आज़ादी के, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने इस आज़ादी में पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं किया है उनको जो शौक चढ़ा है इस अभियान का, और उनका ये कहना है कि देश के जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं उनको ये सोचना होगा, क्योंकि वो आरएसएस को अगर अपना फाउंडेशन मानते हैं तो वो तो उनको पहले ये डिसाइड करना होगा कि जो देश का झंडा है वो तिरंगा है या भगवा है। तो ये काफी बड़े आरोप लगाए गए हैं और उनका कहना है कि हम तो तिरंगा जो है वो अपने घर में रखते हैं, लेकिन हम ये भी पूछना चाहते हैं कि हमारे साथ साथ जो मुस्लिम लीडर्स हैं, जो सबका एक कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है, वो उसको क्यों भूल जाते हैं। सिर्फ वो ये कैसे सोच सकते हैं कि कुछ ही लोग हैं जिनका ये कंट्रीब्यूशन रहता है और उनको ये शौक चढ़ा है क्योंकि उन्होंने जो है पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं लिया है। तो बहुत बड़े आरोप थे जो न्यूज़ 18 से बात करते हुए साफ तौर पर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी ने लगाया। उन्होंने साफ तौर पर ये एक बात कही है कि ये अब तय करना होगा कि देश का झंडा तिरंगा है या भगवा है, क्योंकि एक तरफ ऐसे बयान आते हैं। सितंबर 1947 में एक मैगजीन ये छापती है कि उनको आपत्ति थी भगवा रंग से, उनको आपत्ति थी तिरंगे के जो रंग हैं, और उनको ये बात उन्होंने कहा कि जो भगवा रंग का जो झंडा है उसी को फहराया जाए। तो अगर उनका फाउंडेशन आरएसएस है तो फिर वो कैसे तिरंगा अभियान जो है और इसको एक राजनीति बनाया जा रहा है, और ये कहीं भी नहीं लिखा है कि अगर हम तिरंगा यात्रा में शरीक होते हैं या उसका एक पार्ट बनते हैं तभी जो है हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना पाएंगे। ये साफ तौर पर उनके बयान से। जी
Okay. Farah Khan from News 18 India spoke to Asaduddin Owaisi. Thank you so much for joining us. Asaduddin Owaisi there telling Farah that RSS's mouthpiece organizer had actually spoken for a Bhagwa flag or a saffron flag. So why is sudden love for the Tiranga? That's the charge that the opposition is making. To discuss that further, let me bring in my guests, Ravi Srivastav, political analyst, also Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, another analyst from the political side. Thank you so much to both of you. Ravi Srivastav, weigh in on Asaduddin Owaisi and Rahul Gandhi's charge. What they're saying is that RSS, which is the founding base for the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, RSS was anti-Tiranga. That's what their charge is. And therefore, how can BJP now suddenly play politics trying to claim ownership of the Tiranga which RSS rejected?
This is in fact very surprising that now they are claiming Tiranga as their flag, which they did not hoist on their own headquarters in Nagpur for no less than 52 years. They never believed in the Tiranga actually. The fact is, their own book written by Guru Golwalkar ji on the page 98 of Bharatiya Vichar Sadhana, there is clearly written that the flag for this country is Bhagwa. It is not Tiranga. Another thing is that what Rahul Gandhi has said, that this is a, are we going to hoist a Chinese flag? This polyester flag? Our identification is with the Khadi. The Khadi is the flag. That's the truth. That's a fact. Instead of a homegrown industry of Khadi, we are putting up a polyester flag over there. So why these people are first, let them make up their mind. Even in their shakhas, they are not having any Tiranga for that matter. They only have got a Bhagwa there. So if the BJP follows RSS ideology, then they have to, how can they have a double speak on this Tiranga issue?
So Gargi Nandi Roy, are these criticisms valid? A, that you have brought down the stature of Khadi as far as our national flag is concerned. B, that for so many years you have rejected Tiranga, you wanted a Bhagwa flag. Now suddenly, if you are speaking about Tiranga, is the opposition's criticism valid?
Firstly, see, this is a lie that flags are coming from China. For the polyester flags, the MSME sectors are benefiting. And Congress party is saying, who signed a MOU with the Chinese Communist Party in 2008? How can even Congress, they have been friends of China. What are they talking? And coming to this, I think Congress should not be a compulsive naysayer as an opposition. Yesterday, when there was a bike rally, everybody should have reason about partisan politics and come together. And about Tiranga, they are forgetting that Shama Prasad Prasad Mukherjee died. He went to Kashmir because what? Ek desh mein, ek nishan, ek bidhan, ek pradhan. And Bhagwa is the symbol of a civilizational symbol. RSS is a socio-cultural organization. Let me tell Mr. Srivastav ji, he's such a respected person that on 1947, 15th August and 26th January 1950, Tiranga was vested by RSS, okay? And after that, Nehruji had brought the national flag conduct. Remember, so any private institutions could not vest the flag, only government buildings. If you remember, Naveen Jindal was jailed, was arrested because he vested flag in his factory. And then he went to the court after a long battle in the court. It is the Supreme Court of India, which in 2004 January allowed private citizens to vest the Tiranga anywhere in the building to express their feelings and sentiments. So they must differentiate that RSS is a cultural organization. Temples do not put always Tirangas, but RSS always go to schools, colleges. Last year also Mohan Bhagwatji was in Bombay. He was in a school vesting flag. So this is after the national flag conduct was gone. Then the RSS started vesting flag. Okay. So it was Nehru who brought the national flag code. Why did Congress bring that? And as I said, RSS died. RSS leader Mr. Shyama Prasad died for it. He was killed. Now, if I tell that he was killed by Sheikh Abdullah, and if I don't want to take somebody else's name, but it is known that how he was killed, that he went to Kashmir.
Okay.
Why did he go to Kashmir? Because
Ravi
he did not
Srivastava,
approve 370.
are facts being highlighted only partially in this political battle, Mr. Ravi Srivastava?
Due regards to this lady, first of all, she should not make this kind of allegation that Mr. Sheikh Abdullah killed Shri Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. These are dangerous. These are not valid, unsubstantiated, fake, baseless. Please do not make such comments. Second thing is, can she produce a copy of the agreement which was signed in the China? As she has been talking about that Congress party signed an agreement with the China. Can she produce a copy? I am available.
Very much in news.
Mr. Srivastava and Ms. Roy. Mr. Srivastava, can we just focus on the charge that was made? That there was a flag code, and therefore that flag code did not allow RSS to hoist the flag.
Absolutely. First of all, this is a fake thing. This is an absolute afterthought that the private buildings were not raising that flag and all. Every other political party was displaying that flag on their buildings. It is nothing to do.
But RSS is not a political institution. They are a social and cultural organization, Raviji.
What?
And then why was Mr. Naveen Jindal arrested when he had unfurled the flag in his factory? He was a Congress parliamentarian, right?
Of late, RSS and its wings are the most anti-social elements. Whether via BHP or whether via Bajrang Dal or whether via Hindu Vahini. You name anyone, they are all offshoot of the RSS only. So another thing is that you have only divided the country on the Bhagwa and Tiranga. Now under compulsion, you are trying to adopt it because our Prime Minister wants it. And why polyester? For what? Are we dependent on others? Are we not self-sufficient? Are we not Atmanirbhar? Why you want to kill an industry of Khadi? Which is the identification of this country.
Come with Khadi flags.
Yes, it is. 90% of your flags are made of polyester only. And I am asking a question. Why should somebody wear it?
From China. Stop this Congress propaganda, sir, that this is coming from China. No, it is the MSME sector.
I don't wear my nationalism on my sleeve. I know it very well that how I have to display my nationalism. Nobody has to guide me for that. And nobody should. This is just like a gimmick. What you played during that COVID.
No, Mr. Srivastava.
That thali, katora, and that light and sound show and all.
Mr. Srivastava, I have a question. Even if the opposition's charge is that RSS was not in favor of hoisting the Tiranga at some point, even if I were to accept that charge, if a page is being turned today and the leadership of the country wants everybody to come together and celebrate our national flag, why should anybody have an objection to that?
Change is a cosmetic. Change is only cosmetic. Change is only just to appease the ruling dispensation. There is no change at all. They still believe in Bhagwa only, and they have got everywhere, all their demonstrations, everything, they carry a Bhagwa only. You watch it. All their offshoots are still displaying that Bhagwa flag only there.
No, so essentially, what do you mean? What do you mean by saying that they believe in Bhagwa alone and not the Tiranga? Can you just specify a little so that I can ask Gargi ji for a counter?
I can do, because they talk about the Akhand Bharat. They want Bharat एक हिंदू राष्ट्र है, भारत में सिर्फ हिंदू राज करेगा, भारत में केवल भगवा ही उसका झंडा होगा. ये उनकी thought process है.
All right.
देश को बांटने की.
Gargi Nandi Roy, please respond to that. That in the heart of heart, the Bharatiya Janata Party cadre, the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders still believe that Bhagwa and Akhand Bharat, that's what Ravi Srivastava is saying, that Bhagwa and the concept of Akhand Bharat is what they believe in. This love for Tiranga is actually not the love for the three colors that the Tiranga represents, the ethos that the Tiranga represents.
Yeah, I think, this is a Congress propaganda. And just before your show, he's saying, what is the change? The change is not real. I just saw in a JNK school girls, lines of school girls holding Tiranga and going. We did not see it before. We did not see Tiranga being unfurled at Lal Chowk. If you remember, in around 2010, they had taken a march, the Yuva Bahini, the BJP Yuva Morcha. What is he talking? They were stopped. They were arrested. Anurag Thakur was the Yuva BJP leader that time. They had taken a march to Kashmir. They were stopped. The Congress stopped those trains from reaching. What is he talking? And he does not understand the difference between a civilization and a country. Today, after the partition, India and Pakistan are two different states. But there is a civilizational entity. RSS may be believing in the civilizational entity, and we are an Indic civilization. Ravi Ji, you and me belong to this Indic civilization. This country and this constitution has come because of the civilizational ethos. But today, we have a political border and we love our country. So please today,
I have to point out to you,
politics come together with the Tiranga.
Ms. Roy, this is exactly what Asaduddin Owaisi is objected to in that exclusive conversation with News 18. This is what his charge was, that when you talk about the Indic civilization, when you talk about the Bhagwa and its legacy, Owaisi says you're forgetting that there is contribution made to the freedom struggle by the Indian non-Hindus as well. And he spoke about the Muslims specifically. That's his charge, that in this Tiranga debate, are you being inclusive, or are you still leaving out people who contributed to the national struggle?
Ma'am, I didn't get your name. So, this is highly inclusive, and that is why Mr. Modi, our Prime Minister, has 75% approval rating, highest among the world leaders. Why? Because of this inclusivity. He's asking everybody to come. You're not denying. It is the Congress and the dynasty which denies. It denies the Congress. Congress denies the contribution of the likes of Bose or Khudiram. They want to usurp the legacy of freedom. No, BJP is not doing that. He is asking everybody to come together. And even if his religion is different, he also belongs to this civilization. Mr. Asauddin Owaisi and me, we share the same ancestors. He also belongs to this civilization. He can have a different faith. Doesn't matter. We are the most pluralist people. We are a pluralist civilization.
Ravi Srivastava wanted to say something.
RSS is a party of apologists.
It is not a party. Please correct. It is not. RSS is not a party. It's a social cultural organization.
Now keep quiet, please. It is a party of apologists.
It's not a party. RSS is a social cultural organization which does lot of work. Do you know the service work? Do you know the schools run by RSS?
You have been only apologizing to the Britishers. You are writing letters of apology to them, and you have not contributed to the nation's freedom struggle at all. You are only people who are on the side of the Britishers. You are the
this
most
is an absolute false propaganda,
traitors.
Mr. Ravi
You are the
Srivastava.
traitors. You are the traitors. You are the real traitors who spoiled the freedom struggle, which was on the sweat and blood of the freedom fighters of the Congress party and other nationalists.
Congress
you are
party
the
was as it is. Only the Gandhi-Nehru family. What about Bose? What justice have you done to the history of Subhash Chandra Bose? What are you saying? One family has usurped the history.
Your people.
And as I said, Shama Prasad died for, I again repeat, I reiterate, Shama Prasad ji died because he believed in Ek Desh mein, Ek Bidhan, Ek Nishan, Ek Pradhan. So Ek Nishan mein Vishwas tha.
Forget that Nishan. You first think about it, that who was Nathuram Godse? He was an RSS worker who killed Mahatma Gandhi.
Please don't play the same all-time record.
He killed Mahatma Gandhi. He killed Mahatma Gandhi. He was a follower of Mr. Savarkar. You have killed a person, but you cannot kill the ideology.
Savarkar was a great freedom fighter. None of your Gandhi family went to Kala Pani. That torture, Mr. Savarkar. Read Vikram Sampath's book on Savarkar. Please, Ravi Srivastava ji, I ask you to read Vikram Sampath's book on the real history. You people
I realize this debate is getting extremely emotional, just like the country's emotions as well. This is an issue. This is an issue which is very close to the heart of Indians, and I realize emotions are running high. I really appreciate both of you for taking time out and sharing your perspective. Ravi Srivastava and Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, thank you for joining us. Like our guests here, there has been a sharp divide seen along the political lines as well. Let's get you the reactions, starting with Prahlad Joshi.
संघ और संघ विचार को देश ने स्वीकारा है जी, और कितने बार स्वीकारा है अभी। इन लोग जो हमें स्वतंत्रता लाए ये सब बोल के इतने दिन पावर में थे, 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जो थे अभी क्या स्थिति में है वो समझने दो, कितने स्टेट में पावर में थे और लोग हमारा विचारधारा स्वीकार किया। इसलिए राहुल गांधी ऐसे तो उनका स्टेटमेंट को ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंस देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन है, इधर इधर घूमते घूमते कुछ बात करते रहते हैं। आई डोंट नीड टू रिएक्ट।
तिरंगा जो बीजेपी का योजना है वो एक ढोंगी योजना है, वो चीन से झंडा आ रहा है, पहली बात है। तो आप चाहते हो कि चीन का झंडा का चीन से बना हुआ झंडा तिरंगा को लगाए घर पर? नहीं ना।
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना, और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं। हम तो आज भी कहते हैं राजनीति छोड़िए, तिरंगा किसी पार्टी का नहीं है, तिरंगा किसी व्यक्ति का नहीं है, तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए पूरे देश में, पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
The Congress is preparing for the protest tomorrow, but what the BJP is saying that law is taking its due course and whatever the Enforcement Directorate is doing is as per the law. So why the Congress is reacting like this?
Yes, the BJP won't understand. On the one hand, they're talking about 75 years of Amrit Mahotsav. And on the other hand, they're raising the flag on the foundations that have been built by the Congress. And so by doing this bogeyman act, wo dekho, wo aa gaya, raat ko ye aayega, we are not scared. We've seen these scare tactics before. Go ahead. You do what you have to do, and we will do what we have to do. We are empowered by the people, for the people, of the people. We are empowered by the constitution of this country. We don't need their permission, much less their certificates which they want to give us. We are responding to the demand of lakhs of Congress workers across the country who have said that this is the way forward and that we will not sit quiet.
Congress party from the beginning has been telling that RSS is the political front and we are fighting. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is the only leader in India who is fighting against the RSS. And we are clear that now Prahlad Joshi has accepted it. 52 years they are not hoisted the national flag in their offices or in their houses. Now after Prime Minister of India asking for the Tiranga to be made as DP, all Congress people, we had changed it because it is Prime Minister's call. But RSS is not doing it. RSS still having that their own DP. Now we can be very clear that RSS controls this government and there is no need for them to come under control of the government itself.
And this politics happening not just over Tiranga but also about the Enforcement Directorate's investigation. Senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge is at the Herald House where the Young India office has been unsealed so that Enforcement Directorate can complete its search operations. Speaking out about the National Herald case in which both his mother and he Congress President Sonia Gandhi have been questioned about by the Enforcement Directorate. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi directly hit out at Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that the Congress will continue to fight against their attempts to go against democracy. CNN News 18 has meanwhile accessed the inside track of why searches are being conducted. Associated Journals Limited reportedly received money through Hawala channels, and at least 7 to 8 shell companies are on the radar of the Enforcement Directorate as per their officials. Let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi had to say.
देखिए, ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, कुछ नहीं होने वाले। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे ये कुछ भी कर।
आप डरने वाले नहीं? ना, बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले। और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं।
और सर, आपको जिस तरह से कल AICC मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया,
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता।
And joining me, Siddhant Mishra, joining me live from the Herald House. Anshul Singh is keeping an eye on what the politics around this case is. Siddhant, what's happening around you? Is the Enforcement Directorate team still there?
Well, look, on one end, Congress Party, Rahul Gandhi is calling it nothing.
Go ahead, Siddhant, I can hear you.
Okay, fine. So, on one end, Congress Party and Rahul Gandhi is calling this an intimidation tactic by the government. On the other end, what ED sources are telling us is that they are not convinced with the statements that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi have given to the federal agency, shifting the entire blame on Motilal Vora. Also, ED sources are confirming this to us, that there are some Hawala transactions that have come into the knowledge of federal agency. Some transactions have been made through third party from the shell companies in Calcutta, in Kolkata and Mumbai. So these are the new findings that Enforcement Directorate has come across. Right now we are reporting from Herald House in Delhi, and Mallikarjun Kharge is inside this very building, and in fact the Enforcement Directorate officers are also inside. Searches are currently being carried out. Yesterday, searches couldn't get completed because Mallikarjun Kharge, the principal officer of Young Indian, was not at the office. Today he was summoned and he was asked by ED to be present so that they can conclude their raids, and exactly at around 12:30 Mallikarjun Kharge arrived along with the Enforcement Directorate, and right now the searches are currently underway. So not just this property, 2 days back the properties linked to National Herald, and in fact the other companies premises were also raided by Enforcement Directorate. So Congress on one end is countering BJP politically and countering ED legally by saying that their argument is that this particular company was set up under Section 25 of Companies Act, which means it's an NGO. Any person cannot take benefit of the property. On the other end, Enforcement Directorate's case is that loans were given to AJL with the intention of fraudulently occupying the properties of National Herald. So these are the two arguments.
Right, Siddhant, hold on. There's Congress reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
कांग्रेस के डेलीगेशन है जो आपके सामने अपनी बात रखिएगा। हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता, हमारे सीनियर लीडर दिग्विजय सिंह साहब अपनी बात रखिए। धन्यवाद।
लोकतंत्र के इतिहास में ये कभी नहीं हुआ कि विपक्ष के नेता को जब संसद चल रही हो तब इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट या इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी पार्लियामेंट के टाइमिंग में उनको बयान देने के लिए बुलाया जाए। लोकतंत्र के इतिहास में ऐसा कोई उदाहरण नजर नहीं आया। अगर लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी को अगर बुलाना ही था तो 11 बजे के पहले बुला लेते या 5 बजे के बाद बुला लेते। जिस दिन नेशनल हेरल्ड पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी गई, रात के 9:30 बजे तक खरगे जी मौजूद थे। फिर आज पार्लियामेंट के में चर्चा हो रही है, क्वेश्चन आवर चल रहा है, उसके पहले 0 आवर था जिसके अंदर काफी महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे उठाना था। तब इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट उनको बयान देने के लिए बुलवा रहा है। इससे बड़ा मजाक भारतीय लोकतंत्र के अंदर न हमने देखा है न सुना है। आखिर मोदी जी इतने डरते क्यों हैं? अरे महंगाई बढ़ी है। मैं तो आप लोगों से पूछता हूं, कौन सा ऐसा परिवार है जितने यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं, आपका वेतन तो बढ़ा नहीं, लेकिन घर में महंगाई ज्यादा बढ़ी है कि नहीं बढ़ी है? आप खुद आत्मचिंतन कर लीजिए। अरे हम लोग अपनी लड़ाई नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, हम लोग आप लोगों की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। इसलिए आइए कल सुबह 11 बजे सारे हमारे कांग्रेस के सांसद राष्ट्रपति जी को जाकर कहेंगे कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को देश के वास्तविक आर्थिक हालातों से परिचय नहीं है। इसलिए हम लोग कल मार्च करेंगे राष्ट्रपति जी के घर पर। आप सब लोग उसके लिए आमंत्रित हैं और आप उसमें शामिल होइए। मैं अब आमंत्रित करता हूं प्रमोद तिवारी जी को कि वे आपसे कुछ कहेंगे।
सदन लोकसभा हो, राज्यसभा हो, विधानसभा हो, ये नियमावली से भी चलती है, संविधान से भी चलती है और स्थापित परंपराओं से भी चलती है। आज तक भारतीय संसद के रिकॉग्नाइज नेता विरोधी दल को जब उसकी नोटिस लगी हो, ये महत्वपूर्ण।
So Congress leaders Pramod Tiwari and Digvijay Singh addressing the media there. Anshul is also there at Vijay Chowk where the Congress leaders are addressing the media. Anshul, Digvijay Singh and other Congress leaders taking strong objection to the fact that Mallikarjun Kharge was called by the ED when Parliament was in session and he is the leader of the Congress party in Rajya Sabha.
So yes, Arunma, just a few minutes ago, the Rajya Sabha was adjourned after disturbance was created by the opposition leaders over there, and now these opposition leaders have come out here at Vijay Chowk where they are still addressing a press conference, and they have said that they will take out a march from here. Tomorrow that will take out a march from the Parliament to the President House where they will submit a memorandum to the President telling them that they are not being allowed to discuss issues like price hike, inflation and unemployment in the Parliament. Also, what we are being told that tomorrow the Congress has planned a massive protest at AICC as well. Initially they had planned to march towards the PMO, but their permission has been denied. This is what we can tell you as of now. But yes, senior leaders of the Congress party as well as the workers of the Congress party have already started reaching the Congress office. They are going to stay inside the Congress office for tonight just to make sure that tomorrow when the protest starts, they have ample amount of people present to carry out that protest, because remember the kind of scenes that we saw happening when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were questioned. The Congress workers were not allowed to enter the perimeter of the Congress office, and the entire stretch of Akbar Road was blocked. So this time around a situation like that does not arise. They have already called upon people this time. So it remains to be seen how much of a drama can happen tomorrow. But yes, tomorrow is going to be a really very action-packed day. This is what the Congress has confirmed to us.
Right. We in fact saw the Congress leaders march from Parliament House towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan, getting stopped by the Delhi police right there at Vijay Chowk. Will those scenes get repeated tomorrow? We'll keep an eye on that story, but slipping into a very quick break. Stay right here. There's much more on the other side.
Solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy. China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors.
International Affairs News. United States Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan has left China fuming, so much so that China is conducting military exercises near the island. Today, visuals have emerged of Chinese helicopters over the Pingtan Island, which is one of the closest points to Taiwan from mainland China. Taiwanese media reported that 2 D-5-15 ballistic missiles fired by China flew over the island and fell into the Taiwan Strait. China has stated that they were left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold their sovereign and territorial integrity. Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson in China, Huan Chunying, further stated that if the United States and Taiwan don't stop pursuing the wrong course of action, then China won't stop demonstrating their resolve.
我们中国主权和领土完整从来没有分割过。那么一段时间以来，台独分裂势力和美国的一些美国政府呢相互勾连。我们看到的也是美国在不断的提升美台的实质关系这个水平，包括加大对台售武，违背一个中国原则和对中国政府做出的承诺。特别是佩洛西一意孤行，冒天下大不韪去访问。 去串访台湾，这是美台实质关系的严重的升级。那么我们之前已经发出了多次的警告线和红线，因此对于这种严重的挑衅行为、严重危害中国主权和领土完整的行为，我们不得不采取坚决的行动来显示我们捍卫国家主权和领土完整的决心。至于这个会不会成为新常态，这要取决于美方和台独分裂势力他会怎么做。 他们一天不停止企图分裂中国的企图，这样的一种行动，我想我们中国就一天也不会停止，坚决捍卫中国的主权和领土完整，来展现这样的决心、意志和能力。
So Chinese spokesperson there saying that Chinese sovereignty and territorial integrity will never be compromised. Joining me to discuss this further, founding editor of New Bloom magazine, Brian Huey. I hope I got your name right, Brian. Just trying to understand the reaction in Taiwan as we see these pictures coming in from the Pingtan Island of Chinese military drills that are happening at the point closest to Taiwan.
Yeah, so reactions in Taiwan are actually still comparatively muted. I mean, this is definitely a front page news story, but people are not panicking in the streets just yet. There have been live fire drills in the past for Taiwan. I mean, there's definitely, for example, less tourists in places that are close to the drilling, such as Little Liuqiu. But then there's also even news reports saying that some went there to watch the drills. And so I don't think people are in a state of panic just yet. There's some chatter on the internet too of actually how early the drills were perceived as ending, as though they declared an end to the drilling for the day. That's still not clear at present, but it's actually a question. I mean, China will obviously play up the magnitude of its threats.
And on the social media and in general discussions, how was the response to Nancy Pelosi's visit, the decision to stop over at Taiwan?
So I think there's another split between Taiwan, perceptions in Taiwan and outside of it. For example, there are actually quite a lot of people in Taiwan that welcome the visit as a sign of support from the US. Because again, Chinese threats are not new and there's not this perception that we're on the precipice of global war or anything like that. The way that sometimes it is discussed internationally. For example, now their discussion, is this a fourth Taiwan Straits crisis or not? And I think the thing that's kind of been neglected is what are the viewpoints of Taiwanese people? And I think that people have been relatively chill about it. That includes the visit. And this is seen as something that's a sign of support and welcomed in many circles.
Right. And as I'm speaking to you, we're showing pictures of how the Chinese military drills are happening around the South China Sea. What is it that China is doing? But you're saying there's no panic on the streets of Taipei yet.
I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, there seems to be some problem with that line with Brian. I'll try and get that fixed. But 2-3 points that he has highlighted, just want to bring it to your notice. A, he's saying that there is no panic on the streets of Taipei yet. Yes, on the internet and in television, stations, this is a front page news, of course, in newspapers, and on the internet also there is some chatter around it. But most people are just watching the situation unfold. There's no panic as yet. Brian, if you're back with me, was asking you that, as far as China's military drills are concerned, you did point out that there's no panic as yet. But the fear of economic sanctions, what if China decides to take economic sanction route against Taiwan? How do you think that will get played out on the streets of Taiwan?
So Chinese economic threats directed at Taiwan are nothing new. For example, in the past, before COVID, when there's much Chinese tourism, China would threaten to shut off the flow of Chinese tourists. But then COVID happened and the tourist industry is now limping on, it's still surviving. The targets that China has had for food products are usually intended to set an example. Visible products like pineapple or grouper, or more recently citrus. Also now, these are recognizable products, and so China wants to send the message then that we can do this to other parts of your economy, we can cut off your access to the market. But it was always the case that the Chinese market was politically risky. This might accelerate trends of decoupling from the Chinese market because with a view that it's politically risky. What China has also not done, in fact, is cut off goods that itself needs for its supply chains. For example, semiconductors. Instead, these are substitutable goods. I mean, one has seen in the past consumer boycotts from China at other countries that it is unhappy with, such as South Korea over the THAAD missile system, which was boycott was fast food, clothing. These are not things China inherently needs. It's substitutable. It can go elsewhere for that.
Right. And when such statements come out, as we just played out, the Chinese spokesperson has at least said that we need to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. When these statements have been coming out for the last 48 to 72 hours, how is Taiwan seeing them, especially the people there? The political leadership might have a separate view, but the general common people of Taiwan, are they worried about this kind of belligerence that is being shown by Beijing?
I think it actually really depends after today, because today is after all the first day of drilling, and it's only been a few hours. And so it depends on what happens after these images of the drilling and circulate on social media, after these news reports of the missiles being fired circulate on social media. Now it's a bit early. There's been discussion of this up to the Pelosi visit, but the drilling actually only started today. And so I think there's going to be more consideration after. So far, I haven't seen, though, people kind of really getting very worked up about these statements in particular. There are cases in which a Chinese politician will make a statement and the Taiwanese public is immediately reactive. For example, there was a strong reaction to Xi Jinping's statement in 2019 that valuing that the use of force was still on the table for achieving unification. That had a very strong response. But I think it's not at the level yet in terms of government spokesperson statements in which that would actually lead to a response from the Chinese public. But that's to be seen in the coming days.
Right. Brian Hu, founding editor of New Bloom magazine. Thank you so much for joining us, giving us that sense of what Taiwan is really thinking. China definitely is fuming. China is furious over Pelosi's Taiwan's visit. Foreign Minister of the country, Wang Yi, has warned the United States of dire consequences.
我要告诉大家的是，这是一场彻头彻尾的闹剧。美方打着所谓民主的幌子，在干着侵犯中国主权的勾当。台湾的蔡英文之流，抱着美国的粗腿不放，背弃民族大义。这些倒行逆施啊，根本改变不了一个中国的国际共识，也根本改变不了台湾必将回归祖国的历史大势。玩火者绝对没有好下场，犯我中华者必将受到惩处。谢谢。
A very aggressive-looking Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, soon after Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We're taking a break on that note, but stay right here. There's much more on the other
side. Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threat, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy. China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing.
News about national security. Bulldozers are back in action, this time in Assam. The Moregaon District Administration in Assam demolished the Jamiul Huda Madarsa that was under NIA radar for its alleged links to Bangladesh-based jihadi group Ansarul Bangla. Remember, Mufti Mustafa, a member of Jamiul Huda Madarsa, was recently arrested for allegedly sheltering an Ansarul Bangla operative. Following that, a team of NIA investigated the matter. 19 students of the madarsa were questioned for alleged terror links. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma spoke on the matter. Let's listen.
Basic indoctrination started from this core team which has come from Bangladesh. So we arrested Muhammad Suman, resident of village Atadi, PS Arai Hajar, district Narayanganj, Bangladesh. He was leading the module, primary module. Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit. Jihadi literature Bismillah hi Allah Alhu in Arabic was seized in this case connection.
How do you look these proceedings of state government in Assam?
देखिए बाय लो बाय कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो बुलडोजर चलाए आप अगर कोई किसी ने गलती किया है उसको पकड़ना चाहिए उसका प्रूफ एविडेंस निकलना चाहिए उसके मुताबिक जो लॉ बताते हैं उसको हमको लगता है लाइफ लॉन्ग इम्प्रिजन में भी रखना चाहिए क्योंकि हम लोग नहीं चाहते असम में या इंडिया में कोई ऐसा जिहादी कामकाज चले या इसी में कुछ एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना चाहिए उसके बाद उसको सही तरह जो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बोलता है वही तरह करना चाहिए। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कोई किसी में ऐसा लिखा नहीं है कि किसी क्रिमिनल के ऊपर आप बुलडोजर चलाइए।
Sir, how do you see this action? Because some parliamentarians from your state are alleging that law should take its own course. No injustice action should be taken and no innocent must be punished.
देखिए जो असम गवर्नमेंट अभी कार्रवाई कर रहा है अगेंस्ट जिहाद, तो ये कार्रवाई जितना हो सकता है इतना मजबूती से होगा। और हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अभी जो मोरीगांव में एक जिहादी पकड़ा है उनका जो घर तोड़ दिया है, तो ये जायज़ है मेरा ख्याल से, इसमें कोई अनजायज़ काम तो नहीं कर रहा। हमारा बुलडोजर हर जगह में नहीं चल रहा है, तो जिहादी का अगेंस्ट में तो बुलडोजर जरूर चलेगा और उससे भी ज़्यादा कार्रवाई लगेगा तो उससे भी ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगा।
Preeti Priyadarshini with me on the phone line. Preeti, while questions will be asked whether bulldozer action is right or wrong, but as far as police investigation goes, where does matter stand at the moment against this madrasa and the people who have been accused of sheltering Ansarul Bangla activists. Preeti, am I audible? Okay, lost a line. What has happened so far? Let me just recap for you. Himanta Biswa Sarma this morning did a press conference and he laid bare the details of this action that the Assam government has taken. You can see on your screen how bulldozer was used to demolish a madarsa. This is in the Moraigao district. The district administration took this decision against a madarsa. This madarsa was under NIA radar. It has been accused of fostering Bangladesh-based jihadi groups. Ansarul Bangla is the group that name has come up. Mufti Mustafa, a member of this madarsa, the Jamiul Huda Madarsa, was recently arrested for allegedly giving shelter to Ansarul Bangla, and now the district administration has taken bulldozer action against this madarsa. Preeti Priyadarshini is with me on the broadcast to help me understand what is happening. Preeti, as far as investigation goes, is there further progress as far as charge sheeting the accused is concerned?
No, regarding charge sheets, we have not been informed yet. But yes, regarding the investigation, taking forward the further investigation, they're making serious questions to the people who have been arrested in this entire case, in this entire modules where many number of suspected jihadis has been arrested. And today, while addressing the media, the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sarma, also stated that regarding this bulldozer that has now demolished this madrasa where Mustafa was working. Actually, this, as far as the statement of the Chief Minister is concerned, he has stated that it was made without the permission of the local authorities of the place. So that is why it was demolished, and also because there are certain suspected jihadi activities happening. That is why the state had to demolish the madrasa. And he has also stated that they will be keeping a very strict eye on this, all the madrasas which have found some links with terrorist activities, because as far as all the modules which have been busted in the recent times, it has been found that the madrasas in some places have been misused by certain people in order to carry out such kind of illegal terrorist activities, because a lot of evidences have been found from Mustafa, from where he was giving his teachings in the madrasa.
All right, Preeti, thank you so much for getting us all those details about investigation. Police is convinced they have solid case against the man against whom the district administration has taken action. Now let's get you that big CNN News 18 exclusive. It's an expose on the Chinese loan apps. The Enforcement Directorate has cracked a whip on scams being carried out by these loan apps. While the borrowers were being promised quick loans, in return they had to pay a much bigger price. The Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached bank balances worth 105.32 crore rupees lying in various accounts with payment gateway accounts of 12 NBFCs. CNN News 18 brings you this exclusive report as to how the victims are being victimized for borrowing quick money.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff like They used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank. No one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via two means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they're continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they're continuing the contact, and they're convincing the people here in India, and they're asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NXCloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
Good evening, it's 4 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We're getting some updates to begin this broadcast with. We're now understanding Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut, summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. We're also understanding likely to be called in tomorrow. Remember, the ED's also got an extension of Sanjay Raut's custody as well. Herman Gomes breaking all these details for us. So, Herman, any details or when she'll be called in for questioning?
Yes, as I was telling you, Ridhima, earlier in the previous bulletin too, that Sanjay Raut's wife is likely to be called in, and now, yes, formally summons have been sent to her, and in most likelihood, she'll be called in tomorrow. Now, what I can tell you at this point in time, Ridhima, is that, in fact, she was expected to be summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, because it is believed as part of the money laundering. Most of the money from this money laundering charge that has been alleged by the ED was parked into accounts. We already know that one flat belonging to her from the other has already been attached by the ED. It is believed that it was to the tune of 83 lakh rupees. Now, this 83 this 83 lakhs came in from Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited. Now, Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, in fact, is the company that is believed to have had close aides who were directors in that very company. So, yes, this was on expected lines. Another point I can tell you is that tomorrow and the day after, also the original landowners of the properties in Alibag that belong to Sanjay Raut, which has already been seized, have also been summoned. So, a joint confrontation cannot be ruled out.
Herman, let's just recap for our viewers. We do know the ED wanted an extension of custody and they've gotten it till the 8th of August. What are the arguments that have been made by the ED wanting an extension?
Well, yes, what they've been saying is that Sanjay Raut has been evasive and the money trail, which was earlier believed to be a certain amount, has now, in fact, far more increased. And therefore, it is believed that, more people need to be questioned. Rather, it is also expressed by the ED that the original landowners at Alibag were pressurized into selling their plots to Sanjay Raut. Besides that, Sanjay Raut's wife is someone who is always was the first one to have been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. So tomorrow, a joint confrontation between both of them, the husband and the wife, cannot be ruled out for the simple reason because she is believed to be one of the direct beneficiaries as far as the money laundering charge is concerned.
Okay, Herman, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's also now talk about the other big story that we're tracking. The Enforcement Directorate has resumed their search at the Herald House after unsealing the Young Indian office in the national capital. Senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge is overseeing these searches. Now, speaking out about the National Herald scam in which both him and his mother, Congress President Sonia Gandhi, have been questioned by the ED, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi directly hit out at the Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that the Congress will continue to fight against their attempts to go against democracy.
देखिए ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, चुप नहीं होने वाले। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहिए कुछ भी कर।
आप डरने वाले नहीं?
ना, बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले हैं। और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं डरता।
और सर, आपको जिस तरह से कल AICC मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया,
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता।
Let me also now bring in my colleague Siddhant Mishra has been tracking all these developments for us. He's joining us from outside the Herald House here in the national capital. Siddhant, what is happening as of now? Are the ED officers still there?
Well, yes, ED teams are inside, and interestingly, Mr. Kharge is still inside. Basically, this time around, the searches are going on, and we have been told that it is going to be a concluding search. And last time when ED teams were here, Mallikarjun Kharge, who happens to be the principal authority officer of Young Indian, was not present, and this is perhaps the reason that ED had to leave the raid in between and had to close the office completely and put up the notice that nobody is allowed inside the office, and after which Mr. Kharge was summoned for today at around 12:30. So from 12:30 in the afternoon, the raids are still underway. There are 4 to 5 Enforcement Directorate officers inside along with Mr. Kharge and his personal staff. Now there is some movement. We can expect Mr. Kharge to walk out in some time from now. We have been told that there is a possibility of raids coming to an end, and as today is the concluding day, after which there will not be any raid at Herald House. Also, premises linked to this case have been raided on multiple occasions. The statements of Gandhis, Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal have been recorded. In fact, today Enforcement Directorate sources are telling us that they have also come across some Hawala transactions based out of shell companies in Kolkata and Mumbai. So, Enforcement Directorate is possibly looking into that angle as well. Also, ED is not satisfied with the reply that has been given by Gandhis to Enforcement Directorate when they say that it was Motilal Vora responsible for the decisions of Young Indian and AJL. ED is not satisfied with this reply. Also, when they say that the company was set up under Section 25, which means it is a NGO, and nobody no individual can take benefit from the assets that have been acquired. So in fact, ED is not satisfied with this statement, and ED is also looking into the matter because 87 lakh rupees per month is a rental price of the premises that is being used at Herald House, where I'm reporting from. So there's a TCS office and Passport Seva Kendra. So they both combinedly pay 87 lakh per month. So in fact, Amit Malviya from BJP has also tweeted this particular amount. So it is also looking into who is the recipient of this amount, and since when it is going on, and if they are saying that there is no personal benefit that has been taken, then who is utilizing this money?
Absolutely. So those are many questions that still remain unanswered, Siddhant. I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Ashish Merishi also now joining us on the broadcast, and he tracks developments of the Enforcement Directorate very, very closely. Ashish, just for the benefit of our viewers, talk to us about what you're picking up by the means of sources. Can we see some sort of seizures today as far as the Herald House is concerned? And more importantly, why is AGL under the scanner?
So, recent raids, there have been questions on why suddenly after 10 years the Enforcement Directorate decides to basically raid so many locations associated with Associated General. Now, what we have been able to find out from our sources is that there are at least 5 to 6 companies, that is what we can say, that there are 5 to 6 companies through which money has landed into the accounts of Associated General. Now, my sources reveal that these are shell companies through which the money has landed into the Associated General, and that is why they were raided. Now, what we have been told is that people who had basically, who are Hawala operators, or you can say data entry operators, or you can say people who provide basically entry for transactions, those people are shortly going to be summoned. As far as Associated General's, as far as Young Indian office being sealed yesterday, I have been told by my sources that Kharge did not join the investigation despite 2 requests that were sent on mail and 1 verbal request when he was present in the evening. But now, since he has joined, searches are still continuing, and once the searches will be over, we can maybe give some information if any important documents or anything else has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate or not.
Ashish, quickly, I also want to understand from you on another aspect. The Congress, as you rightly pointed out, has been saying that this is an old case. In the last 8 years, new evidence hasn't come to light as far as the agency is concerned. What are sources within the ED telling you? Are they hopeful, reaching towards any sort of closure of this case is concerned?
So, that is the crux of the matter, that they have to basically file a charge sheet. So, the Enforcement Directorate registered a case only after the court decided that it deserves the entire investigation. Basically, if you remember, the complaint was basically filed by Subramanian Swamy, and on his complaint, it was decided that yes, there should be an FIR, or you can say an ECIR should be registered. And on basis of that, once the court took cognizance, the Enforcement Directorate registered an ECIR. But then ultimately, if you see, though we can see so much of hue and cry on people like Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi being summoned, but here we have to realize the fact that they all are on bail. And ultimately, all people who have been named as an accused into the matter, they have to be questioned before a charge sheet has to be filed. So that this is the process that once the case comes to conclusion only in the court, and the investigative agency basically supports the court in investigation. So here they are going to file a charge sheet once all the investigation is complete. Yesterday's searches were also a part of that only.
Okay, Ashish Merishi and Siddhant, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's also now listen into some political reactions.
अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो इतना डर क्यों है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं में, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं में, और खास करके सबका एक ही कवायद है, सबकी कवायद है कि किस प्रकार से एक ही परिवार के लिए हम आंदोलन करें, एक परिवार को कैसे बचाया जाए।
ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है, और जो बीजेपी के विरोधी दल है उन दलों को खत्म करने की कोशिश वो कर रहे हैं।
ईडी हो, सीबीआई हो या इनकम टैक्स हो, एक तरह से बीजेपी का पार्टी का प्रकोष्ठ के रूप में काम करती है। आज जितनी भी जांच एजेंसियां हैं, एक बीजेपी का पार्टी का प्रकोष्ठ जैसे होता है वैसे बन के रह गई है, क्योंकि दबाव इन अधिकारियों पे इतना ज्यादा है कि न्यायपूर्वक जांच नहीं हो पाती है। जांच केवल विपक्ष की होती है।
Let me also now bring in my colleague Anshul, who's also been tracking all these developments for us. Anshul, this has also become a big political debate with the likes of Rahul Gandhi and others within the Congress saying these are all bogus charges. This is just vendetta politics, but we will not bow down to the pressure tactics which is being adopted by the agencies or the BJP. What is the plan as far as the Congress is concerned to escalate these protests in days to come?
So yes, Congress is making sure that they leave no stone unturned when it comes to propagating their message that the BJP is actually using ED as a diversionary tactics because they do not want to talk upon issues like rise of unemployment or the high inflation. And that is the reason why tomorrow we are going to see a massive protest that is going to be carried out across the country by the Congress party. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. almost 80 MPs from the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha of the opposition will march towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan that you can see in the visuals behind me. They will march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, and tomorrow they are going to give a memorandum to the President of the country, telling them that how the BJP is not allowing them to have discussions on issues like price rise and unemployment. However, at the AICC we are going to see a deja vu of events yet again when the senior Congress leaders and other leaders of the Congress party will reach at AICC at around 8. They will start reaching at AICC at between 8 to 10 a.m. and from there they'll try to march towards the PMO. They had sought permission from the Delhi police. However, what we have been told that permission has been denied. So we are going to see the events unfold yet again when the Congress workers would try to step out of the Congress office, and as soon as they will step out, they will again are going to be detained by the officials of the Delhi police. Also, last time around, what we saw Ridhima during the protest that happened when Rahul Gandhi was questioned or when Sonia Gandhi was questioned, the entire stretch of Akbar Road was in fact barricaded by the police. But this time around, to make sure that their workers reach on time at the AICC headquarters so that more and more number of heads could be present there, the workers of the Congress party have already started reaching AICC and they'll be spending the night at the AICC headquarters today. So yes, the Congress is in all form to make sure that this protest is going to be a big one and make sure that it is covered through the lenses of the cameras. That is why media has also been invited in large numbers. So it remains to be seen what happens tomorrow and how much action can actually happen tomorrow, and will the Congress be successfully able to propagate the message that they want to give to the country, that employment and inflation are the biggest issues in the country.
Absolutely. Anshul, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's also now get you the other big story that we are tracking. A full-fledged war of words has erupted once again between the BJP and the opposition, this time over the central government's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. A Congress MP, Rahul Gandhi, has taken a fresh take at this campaign. He's labelled the RSS-backed leaders as anti-national. Rahul has accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years, even after independence. Now, MIM Chief Hasuddin Owaisi also has jumped into this debate and has accused the RSS of being anti-Tiranga. Remember, yesterday, the opposition MPs boycotted the Tiranga bike rally that was organized by the Ministry of Culture here in the national capital.
तिरंगे को लेकर कई बातें सामने आ रही हैं। जो विपक्ष है वो एकजुट होता नहीं दिख रहा और ये बयान भी सामने आया है कि अगर तिरंगे यात्रा में शामिल नहीं होते हैं या नहीं लगाते तो उससे कोई कानून नहीं है। वफादारी जो है वो तिरंगा लगाने से बयान नहीं हो जाएगी।
क्योंकि आज़ादी के 75 साल हम लोग मना रहे हैं, अब जाहिर है जो लोग जंग आज़ादी में हिस्सा नहीं लिए तो उनको ज़्यादा अपनी वफादारी, अपनी मोहब्बत दिखाने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, मगर जिन्होंने अपना सब कुछ बहाया, खून पसीना बहाया और इस मुल्क को आज़ाद कराने के लिए हम सब ने हिस्सा अदा किया। तिरंगा तो हम लोग रोज़ हमारे घर पे रहता है, हर घर पे रहता है, मगर हम हमारे मुल्क के वज़ीर आज़म से जानना चाहेंगे कि वो ये कहते हैं कि आरएसएस उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि आरएसएस की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 में 17 अगस्त 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का
मर्यादित आचरण कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा, राहुल गांधी द्वारा और उनके जो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं उनके द्वारा किया जा रहा है, यह कतई उचित नहीं है। पहले आप चोरी करेंगे, देश को लूटेंगे और उसके बाद पूरे देश में अराजकता फैलाने का प्रयास करेंगे। पहले चोरी फिर सीना जोरी। लोकतंत्र में मर्यादा होती है, यह देश संविधान से चलता है। और जिस तरह से देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को डराया जा रहा है, धमकाया जा रहा है, तो गांधी परिवार, सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी ये जान लें कि वो कानून से ऊपर नहीं है। यह भी तथ्य सर्वविदित है कि सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी दोनों बेल पे बाहर हैं, भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप पे बाहर हैं। और उसके बाद भी एक अभियुक्त और आरोपी होने के बावजूद सार्वजनिक जीवन में आप हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी बड़ी है। आपको चाहिए कि जो सवाल जनता पूछ रही है, जो हम यहां से उठा रहे हैं, उनका उत्तर दें। लेकिन हमने क्या देखा? हमने ये अनर्गल बयान सुने हैं। ईडी को सोनिया गांधी जी से, राहुल गांधी जी से पूछताछ करने के लिए घर जाना चाहिए। यह कहां देखा गया है? यह बात सही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए उनके नेता सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी और गांधी परिवार संविधान से ऊपर है। लेकिन कोई आरोपी है तो हमारे देश का कानून यह कहता है कि उससे पूछताछ भी होगी और जो मुख्यालय होगा वही होगी। जो वीवीआईपी कल्चर कांग्रेस की सरकार में चलता था, यह बंद किया है तो श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने किया है और आम जनता की यही चाहत है। मैं सबसे पहले कहूंगा कि आप शब्दवीर मत बनिए, आप तथ्यवीर बनिए। तथ्य ऐसे दीजिए जब जनता सुने तो कहे कि हां, बात तो सही कही गई। और मेरा प्रयास इस मंच से केवल इतना है कि सबसे पहले मैं यह दिखाना चाहता हूं, निचली अदालत में आपको बेल मिली। वो बेल का ऑर्डर आपको एक आरोपी मानता है। 19 दिसंबर 2015 आप दिल्ली उच्च न्यायालय गए और इस प्रार्थना से गए कि जो मामला चल रहा है, ये राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है, इसे समाप्त किया जाए, रद्द किया जाए। और मैं समय नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि ये आदेश आज सुबह जब मेरे साथी ने प्रेस से वार्ता करी तो ये पढ़ा। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने कहा कि ये मामला रद्द नहीं होगा, लेकिन एक लाइन में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का आदेश लेके आया हूं, यह जरूर पढ़ूंगा और उसके बाद वो सवाल पूछूंगा जो जनता पूछ रही है। 12 फरवरी 2016 सर्वोच्च न्यायालय, पहले पृष्ठ पे क्या लिखा है? याचिकाकर्ता सोनिया गांधी जो एक्यूज्ड है, इन्होंने मांग करी मामला रद्द हो। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो कहा वो लाइन मैं जरूर पढ़ूंगा। Insofar as the determination rendered by the High Court in rejecting the prayer for quashing the proceedings against the petitioners is concerned, we find no justification in interfering therewith. हम हस्तक्षेप नहीं करेंगे। तो मेरा पहला सवाल आपसे यह है, क्या सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, उच्च न्यायालय में सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी की आस्था नहीं है? क्या आपकी आस्था इस देश के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय और उच्च न्यायालय में नहीं है? ये बताइए जनता को। इसके बाद यह बात सर्वविदित है कि किस तरह से जो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता रहे, गांधी परिवार के करीबी मोतीलाल वोरा जी पे ठीकरा फोड़ा जा रहा है। हमें तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है। जो भी किया मोतीलाल वोरा ने किया। मैं एक बात और प्रश्न उठाता हूं विधिक तौर पे, और इसका उत्तर राहुल गांधी अगर देंगे तो देश की जनता को अच्छा लगेगा। क्या यह सत्य नहीं है कि 38% की जो शेयर होल्डिंग है वो सोनिया गांधी की है, और 38% की शेयर होल्डिंग जो है वो राहुल गांधी की है यंग इंडिया में? दोनों को जोड़िए 76%। और कानून ये कहता है कि 50% से ज्यादा 51% पे आपका कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक होता है। कंपनी द्वारा जो भी फैसला किया जाता है वो मेजॉरिटी शेयर होल्डर द्वारा किया जाता है। मेरा दूसरा सवाल, जब कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी का है और गांधी परिवार का है 76% से ज्यादा, तो ठीकरा फोड़ा जा रहा है एक ऐसे व्यक्ति में पर जो आज दुनिया में नहीं है। तो यह फैसला किसने लिया था? यह जो घोटाला हुआ, घपला हुआ, मनी लॉन्डर किया गया, यह किसने किया? यह दूसरा सवाल है। तीसरा सवाल, डोटेक्स नामक एक कंपनी है जो 1 करोड़ का लोन देती है यंग इंडिया को, और यंग इंडिया वो कंपनी है जिसके पास 1 रुपए का असेट नहीं, जिसकी वैल्यूएशन 0 है। मेरा तीसरा सवाल है, राहुल गांधी जी अगर हिम्मत हो तो दीजिएगा, जिस कंपनी के पास 1 रुपया नहीं, 1 असेट नहीं, उसको एक और कंपनी 1 करोड़ रुपया क्यों देती है? कृपया करके देश को यह बताइए। इधर उधर की बात ना कर, यह बता गांधी परिवार ने देश लूटा क्यों? यह तीसरा प्रश्न है। चौथा प्रश्न जो हम चाहते हैं आप उत्तर दें, तल्खी ना दिखाइए, ईडी को धमकी ना दीजिए, केवल चौथे प्रश्न का उत्तर दीजिए। राहुल गांधी की जेब से 1 रुपया नहीं गया। पहली जो किस्त 50 लाख की आई डोटेक्स की, वो उन्होंने पे करा, और जब पे करते हैं तो 2000 करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति जो है एजेएल की, वो ट्रांसफर हो जाती है यंग इंडिया में। निष्कर्ष क्या है? जेब से 1 रुपया नहीं दिया, 2000 करोड़ की संपत्ति के मालिक, कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक जो 76% मैंने बताया है उसके हो गए। जो 50 लाख दिया वो भी किसी और कंपनी से लिया। ऐसा ट्रांजैक्शन राहुल गांधी जी हमने तो कभी नहीं देखा। कृपया करके उत्तर दीजिए। और पांचवा बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, और इसके लिए कोई बहुत ज्यादा आपको विधिक समझ या व्यवहारिक समझ की आवश्यकता नहीं है। यह उच्च न्यायालय के आदेश में भी आया है कि 2000 करोड़ से ज्यादा की संपत्ति एजेएल के पास थी, असेट्स थे। लोन था 90 करोड़ का। यह बात और है कि एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपने वर्कर से चंदा लेके दूसरी कंपनी को लोन देती है, ये कितना उचित है। लेकिन उसमें ना जाते हुए मैं एक जो बड़ा प्रश्न कर रहा हूं, आपके पास जेब में 2000 रुपए हैं, 2000 करोड़ का मामला है इसलिए 2000 रुपए, और 90 रुपए आपको किसी को देने हैं, 90 करोड़ का लोन है, तो आप 2000 के पूरा का पूरा दे देंगे। आप उस असेट को बेच के 90 करोड़ का लोन दे सकते थे, लेकिन नहीं। मंशा क्या थी? मंशा ये थी कि ये 2000 करोड़ की जो संपत्ति है ये किसी तरह से यंग इंडिया में पहुंच जाए। ये मेरा 5वां सवाल है, और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से आज ये बात कहता हूं, ये सवाल देश के सवाल हैं। आप ये जो बार बार कहते हैं, मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से नहीं डरता हूं। राहुल गांधी जी, जो आपका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है, जो आपके परिवार का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहा है, भ्रष्टाचारी परिवार जिसके 3 सदस्य बेल पे बाहर हैं। कोई राजनीतिक परिवार है क्या भारत में जिसके 3 सदस्य बेल पे बाहर हो? सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा। यह बात सही है कि आपको अगर डर नहीं लगता है तो डर नहीं लगता है भ्रष्टाचार करने से। आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है। क्योंकि अगर कानून से डर ना लगता होता, और आपका यह आरोप है कि राजनीतिक द्वेष से यह सारा मामला चल रहा है, तो आप सबसे पहले एक नागरिक की तरह न्यायालय का दरवाजा खटखटाते, एक आदेश लाते और कहते ये देखो, ये सत्य है, ये प्रमाण है मेरी ईमानदारी का। वो आप नहीं कर पाए। आपको उत्तर देने से बहुत डर लगता है। जब आपसे मुश्किल प्रश्न पूछे जाते हैं तो आप घबरा जाते हैं, तो आप इधर उधर की बात करने लगते हैं। और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से एक बात कहूंगा, एक नया प्रचलन है जहां जो हमारे देश की जांच एजेंसियां हैं उनके लिए अपशब्द कहे जाते हैं। कहा जाता है कि वो इडियट है, कोई उन्हें पालतू बुला लेता है। मैं कोई गलत शब्दों का इस्तेमाल तो नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन आज मैं आपको एक तथ्यों के आधार पर बात जरूर कहूंगा। जिसको गांधी परिवार के समर्थक और लीडर इडियट बुलाते हैं, उस ईडी ने 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो अवैध संपत्ति है उसे जब्त किया है। उसने 992 चार्जशीट दायर करी है न्यायालय में, जिससे कि जो देश को लूटते हैं उनको सजा हो सके, और 400 गिरफ्तारी करी है और 25 लोग कन्विक्ट करवाए हैं। लेकिन दुखद यह है, खुली छूट है कांग्रेस में कि आप जांच एजेंसियों के लिए पालतू जैसा शब्द का इस्तेमाल करिए, उन्हें इडियट बुलाइए। और कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए जो जीनियस है, आप जानते हैं आइंस्टाइन से ज्यादा जिसे समझ कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले कहते हैं है, उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखिए। कौन आरोप लगा रहा है? आज राहुल गांधी बेल पर बाहर हैं, यह सत्य है। जनता ने उनको नकारा है। अमेठी का चुनाव वो हार गए, 40 चुनाव वो हरवा चुके हैं। संसद वो जाते नहीं, उनकी अटेंडेंस 40% है। ये है जीनियस। और जो 1,05,000 करोड़ रुपए की अवैध संपत्ति को जब्त करती है, टैक्स पेयर का रुपया सुनिश्चित करती है कि आम जनता के लिए लगाया जाए, उसको इडियट और पालतू बुलाया जाता है। और अभी जब इस प्रेस वार्ता के लिए मैं आ रहा था तो एक आदेश आया ईडी कोर्ट से, जिसमें हमने देखा है कि संजय राउत, जो खुद अभी एक आरोपी हैं, वहां भी ऐसी ही दलील दी जाती है, राजनीतिक द्वेष का मामला है। लेकिन पहले 4 दिन की ईडी रिमांड में उन्हें दिया गया और आज जो फैसला आया है, न्यायालय ने कहा है कि 4 दिन के लिए और इन्हें ईडी की कस्टडी में रखा जाएगा। और जिसे ये कहते हैं कि ईडी इशारों में काम करती है किसी नेता के, ये अपमान है भारत के संविधान का, न्यायपालिका का, नागरिक का, हर उस व्यक्ति का जिसकी आस्था संविधान में है। और न्यायालय ने आज क्या कहा है, ये बात मैं आपके सामने रख दूं। जो स्पेशल जज हैं, उन्होंने कहा है कि रिमार्केबल प्रोग्रेस हैज बीन मेड इन द इन्वेस्टिगेशन संजय राउत के मामले में।
Well, that was the BJP hitting out at the Congress as far as the National Herald case is concerned, raising questions as to why the Congress has made a routine questioning into protests that still continue. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its one China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Bulldozers are back in action, this time in Assam. The Morigao District Administration in Assam has demolished the Jemul Huda Madarsa that was under the NIA radar for its alleged links to Bangladesh-based jihadi group Remember, Mufti Mustafa, member of the Jamil Huda Madrasa, was recently arrested for allegedly sheltering an Anarsul Bangla operative. Following that, a team of the NIA investigated the matter and 19 students of the madrasa were questioned on alleged terror links.
Basic indoctrination started from this core team which has come from Bangladesh. So we arrested Muhammad Suman, resident of village Atadi, PS Arai Hajar, district Narayanganj, Bangladesh. He was leading the primary module. Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit. Jihadi literature Bismillah hi Allah Alhu in Arabic was seized in this case connection.
How do you look these proceedings of state government in Assam?
देखिए बाय लॉ बाय कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है मैं बुलडोजर चलाए आप अगर कोई किसी ने गलती किया है उसको पकड़ना चाहिए उसका ठोस एविडेंस निकलना चाहिए उसके मुताबिक जो लॉ बताते हैं उसको हमको लगता है लाइफ लॉन्ग इम्प्रिजन में भी रखना चाहिए क्योंकि हम लोग नहीं चाहते असम में या इंडिया में कोई ऐसा देहाती कामकाज चले या इसी में कुछ एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना चाहिए उसके बाद उसको सही तरह जो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बोलता है वही तरह करना चाहिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कोई किसी में ऐसा लिखा नहीं है कि किसी क्रिमिनल के ऊपर आप बुलडोजर चलाइए
Sir, how do you see this action? Because some parliamentarians from your state are alleging that law should take its own course. No injustice action should be taken and no innocent must be punished.
देखिए जो असम गवर्नमेंट अभी कार्रवाई कर रहा है अगेंस्ट जिहाद तो ये कार्रवाई जितना हो सकता है इतना मजबूती से होगा और हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अभी जो मरीगांव में एक जिहादी पकड़ा है उनका जो घर तोड़ दिया है तो ये जायज़ है मेरा ख्याल से इसमें कोई अनजायज़ काम तो नहीं करता हमारा बुलडोजर हर जगह में नहीं चल रहा है तो जिहादी का अगेंस्ट में तो बुलडोजर जरूर चलेगा और उससे भी ज़्यादा कार्रवाई लगेगा तो उससे भी ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगा
We came here to show you the madrasa, and today this is the scene of the madrasa. It has been demolished by the Assam government, and as far as the statement of the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is concerned, he has stated that he did not have permission to make this madrasa, for which it has been demolished, and also because certain terrorist links have been found with the madrasa, they have demolished this madrasa. But yes, behind this place is his house. I'm trying to show you where he was actually residing. That is his place, and from where his wife, who had a 18-days-old daughter, has been arrested, and they both are now in police custody. And also he has his parents. This is the place from where certain suspected documents have been found, where financial transactions of Mustafa with the band outfit Ansar Islam was found.
Well, we'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. You can read about this on our website news18.com as well. Slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice."
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's talk about the big global story that we're tracking. United States Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan has left China fuming. So much so, in fact, that China is conducting military exercises near the island. Today, visuals have emerged of Chinese helicopters over the Bington Island, which is one of China's closest points to Taiwan. Taiwanese media also reported that 2 DF-15 ballistic missiles fired by China flew over the island and then fell into the Taiwan Strait. China has stated that they were left with no option and choice but to take resolute measures to uphold their sovereign and territorial integrity. Now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson further stated that if the United States and Taiwan don't stop pursuing the wrong course of action, then China won't stop demonstrating their resolve.
The two sides of the Taiwan Strait belong to one and the same China, and China's sovereignty and territorial integrity have never been split. That is the status quo of the Taiwan Strait. But for some time, the U.S. and Taiwan independence forces have colluded with each other, and we have seen efforts to upgrade the exchanges between the U.S. and Taiwan, and also intensified arms sales to Taiwan from the United States. All those violate the serious commitment that the U.S. made to China, and also in particular Pelosi's visit against our serious opposition and the world's warnings. We are very adamant that we can't let the U.S. use salami tactics anymore to encroach upon our sovereignty. So in the face of such a serious provocation, we are left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And will this become a new normal? It hinges on the action of the U.S. side and the Taiwan independence forces. If they do not stop pursuing the wrong course of action, then China will not stop demonstrating the resolve and taking resolute actions to uphold our sovereignty.
My colleague Abhishek Jha now joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, today it's not just about optics but real action that is being undertaken by China. Military drills are now becoming a routine ever since Nancy Pelosi left Taiwan. The question is, will this now become the new norm?
Exactly, this is the answer. This is a question that Chinese spokesperson has tried to answer in a way. She said that if US side and the bloc that has actually been supporting Taiwan and its government over the period of many years, if they also back down from that supporting Taiwan for its cause, then probably Chinese side will also go back. But if the support to the Taiwan and its government continues unabated the way it has been, in fact, in the light of Nancy Pelosi's visit, that was a very high-level official diplomatic engagement, if we can say, with the Taiwanese government, then, of course, Chinese side will also probably continue with their aggressive posturing in and around Taiwan Sea, because in a way, in Chinese point of view, they are also trying to protect their integrity and sovereignty over Taiwan that they have always claimed in the last 7 decades. However, there has been a different set of ruling between both sides. Mainland China is ruled by a communist setup, while Taiwanese side has been ruled by a democratic setup in the last 7 decades. There has been a lot of diplomatic differences over the way that which side has the proper claim on the mainland China. Because in a way, ROC, Republic of China, which Taiwan itself claims, by the official name of Republic of China, also has had some claim over mainland China. So there's a lot of history behind this aggressive posturing of China that we are seeing currently in Taiwanese Strait and the island and in and around. So in that context, China is trying to say that any support to the secessionist government or the democratic government that the Taiwan is currently having will force China in a way to continue with the operation or the military deal that is doing currently very close to the Taiwanese water.
Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on with us. We also have foreign affairs expert Rubinder Sachdev now joining us. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. Interestingly, look at the response that's coming in from China today. They're calling this provocation, saying because there was provocation, we have to resort to such measures. Do you think China will stop at just this, or will this only escalate?
See, in the overall context, it will escalate and it will accelerate. Now, as far as the present drills are concerned, I think probably they'll just do the drills for 3-4 days and then, back off, go back home to the Navy bases and all, and then plan what next. These drills, see, for China, this would be the most logical thing to, do if they want to, assimilate Taiwan, capture Taiwan, a blockade. So right now what they're doing is they're just doing a drill, practicing themselves. Okay, where all do we need to be there? The navies, the submarines, the missiles, the helicopters, the aircrafts, the radars and defense systems. Okay, so they're preparing for a real life situation when they would next want to really move against Taiwan. So this is a preparation, I would say. So it has, of course, escalated and accelerated.
Okay. Abhishek, I quickly want to come back to you. I want to understand, with these constant warnings that are coming in from China, how is Taiwan preparing themselves?
So Taiwanese side has said that they have activated their military infrastructure that can be used against any, possible attack on Taiwan, that if we can say. But so far, in the kind of might Chinese military has in and around Taiwan, which is sort of unmatchable with the Taiwan's current defense deployment. However, Taiwan will solely be relying on its peer group and especially the G7 members who have also come in support of Taiwan and its democratic government. So in a way, this is a very big psyop from the Chinese side. They also want to gauge the kind of actual on the ground support Taiwan may get in case of any adventure that China would like to do in future. Like a former diplomat is also explaining, this is in a way also, letting China have more information and know-how of the operation very close to the Taiwan island in case of a future aggressive, reunification attempt that China might do over Taiwan. So in a way, this military deal is also in a way trying to have more operationable information in and around Taiwan Strait. This is what Chinese military is gaining out of this, expression of military might in and around Taiwan.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us those details. Would like to thank Rubinder Sachdev as well. This is the big global story that we'll keep tracking in terms of what will play out in the next few days and weeks to come. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threat, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development,
as Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest ranked
Then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police.
These Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. A big expose on Chinese loan apps here on CNN News 18. The Enforcement Directorate cracked a whip on scams being carried out by these loan apps. While the borrowers were being promised quick loans, in return, they had to pay a much bigger price. The Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached bank balances worth rupees 105.32 crores lying in various accounts with payment gateway accounts of 12 MBFCs. Now, CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive report on the same. Let's take a look.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed.
They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank, no one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via 2 means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they are continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they are continuing the contact, and they are convincing the people here in India, and they are asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NX Cloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I am Anand Narasimhan, and at the outset, ladies and gentlemen, 15 weeks, #1, it cannot be without your patronage, your support, your viewership. And we here at CNN News 18, thank you for your support and your viewership, for backing the ACE #1 news channel, getting you the stories like they should be. Right now, this edition of The Nation at 5, as we come to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18, we get you another story which again was broken here on your show. This was about a crackdown on radicals and terror outfits that are operating on Indian soil. This is the presence of illegals, especially those who are affiliated to outfits like the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent and its offshoots, or its inspired outfits like the Ansarul Bangla. This happened in Assam, where we told you that there has been arrests which have led to the crackdown and nabbing of 11 radicals/terrorists from various districts that includes Golpara, Guwahati, Barpeta and Morigaon. So the increasing terror footprint, where these people use Assam and its districts as a hub as they come in from Bangladesh and then distribute across the rest of the country. So this model now has been cracked down upon. It is here at CNN News 18 where we demanded a thorough cleanup and an internal strike against radicals and radical factories. And that's exactly what seems to be happening with the central intelligence agencies, the investigation agencies, going straight across and cracking down along with the various state units and their task forces and rounding up radicals and shutting down these radical terror factories. Now, this is exactly what's happening even now as we speak in Assam. Now, there was a cleric by the name of Mustafa who was arrested from Morigaon. This man operated a madrasa there. It was called the Jamiul Huda Madrasa, which acted actually as a safe house for these radicals and terrorists who are coming in from Bangladesh with their affiliations to the Ansarul Bangla and the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. Now, the police say that this madrasa was funded by the proceeds from Ansarul Bangla operations in Assam. So if these outfits are operating on Indian soil, isn't that a bigger concern? We've got more news coming through at this point, and this is coming in from Morigaon itself. The Morigaon district administration now has demolished this madrasa. 19 students of this madrasa have also been questioned on alleged terror links. What were they taught? What kind of literature? What kind of information was being fed to them? And what was being taught to them has been questioned. And were they being groomed or primed to turn radical and also beyond that into terror operatives? That's a subject matter of investigation. But these are pictures that we're getting you of the entire madrasa being demolished. It's being bulldozed. So bulldozing radical factories, is that the right way to go ahead to send out a very strong message? That's the question that we ask. We'll play out the reactions, starting with the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, and other reactions that have come through as this hard action has now been taken.
Basic indoctrination start hoy from this core team which has come from Bangladesh. So we arrested Mohammad Suman, resident of village Atadi, PS Arai Hajar, district Narayanganj, Bangladesh. He was leading the primary module. Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit. Jihadi literature Bismillah hi Allah Alhu in Arabic was seized in this case connection.
How do you look these proceedings of state government in Assam?
देखिए बाय लॉ बाय कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो बुलडोजर चलाए आप। अगर कोई किसी ने गलती किया है उसको पकड़ना चाहिए, उसका ठोस एविडेंस निकलना चाहिए, उसके मुताबिक जो लॉ बताते हैं उसको हमको लगता है लाइफ लॉन्ग इम्प्रिजन में भी रखना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम लोग नहीं चाहते असम में या इंडिया में कोई ऐसा जिहादी कामकाज चले या इसी में कुछ एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना चाहिए। उसके बाद उसको सही तरह जो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बोलता है वही तरह करना चाहिए। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कोई किसी में ऐसा लिखा नहीं है कि किसी क्रिमिनल के ऊपर आप बुलडोजर चलाइए।
Sir, how do you see this action? Because some parliamentarians from your state are alleging that law should take its own course. No injustice action should be taken and no innocent must be punished.
देखिए जो असम गवर्नमेंट अभी कार्रवाई कर रहा है अगेंस्ट जिहाद, तो ये कार्रवाई जितना हो सकता है इतना मजबूती से होगा। और हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अभी जो मोरीगांव में एक जिहादी पकड़ा है, उनका जो घर तोड़ दिया है, तो ये जायज़ है मेरा ख्याल से। इसमें कोई अनजायज़ काम तो नहीं कर। हमारा बुलडोज़र हर जगह में नहीं चल रहा है, तो जिहादी का अगेंस्ट में तो बुलडोज़र जरूर चलेगा और उससे भी ज़्यादा कार्रवाई लगेगा तो उससे भी ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगा।
So the bulldozer template from Uttar Pradesh finds its way into Assam, but more importantly, if you are a radical factory, then you will be raised. So you'll be bulldozed. Preeti Priyadarshini now joins us from Moregaon. Preeti, you've made your way all to the spot where this madrasa was. Whose land is it? How long has this madrasa been operational? Who's funded this madrasa?
This is the madrasa which belongs to Mustafa himself, and this has been running since quite some time now, but today the place has been bulldozed by the authorities. And while being questioned about why the place has been bulldozed, the chief minister of the state stated that they did not have permission from the authorities to build the madrasa, and also because there are some links found with the terrorist activities with Bangla Islam team, which is why the place has been bulldozed today. And it belongs to Mustafa. He had his residence just behind the madrasa where he, his wife and his parents used to live. And his wife is now in the custody of the police because there was a cell phone recovered from his place, which could not be recovered since on the day of his arrest, because his wife had broken the cell phone on the venue itself, in the madrasa itself. So the police had to go back there and search for the things, and then they found his broken phone, from which certain things have been found, and which has linked Mustafa to banned terrorist outfits, Ansarul Islam.
Right. Preeti, you had sent us a ground report. We're trying to connect with you live, and I know they have some bandwidth and technical issues, but you had sent us a ground report from this very spot a short while ago. Let's play that out for our viewers. Stay with us on the phone. Well, this is the entire area. Now what Preeti is telling us, Preeti, you are saying this land belonged to Mustafa, the madrasa belonged to Mustafa. How did he purchase and where did he get all this money from? And how is it that the locals never objected to what is going on? And are there other outfits like these too? Are there other places, institutions which are now under the radar of the officials?
Definitely, Anand. I have to tell you that there are other institutions where the Assam police is now keeping a strong eye, especially the madrasas, because in the recent times we have seen that certain connections have been found with madrasas, because these places are very much easier for the people to use to create the religious sentiments and incline them towards the jihad. So certain places, especially certain madrasas are in the radar. And regarding the locals, I have to tell you that they are still denying the fact that there were certain activities going on inside the madrasa. However, now that his wife has broken his cell phone, they have got certain intuitions that definitely there must be something which Mustafa did not let the people know, because it was their children who were studying in the madrasa. There were 42 children studying in a madrasa, and that was a residential school. As far as stated by the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, they were given certain teachings day and night, which is very much alarming, because those are just children. They are studying there, and propagating jihad into them can lead to a mass join into the jihadi activities. So that is the intention, as far as said by the Chief Minister and the BJP today. That is the intention. How these people are working in the state. They were not doing any kind of arms training in these madrasas, but it was the teachings and the preachings which inculcated dark jihad into the students. Yeah.
Right. Preeti, thank you for your inputs. Let's listen in and have a look at your ground report.
We came here to show you the madrasa, and today this is the scene of the madrasa. It has been demolished by the Assam government, and as far as the statement of the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is concerned, he has stated that he did not have permission to make this madrasa, for which it has been demolished, and also because certain terrorist links have been found with the madrasa, they have demolished this madrasa. But yes, behind this place is his house. I'm trying to show you where he was actually residing. That is his place, and from where his wife, who had a 18-days-old daughter, has been arrested, and they both are now in police custody. And also he has his parents. This is the place from where certain suspected documents have been found, where financial transactions of Mustafa with the band outfit Ansarul Islam was found.
I have Dr. Janendra Burman and Rupam Goswami joining us. Rupam Goswami is Assam BJP spokesperson. Dr. Burman is the assistant professor, Cotton University in Guwahati. Rupamji, namaste. Let me first ask you straight up, how is an individual who is not an Indian national able to acquire such a huge land and property and build something like this, and it escapes the attention of the local authorities? We'll try and connect with Rupam Goswami again. Dr. Janendra Burman, does this not worry you? Are there other factories like this too?
Yes, it's a matter of serious concern for Assam and for the nation as a whole. It is now clear that Assam is fast becoming a hotbed for Islamist fundamentalists. And we have seen earlier also in Nalbari district, Sahanur Alam, who was responsible, the mastermind behind this Bardhaman blast in West Bengal. And he was preaching in a madrasa. He was also running a madrasa in Nalbari district at Mukalmua. So now a same thing is being repeated. So these Islamist activities have become a recurring theme in our socio-political discourse, very, very alarming, and it has assumed an alarming proportion. And in those areas where immigrant Muslims, they are highly concentrated, in those areas we have seen such activities. We have seen jihadi activities, and we have seen a few days back when Assam was reeling under flood in Silsar, the water jihad we have seen, where Kabul Khan, Mithu Hussain Laskar, Nazir Hussain Laskar, Ripon Khan, they have been arrested for breaching the Betukundi dike in Silsar. And their activities actually led to some 2 lakh people. Some 2 lakh people have to be displaced because of their activities, because they breached the dike at Silsar. So, and it has its national security perspective as well, because once you breach the dike at Silsar, then you are delinked from Mizoram. So it has security concerns as well. So we are becoming victim of this land jihad. Our lands are being occupied. 63 lakhs bighas of land, as Harishankar Brahma Committee report says, have been encroached by these immigrant Muslims. And Assam has become a hotbed for this.
It's a simple point, Dr. Burman. If they are not Indian nationals and if they have illegally entered the country, then they need to be accounted for, and they need to be, they cannot have a free run. And amongst these illegals, a lot of them seem to be radicals with a pan-Islamist intention, and more importantly, with an intent to stoke terrorism and social unrest in our country. Rupam Goswami ji is with us, and he's through with us. Mr. Rupam Goswami, let me ask you this. How is it that somebody like Mustafa had acquired so much of land and built a madrasa, a radical terror factory there? In the name of a madrasa, he was harboring operatives. It was becoming a safe haven for Al-Qaeda and Ansarul Bangla operatives. This is illegal.
And
he himself is not an Indian citizen.
Definitely, these are illegal. And as you know, the Assam has been targeted not from now, from since 1971. In fact, in 1971 also, they tried to assimilate Assam with Bangladesh. But for some or the other reason, somehow, for Gandhiji, we are now with India. So the strategy has been made long back, and they are keep on working, and we are also fighting. But before 2016, during the Congress regime, they have got a free hand to work. So that was the very sad part for Assam as well as for India. And also that was the reason why the Assam agitation was held. So this is a long pending issue and lots of controversies and lots of intentions are there. So after only 2016, when BJP came to the power, slowly and slowly, these things are unearthed from the ground. So
No,
now,
but Mr. Goswami, you came to power in 2016. This is 2022. 6 years later, the bulldozer has first applied itself. These bulldozers should have started from day one, because you have no other option but to go hard and crack down on these radicals. You either you have to have the strong arm of the law on them. Their establishments and their existence on our soil itself is a danger. Look how many Bangladeshi nationals who have used Assam as a hub are being arrested from rest of the country. Even as far as Bangalore, the murderer of Silhet, who was hiding in India, he came via Assam and then from Assam found his way into Bangalore. So this has to stop. And what is the guarantee that it ends with this one Jamiul Huda Madrasa and with Mustafa? What is the guarantee? What is the guarantee that there aren't other terror factories like this?
No, you rightly said about it, but you know that this thing, India got independence almost 75 years back. And these things are going on from day one itself, from 1947, in fact. So it is not so easy to unearth them within a very short span of time. So from 2016, the government is working, and now one by one another one, they are coming into the light of the society, and they were arrested, and simultaneously government is working on it. And definitely under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, nobody will be spared. Definitely everybody will be taken into in hand. So
here is the question. The question, Dr. Burman, is how are they able to get these fake Aadhaar cards and fake PAN cards and fake documents? Who is helping them? Those people who are giving them and making these for them, or the offices from there where they are getting this done, those are the bigger criminals. They should also be treated as terrorists only.
Definitely, because I told you before.
It's shocked to know that one person named Kamaluddin, he even contested election. And of course, in the High Court, it was proved that he was an illegal infiltrator. So then he was only stopped. The High Court stopped him. Guwahati High Court stopped him. So yes, this remains a matter of serious concern. There is a gang. It seems there is a gang, Islamist gang, operating in Assam and working towards Islamization of the state. I have a few suggestions for the government. Number one, a section of the Muslim youths have been de-radicalized by these fundamentalist Islamic groups. So government must start a mission to de-radicalize these Islamic youths, number one. Number two, in some of these Islamic colonies where these activities are taking place, government must start military operation. Number three, government must, that the disproportionate increase of this immigrant Muslim population is a matter of serious concern. It is posing a serious threat to our identity, to our existence. So what is the need of the hour? Government must control, take some strong measure, to fence the border, number one. Then government must take some strong measure to control the disproportionate increase of the population. And as
that can only be done if the state decides to maintain a state population register, which is updated once in every 6 months in every ward, every taluka, every district. That's what you need to do.
Yes, exactly. Actually, a foolproof. We need actually, a foolproof.
That's why we have started the NRC, but unfortunately, NRC could not got success.
No. NRC is a rational registry of citizens. Here, you make a state population register. State can do its own stuff. State can make its own law and rule, and it can instruct the district administration and the local village taluka administration, and also keep a check on the land. How much of land is being encroached upon, who these people are, and if they are illegals, then you have to deport them. You got to push them back to where they have come from.
Yes, definitely work is going on. After this government came into power 2016 only, the encroachers have been evicted from their land. So it's a huge work, you know. They have been into this like mission from long back. So this government is only 6 years. BJP is only 6 years in this land. So we are working on it, and it is really hard for them now to do all these mischievous things. So slowly, one by the another, they are coming into the hand of the Assam police. So definitely, under the leadership of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, they will.
My question to you, Rupamji, is
refused.
I appreciate this bulldozer running, but the fact is that this bulldozing of radicals should have happened, and radical factories or their outfits or institutions should have happened long time back. But my question to you is, what is the guarantee that they are not going to settle in some other village, some other district of Assam? What
is working hard on it, and definitely all will be unearthed very soon.
Dr. Burman, are you convinced? Is this enough? Is bulldozing one madrasa or one such radical factory, is it enough? Or there needs to be a thorough immediate audit of the antecedents, the papers, the accruals, the source of funds of all such organizations and groups which are dubious?
The surveillance must be increased, there is no doubt. And yes, Assam